Hello and welcome to the North American Ace Masters here. This is all playing for a Blast Premier spot, of course. My name's Nerkai, joined by Vince alongside this one. We've got some banging games of Counter-Strike, and we've got two streams going simultaneously as well. South America and North America both running here, and we're going to be covering the North American side for the opening shift, and then we've got some lovely North Americans to take over from us Brits to round out into the midnight oil for us. Vince, mate, how you feeling? We're jumping over across the pond to North America to cover some Counter-Strike.
I'm feeling great, man. I'm really looking forward to these games. We've got some really interesting teams, some teams that are kind of in this weird transitional phase, like obviously Wildcard, we're going to be casting up first. So it's going to be exciting, man. Like, not just in terms of the CS, and as you said, there's a lot on the line, like a chance at Blast Premiers, no joke. So great opportunities and a really cool opportunity for us to see, like, how is Friend going to bed into this team? How is this whole Stanislaw situation going to unpack? Because Wildcard is a team, which we're going to obviously get into a little bit more in a few moments, but they're a team that were up there, man. Like, they were challenging top tier, top 1.5, you could maybe say. Then things went a little bit awry, and so it's going to be interesting to see if they can bounce back on the wagon again.
Yeah, I mean, let's be frank, it's been messy, right? It's not exactly been the nicest road for Wildcard. The changes they've been making, obviously, I think generally speaking as well, there's been a lot of question marks about kind of why they've been making them as well. And now is the time to prove it. They haven't played that much CS since the side has sort of finally come together, and even now all changes are in place and whatnot. But we're still going to see now if this was a change for the better or if ultimately it was for the worse, right? And we have seen that become a bit of a thing within, I would, like you said, like tier 1.5, the sides who are really trying to cement themselves in towards that top level, which Wildcard, they were on the cusp of it, playing a lot of big events, starting to really represent. Teams try and just find that extra 10% and maybe do it with a player change, but it's a big risk and it doesn't always pay off, right? And we've seen this happen with teams, especially, you know, over here in Europe. It's happened all the time. I look towards last year. Saw, I think, is a fantastic example. They were playing tier 1 events, doing really well, made changes, and it all fell apart. And this is maybe a similar thing for Wildcard. So the big hope for them is they can come in towards this tournament, settle that narrative, put it aside and say, look, we're still as good, if not better, than we were start of the year, tail end of 2024. On the flip side, you look at kind of Marsborn, for example. This is a side that are a bit more of an up-and-comer. They definitely are going to be punching up here, but with instability in Wildcard, it could work out for them.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think this is honestly, like, if you looked at name brand value and you looked at the players on both of these teams, probably the best time for Marsborn to play against Wildcard. Like, when they are in this weird state of flux, when there's players coming in, coming out, Friend obviously taking over the AWP duties, kind of putting his hat on the IGL peg as well, coming through on the Wildcard Academy. So we haven't really seen this guy get a chance to play and show us what he can do for quite some time. He's been around the block a long time, though, by the way. Like, he's been playing a long time in his pro career. So he's no newbie, no rookie necessarily. But I completely agree with you. This is an opportunity for Marsborn to maybe take down like a significant scalp in Wildcard. And considering that many would fancy Wildcard to be one of the favorites for this event, if they can get that early W, who's to say that they can't go the entire distance and we can't see these guys actually play at a significant LAN not too far in the distance?
Yeah, exactly. And for those at home watching and don't understand sort of what the prize at hand here is for this tournament, of course, it is one singular spot to Blast Open London as well, which is, you know, not too far around that corner. So, you know, you're going to touch on events. That's a big, significant LAN, and there's some pretty big teams here as well. You know, we've been talking about Wildcard as they are going to be our first game, but we've also got waiting in the wings. Teams like NRG, of course, are coming off the back of Austin. I actually look really sharp at times as well, coming through the MRQs in towards Austin. I was really impressed with what I saw from NRG, and I think they've really managed to cement themselves in terms of sort of where they stand in the upper echelons of North American Counter-Strike. And then M80 as well, another side who in their own regard have sort of been on this up and down, and also have had changes themselves too with Hex coming in. So it's still quite an interesting time where I think everybody's still finding themselves heading in towards the second season of the year. But like we said, some big teams here as well that are worth keeping an eye on. Of course, Marsborn going to be part of our first game as well. We've got Getting Info, Boss, Supernova Comets, and Shanghai Sharks. So some spicy teams, and then some up-and-comers as well. You know, Boss have always been a difficult side to put aside. Getting Info on paper actually looked really quite interesting as well. And then Shanghai Sharks, who came through the open qualifier, had a pretty good run.
Yeah, then obviously you've got the Supernova Comets as well. You know, a team that's been in the impact side of things and really doing great work, like getting a lot of victories, putting themselves towards the top end of that scene. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they can go head to head with a team like M80, as you just mentioned before, a team themselves. Kind of, when I think of wildcard, I think of M80 kind of in the same breath, to be honest, Nao, because both teams have kind of been in that similar position. We've seen both teams perform at LAN. Obviously, M80's had some issues in the past where their coach depth has had to kind of step in last second due to visa issues and injuries and all kinds of stuff. So they've been another team that has been an exciting one, and they've gone through a roster change as well recently. So a lot of teams right now that will be fancying their chances against some of these these big boy squads that you maybe expect to go the distance.
Yeah, exactly that. I think M80, you know, because we saw them always in a similar sort of scenario, and where they were, you know, these plucky North American sides who were punching up and starting to qualify for spots and lands and whatnot. I think they're in a position where I've got to look at them in a similar vein to wildcard and say, actually, you know, they could come into the tournament and it could be fantastic for them, right? Get a qualifying spot to Barce London, get the opportunity to play on a big international LAN. But I think in a similar vein with wildcard, and maybe even NRG as well, I think they're up there. There is the thing where we're looking at this tournament and it's one of M80, wildcard, NRG, who should be considered the on-paper favorites. If neither of them are able to qualify through, you know, some pretty stark conversation have to come forward, especially, you know, for teams like wildcard who've gone through changes. M80 have also made a change themselves, right? We've got to say that if they come in towards this sort of tournament, and, you know, we've seen it happen in these qualifiers time and time again, and if they come in and they don't even pick up a win, or things look really, really rough out the gates, it's not going to be good signs. You need to kickstart the second half of the season really well. There's not actually many opportunities coming through North America to get LAN invites to big S-tier LANs as well. This is one of the few and far between opportunities they'll get. So I don't want to say it's now or never for them, but, you know, you fail here and it really could impact the rest of your 2025 season.
I think that's a really good point to raise, you know, because like you said, the NA scene right now, I'm sure NA players, NA fans would admit this readily themselves. It's not in a very healthy state. You know, that there's not an amazing amount of opportunities. There's not a lot of orgs with significant salaries that can entice players over. You're seeing more often American players now going across. Think of like a Leash, for example, to FaZe. So this is one of those opportunities that you have to take with both hands. And I think because of that reason, because there's just the one spot up for grabs, you've got to say the pressure is on the favorites here. Like if you're a wild card, you're an M80, you don't make it, there is going to be a lot of questions. There's way less pressure on those sort of like tier 2, tier 3 teams that are, you know, the plucky underdogs here. And as you can see right now, our opening matchup, wild card, and then obviously you got M80 afterwards later on tonight.
Yeah, it should be pretty spicy. And then we've got 2 more games to follow, but it won't be myself and Vince. We'll be throwing it over. I think if I'm right saying it's Exo and JRT's going to be taking over from us here on North America. They've got NRG taking on the kind of Shanghai Sharks, and Getting Info versus Boss as well, which should, again, spicy in their own right. I mean, especially we keep an eye in particular on NRG, but that Getting Info Boss match, they're also actually in a very similar space where they're at least the individuals have had really good runs before towards being the top end of North America and putting pressure on, but they maybe don't have the organizational backing or the kind of financial support, so they're having to do it just off the back of kind of these raw individuals, which I think at times can be, you know, really difficult. But I think especially in North America, of course, they've had a hard time with it, as you were sort of touching on. So for them, that's a really interesting game. If they can make even a deep run here, it could be so impactful for their VRS. They obviously will be playing within North American ECL as well, which also goes a long, long way. But I think for some of these teams who maybe, I think essentially maybe everybody who's not winning the spot, but maybe in the top 4, positive VRS here as well. Set yourself up with good opportunities later down in towards the year to basically set yourself up for 2026. Unfortunately, that's how VRS works. You've got to play the real long game here, and we've seen teams who have done it successfully. I think back over towards EU, and I think NIP is probably the best example as of late as well. You know, you saw their run at Cologne, very, very good runs out of nowhere, but they started in January rated 200th in the world, right? Because they had a whole new VRS system and they had to play the long game. And this might be the case for some of these North American sides as well, where this is just a foundational step. They're not expected to win. They're not favorites, and they probably won't, right? But it's about setting yourself up for a positive end towards the year.
No, no doubt. And I think that's the silver lining on the sort of VRS debacle. A lot of people are very skeptical of it. But as you've highlighted, it's not just about taking that one opportunity to go to Open London later on with Blast, but additionally, like, can you potentially secure your spot with your VRS system to maybe just sneak your way into a tournament further down the line before the Budapest major happens? So yeah, definitely a worthwhile point to raise. But our first game, as you can see on your screen right now, is going to be Wildcard and Mars Born. I don't think it's too unreasonable for us to say here, Neokai, that realistically Wildcard are the big favorites coming into this one.
Yes, absolutely. You have to agree. This is a side with, even though they've gone through big roster changes, and there's definitely been a lot of talking about, are these the right moves, and are these going to be quite impactful later down the line, we're looking at still what is 5 very, very solid individuals, right? And even the new guys who've come through. Peeping, I think he's one of the hottest prospects we've got in North America right now, who's looked really, really solid. And we'll kind of bring up the team so you get a good kind of lay of the land here. But Peeping, that man in the middle, really, really interesting to kind of keep an eye on. I think he's going to have a bright career. He's already made waves coming through North America. Now he's got this call up into a slightly bigger team and a chance to really prove himself in a similar vein to what JBA had, even when we worked the Americas RMR, Vince. Just kind of, a year or so ago, right? JBA was in that similar sort of spot where this youngster who has a lot of potential and could be one of the saving graces of North America. Peeping's in a similar phase. We've obviously got Friend as well coming in on the AWP. And initially, before Stan was brought back, Friend was also calling as well. So I do wonder how much he's also going to lay his voice in towards this side, that secondary caller. He might even take over for certain rounds as well. But this is kind of the interesting with Wildcard. You've got Stan, who obviously is a caller, can be a caller, and will be, right? You got Friend, who was initially brought in as an IGL and a caller, and also Sonic, who can easily be a kind of a helping hand and another voice in towards the side. So there's a lot of experience here.
Yeah, and I hope that they have a concise idea as to who's actually going to be calling, because too many cooks can indeed spoil the broth. If you've got too many voices going on simultaneously. But on the other side of things, I think it's safe to say that Wolfie is pretty much a one-man crew when it comes to the IGL role within Mars Born. You've also obviously got some notable names here. I'm sure those of you who've been watching a lot of CS over the years will be very familiar with Motum, right in the middle of your screen. He's been around forever. You've got Grizz thrown in there as well, one of those entry fraggers, a very hot prospect with the rifle. And I feel like he's one of those players that you're going to be looking at here to have quite a bit of impact if they want a chance of maybe taking down Wildcard a peg or two.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Wolfie as well will be picking up the AWP. And, we had some decent moments. I always remember Wolfie back in, 2021, 22 with Ecstatic, when they were making really good runs. They were actually winning some decent online tournaments as well, and he was always lights out for me. And he's still one of those players that I wanted to rekindle that individual flame. But again, another guy with a lot of experience and also EU experience, having kind of lived in Sweden for such a long time. I think maybe even born there as well. I remember doing an interview with him years ago, but he's lived both in kind of America and Sweden, so he's got a bit of that experience that he can bring over, and maybe even put pressure on individuals like Friend as well. So this team, quite interesting. I think they themselves will know they're coming as the underdog. So I want to see something maybe a little bit unorthodox from them, right? Put pressure on towards this wildcard side and utilize essentially the fact that they are a 5 who have kind of stuck together for a while now as maybe an advantage of a wildcard, that synergy might be there for them. Another guy that's worth mentioning as well in towards the side that I always think is worth bringing up is Grizz. I just think for me, I've seen some really nice moments out from Grizz. Consistency might be a word that we bring up in terms of maybe a more negative note for him, but I've liked some moments from Grizz. But enough of that. Let's get in towards the veto, mate. We're going to kickstart things with a ban of Nuke and a ban of Mirage. I'm sad to see Nuke go out early, but Overpass still in play. I've seen a lot of vetoes at the moment look like Overpass second wave ban.
Yeah, it's quite surprising Nuke got banned as well, because it is actually a map that Marsborn play quite a lot. They played it 9 times. It's actually their joint top played map. So Train is going to be the first one. Now, you said, are they going to throw out a couple of Hail Marys, a couple of, potential curveballs? Train very well may be just that, because although it's a map that Wildcard are decent on, they've only played it 3 times recently. Yeah,
so that could be a spicy way to start things off. It is inherently a risk as well, but I kind of like taking a risk here. Inferno, a bit more of a solid map. It's sort of always been a map that Wildcard played. Now, maybe you can talk about success, but I think you've got to look at maybe, of course, the individuals, the teams they've been playing. Overpass does get that second wave ban, means Ancient is the decider. Again, Ancient, as much as you can't really. It's tough to look at the numbers of wildcard because I think their veto process is actually really awkward right now. Their map pool's a little bit all over the place, but generally speaking, Ancient has become such a third map special for all over the world of Counter-Strike right now. It's such a puggy map. It's sort of taken over what Mirage was at one point, where it was just that decider that everybody knew. Ancient's sort of become that these days, but I will say, you know, going in towards that, Marsborn aren't too upset, right? If that does go towards 3, they've got a fairly decent chance. The map on which they play a hell of a lot, and the same can't be said over towards Wildcard.
No, certainly not. They've only played it twice. And as you say, that's with the caveat of Friend coming in. Like, we don't really know what this team is like. Obviously, Susp also is out of the team. That's another important component to mention. And he was a pretty solid fragger for them when he was in the squad. So there's a lot of moving pieces and variables. I'm just surprised they banned Nuke, because actually earlier today, Wildcard played Nuke against NRG. They lost it, even though they won the series 2-1. So they've been a little bit rocky on Nuke as of late. 43% win rate after 7 maps played. It's not gone great with Friend, but obviously Marsborn just didn't feel it. Fair enough. I still think this veto is pretty solid for them regardless.
Yeah, I think the big thing is when I cover a lot of these North American games, the way I always sort of chalk up, when I don't understand, they've got to have played each other a lot of times in scrims, and I'm assuming that maybe Nuke didn't go too well for Marsborn, right? That's got to be one of the things for me. Of course, these two sides will know each other very well. They've actually only played kind of once within this sort of basically the last few months, right? And that did go pretty handedly over towards Wildcard, but a completely different team now, of course, and we need to see what the structure is going to be looking like for them. So who really knows? This is still very up in the air. While I think a lot of people will come in and look on paper and say Wildcard are the favorites, I don't know if that is inherently the case, as we don't actually know how solid this side are really going to be looking. But for now, we're going to throw this one to a little bit of a break. When we are back, we're getting straight underway in towards map number 1. So sit tight. I'll see you soon. will come in. We're about to kickstart our first game of the day and of the tournament here in North America. We're looking forward to this one. It's Wildcard taking on Marsborn. As Wildcard, I'll kickstart things on that CT side. We're here on Train.
Ooh, I do like this overlay. It's different.
Yeah, it's cool.
The blue and red there, repping the two sides. CT side, obviously, for Wildcard is going to be coming in with a pretty lucky utility. I mean, you've got a couple of flashes on Stanislaw, but the one kit in his hands as Marsborn have been spotted out in the brown halls. Jaber needs to get the hell out of there, but they're not going to fully rush on and down right now. They're looking for potential rotations, but nothing's forthcoming from Marsborn. They're not going to blink.
Peeping, downhill 4, same for Sonic. This gets a little funky, and a lot of awkward fights are being taken. Friend Core, side turned, Wolfie will deliver. A 2 versus 5, there's surely no chance for Wildcard here.
Well, they needed that first pick, they've got it. However, we sit up on the angle, they'll know that both players likely in connector, and that allows all 4 players to just set their eyes on this position. It's going to be a bloodbath. If Jaber or Stanislaw try and push out of here right now, Stanislaw down to 28 to make matters worse. And although they do have that kit I mentioned before, just the one flash alongside it, Jaber gets a second headshot though onto Chop. But point blank, Grizz gonna put him down, leaving Stanislaw in a 1-on-3, a quarter of the bomb left. And there's no real hope for him in this round. He'd rather hold on to the kit and the flash, but he's being charged down from Grizz, who will fall prey to the USP. But Marsborn still claim first blood.
Yeah, nice start for Marsborn. It's such a simple pistol round called ultimately, right? They just fly into fights. They back themselves in terms of the engagements. They get up into the face of Wildcard and give them no real time to set up properly on the CT side. And it's a really, really effective way to get a lot of early map control and get a very simple plan, right? Put them in towards a post plan, make life awkward for them. So nice start. And sure, exits come through, but all that really matters. On Marsborn. Bomb down round 1 means a nice buy for them. We do get a buy in response for Wildcard, but it's an MP9 and a few upgraded pistols. It should, in theory, be easy to dismantle.
Yeah, I think pretty straightforward. MP9, of course, receiving a bit of a nerf, but that's more to the jumping accuracy. It's still a very potent weapon. Speaking of which, peeping on that 5.7 has a quick look and then backs off. Spots a pixel of the oncoming T's. Jaber always been put down to 37. That's going to force rotations in now through on connector. Rapidly moving in his friend with his deagle. And Marsborn again, they're not going too antsy. They're not pulling the trigger prematurely. They're taking their time, but in doing so, they're allowing the rotation to come through. And this is going to put them in a really awkward spot. The MP9 spraying and praying down on the 1 kill, but then 2 pistol frags from Stanislaw and friend. Put it down to Chop all alone in the force buy, working out a charm. Wildcard only losing 2 players.
Yeah, that is a massive response coming through from Wildcard. You know, normally when I look at the way in which we start, especially kind of in Counter-Strike 2, a pistol round, it's important, but a force buy, 10 times more important. Because even if they were to get a bomb plant there and some kills from Marsborn, money's still going to be funky losing to a lowish buy like that. And they don't have a choice. They have to force buy themselves, but they bring even less to the table. So Wildcard, a great round to find in response. Now a great opportunity just to shake off the early pistol and build up a real healthy start in towards Train. Great work. We get a couple of Deagles, a couple of Tech 9s and a P250 to round it out. All expectations, Wildcard should get a second here. But Marsborn still playing a bit of a default. They're going to look around the map and see what they find.
It's giving them props as well for taking their time, doing their due diligence, not rushing into anything. But the problem is that if you are kind of fall into this paralysis by analysis approach from Marsborn, you just allow those rotations to come through. And you saw once they pushed the site, 4 players there just to receive them with open arms. That will be playing in the back of their mind. Slowing this one down. Don't hate the decision making. It's drawing out more grenades. Grenades that need to be replenished for Wildcard. And their economy obviously not ideal themselves. So they'll be treading lightly. Just shy of a minute on the clock. And Marsborn starting to walk over towards the long dog. 3 players now together. They don't have much to play off, though. A couple flashes, couple smokes, if they want to try and execute onto the site.
There's bodies here as well, right? JBA, first contact, got a molly in hand, and a nade as well to use if he needs. Peeping, he'll find 1. Big hope is that it doesn't drag numbers over. Molly down, and now he wants to fight with that Khalil. They're pushing through it, but JBA an opportunity to isolate, and well, he'll get a couple with the spot of Stanislaw. Bottom though, oh my god, he's going to find something of this. Bombs down, he's giving themselves a bit of a lifeline. Last man of Chop will fall, and that is a commendable effort by Marsborn, and it's all off the back of MTM. Nice work.
100%, man. That's a really good effort, as you mentioned. It gives them something to play with in the next round. They know the money's still not ideal for wildcard. And Motum nearly just exploding this round out of nowhere. I love the aggression pushing through the Molotov and giving Jaber so many headaches to deal with at the same time. It nearly pays out. And this is the moment there. The player to the right forces his hand and opens up the opportunity for Motum to run him down with the Tech 9. 2 on the score. Do Marsborn want to force behind this, knowing the economy is hanging by a thread? It seems for the time being the answer is no.
Yeah, I do think probably the right call. As much as the bomb plant was nice and it will bolster off a little bit of a buy, you may as well play for the full buy towards the next AK out. Potentially even an AWP if they get a bomb plant, but that one's probably a little bit more unlikely. Friend, speaking of though, he has an AWP of his own. That new CT economy, I've noticed a lot more M4s being bought in towards the second round and a lot more third round AWPs being bought as well. So money has become a little easier, or no, you're not a little, a lot easier for the CT side. My friend's got it. The only issue is, though, AWP against pistols, you could sort of swarm your area. That worries me a little bit.
That's very true, yeah. That's why in these kind of rounds, you typically want a buddy system where you have a bodyguard for your AWPer. If they do get chased down, bare minimum, the M4 can spray down the oncoming Ts, retrieve the AWP, and you're good to go. The train is one of those kind of maps where you always feel just a little bit uncomfortable on the CT side. You're spread so thin across the map. Molly down into the smoke. That's awkward. But it doesn't seem to matter a great deal so far.
He's setting up a flash that he's sent in towards main. AWPer friend needs to be a little careful here. That's the only real issue. Peeping should be fine. Should be in the operative word. But over towards Ivy, 2 players there, which he can easily spray down. Especially with the support. Another spotted. They've got to know they're now coming towards A. Surely with the timer left, get off for the Deagle up close as well, and it will net him a kill. And there's Peeping to see off the final 2. So Wildcard, make sure that there's nothing to be gained for Marsborn in that round. It's a low buy. They don't walk away with any kills. You're pretty happy if you Wildcard there.
Oh, no doubt. I think very happy to not hemorrhage any players, keep the AWP alive. Great for confidence as well on Peeping there. Really nice work. Friend with the Deagle up close with the switching away from the AWP. But as you highlighted, Marsborn, because they didn't buy in the last one, they will have a very healthy purchase here with 5 AKs. Now, for the most part, they've been very passive. They've been just sat back waiting. When do they turn it up a notch? When do they get out in the face of Wildcard? If anything, it's Wildcard that the aggressor is smoking down deep into main, allows Peeping to just clear out these angles.
Friend, he's going to fall back. There's potential of Grizz getting really proactive here. And Sonic, he's got an inkling, but he's got no confirmed information now about where he is. Oh, Sonic doesn't need it. Spam the smoke, down goes Grizz. Not the start that Marsborn wanted, back into a buy.
The worst possible start, isn't it? It looked as though they were about to throw all hell upon the site, but that's really slowed things down. And to make matters worse, Chop tries to get out into the open. It's a labored spray for Viz. For a second, I thought Jaber was going to just take his head clean off and punish him. But now the cavalry does arrive, looking to get that bomb down on B sooner rather than later. There is a flanking contingent round the back for Stanislaw with his FAMAS, while Peeping is trying to keep them at bay from the CT side. So as long as they can keep them interested over here, then Stanislaw's position gets stronger and stronger, but it may not be required because Sonic and Peeping have just done it all themselves. Stanislaw now will plunge the dagger metaphorically into the spine of Motum, and Wildcard once again victorious, losing 1 player as they stampede to a 4-1 lead on Train.
This is looking really, really good so far for Wildcard. Of course, we can, at this point, completely get rid of that kind of pistol, which fell so flat, and look at everything off the back of it. really good force buy, really decent consistency, and now in the first gun round as well, make it actually look quite effortless. Only the one casualty. There's a lot to like over towards wildcard, and I don't think it's any surprise to see Marsborn go in for a pretty early tack time out here. We've got to remember, this is their map pick, and Vince, I mean, we already talked about this in the pre-show. It's kind of a risk going towards Train. On paper, it's not exactly the most secure map, and you kind of put it quite nicely. A bit of a Hail Mary here. Well, so far, it's looking like this is not being caught. It's a really slow start.
Yeah, that's always the position that you can get into in these kind of areas where, you know, you get into this idea of like, okay, we're the underdogs. Maybe we have to do something a little bit special, a bit out of left field. We'll try and pick a Train. And it's like, okay, I get the idea. But the problem is that if it's not one of your comfort picks, if it's not one of the picks where you feel at ease at home, it doesn't really necessarily guarantee you any success. And Wildcard are more than good enough to come to a map like Train and post up some serious numbers. Obviously, starting on CT is going to be a nice little boon as well. We'll see if they do start to struggle when the roles are reversed. But the question now for me is, how many rounds can Marsborn pick up on this half? Because even if Wildcard have a rough T half, if we go in there with only 2 or 3 rounds to play with, it probably doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, it's true. First time on Carter Train as well, with those new box changes coming through. So I'm interested to see how teams really adapt to that. I feel like at some point as well, there's got to be util specifically for there, but it's a really nice angle to just hold. Bit of a head glitch, not the most overpowered, but very, very workable on that CT side. And well, this round should be pretty simply found. We hit that minute mark. Already down to 4 as well for Marsborn. They're going to pop out towards A in a moment. Friend missed the first shot and the second as well. Needs to get a little careful, and, well, wasn't careful enough. He'll get caught. Thankfully, Peeping's there for recovery. And there's that box angle I was talking about. And he does so well. Walking away with 3 to his name, Peeping. Or 4 in total, may I say. With 3 in that initial push, Peeping does very well.
It wasn't a pretty play from Friend, though, was it? I mean, it ends up not costing a great deal. They can easily pick up the AWP and give it back to him. But re-peeking a deagle that many times and not landing anything for your troubles, that is a concern. But speaking of which here, Neo, Chop yet to get off the mark. 0 and 6. Grizz with only 1 kill. And he was one of those players that we highlighted, more of the entry fragging contingent. You need him to get off the mark early here if Marsborn want a decent half.
You're right. He's got to get going. I mean, we've not really seen, unfortunately, anybody really get flying. Oh, there's Marsborn's side Chop. Well, speaking of the devil, he's going to get his first. Nice work. Finally on the board, and a really nice kill to do it with. One that can bolster the confidence is JBA to fall.
Oh, fair play. Speak of the man, and he shall deliver. There is a lot of damage, though, inflicted across to the T's. And Motum and Wolfie are both struggling at this point. Not too much utility on 2 players either. Chop is hiding in that long dog area. Sonic has the off angle. Does he want to go for this? If he does, it could put his team in such a bad position, but he gets the drop onto Chop. But Viz comes straight back and takes out Stanislaw.
Well, it's a little funky. Sonic probably has to try and get 2 from this spot. So far, unchecked as well. They might even slightly overlook as well. I can't even get the first. Viz and Grizz supporting each other. Peeping gonna find 1. We called upon this youngster. Now's the time to shine. I'm also looking for numbers here from the Orpos. Really struggled to get going. 2 versus 2 though.
Down the smoke, 20 seconds left. Bomb stunning it. Planted down. The wildcard want to try and push through this. They look for the boost instead. Friend putting up Peeping down to 35 HP. A hot prospect from NA, but he's been doused down in flames, and it's Grizz with the AK that forces the save and forces a second round for Marsborn. Finally something to get excited about. They picked up the pistol. Since then, it's been 5 on the bounce to wildcard. But here we go. They have broken the curse.
The big thing, however, though, and for me, is they have to make sure that they find rounds, find rounds to follow this, right? It just cannot afford to be a flash in the pan. If they get 1 and then 4 flat here, it actually does more damage to their econ long term. But either way, nice work. It's Friend who will stay alive for the AWP. And Peeping does give them a lifeline in that round, but they're unable to convert it. All starts well with that chop, opening swing on towards JBA. We said we needed him, and he does deliver. It's a great little find, and he gets away alive as well. It's good information to work with. But a second on the ball for Marsborn. Good stuff. Like I said, though, we've got to now start finding a bit of consistency. Put pressure on towards Wildcard in this first half. Give yourself some foundation to work with.
Can't be a case of one and done. I do like the difference, though, in positioning. Stanislaus waiting for the flash position. Now going to start to push, wrap around the back. Oh, Wildcard getting aggressive, but Wolfie's patience paying off in dividends. Stanislaus a free frag. And for the second consecutive round, the opening pick goes the way of the tees.
A little funky as well. We have to be a bit careful. I'm falling, and same for JBA. I was just worried about that creep move from Chop, and it's one that works oh so well. Swinging through the flames will cost Sonic his life as Chop finds yet another. And Friend and Peeping, all they can do, and who duo is just save it. They've got nothing to offer. So it's going to be a flawless round for Marsborn, barring any extra kills or people going down to the bomb. You've got to be pretty happy with that. Really, really nice back-to-back round.
Stanislaus mighty tilted that as well, though.
Yeah, for sure.
The tees have been so passive, so patient. Like, you're constantly waiting for the go button to get pressed and just rush out of main, rush B site, get really aggressive. But so far, credit to them. They've not blinked. They've not flinched too much. And they've got a little bit of success here. The money's still in good shape, though. It was so dominant in those 5 rounds that Wildcard picked up. Plus, the economic changes that you touched on before as well, Neokai, that definitely gives the CTs more of an advantage as well. So they're going to be good to just pump back more weapons into this next one. But Marsborn's confidence is certainly building.
Exactly that. I'm liking what I see. So, at a spot now where for Marsborn, pressure really starts to be put on the shoulders of Wildcard. And more than somebody so, they go into a pause. Conversation to be had for them. It all looks so good out the gates where things were, you know, in a position where we're looking like, okay, this is the wild card of old, right? This is the side who are so consistent and dominant against sides in their region. Now things change a little bit. Now things become a little bit more peculiar. If Marsborn can keep building on this T side, they're going to set themselves up for a real nice first half. And they actually are showing as well that for Wildcard, honestly, you're throwing a bit of pace change there as well. This side are getting caught off guard.
I'm curious what the decision is going to be now. Like, are they going to get aggressive? Are they going to get, like, basically think, okay, things have been working out for us. We don't have to get too crazy on this one. Sit back and wait, see if Wildcard get impatient again. Mixing it up a little bit. They are getting into A main earlier this time. They're using their spawns, but a well-placed, well-timed smoke keeps them at bay.
Oh my. Kills traded to pieces. Well mocked him. Oh my god, he's a lucky man. How has he got away alive? He gets tagged so unbelievably low. And just that extra bullet required to see him off. They couldn't quite find him. That was advantage from Osborne. Only briefly.
Brent putting that up to use. Only the 2 deaths as we move into round 9. Hasn't had a ton of impact with the AWP so far. But a very important kill. Keeps Ivy under control. You can see, though, he's just constantly looking over his back. He's not sure if there's a second player pushing in just that little bit slower, but he has to fully commit at some point. There's only so many bodies on the CT side. And this does leave JBet in an awkward spot, playing at the backside of B. All 3 Marsborn looking to try and pull the trigger and get onto the B site right now. This angle may drop one of them, but it's unlikely to stop the bomb plant if they fully commit.
It's eerily quiet, though, isn't it? It's this fight here that's everything. 1 for 1 is actually not bad. If JBA had gone down without anything, you're probably saying already for Wildcard in that position for Friend and Stanislaus just to say. But now in a 2 versus 2, you surely even just give it a slight look in. See what's on offer. Molly gone, and there's that bit of a move in the backline as well. Nice work from Stan. Surely they will not expect Chop flanking all the way round. He's got a bit of a timer to work with, though, but he's got to get moving. Friend has no idea, so he's dead to right. It's all really about where Stan is. Tap on towards the bomb as well, and And smoke on top of it, needs to blow it open, and it will be another 4 chop. Vince, you said it earlier, we want to see this guy come alive. Well, my God, has he?
Yeah, he was 0-6, now 6-7. Respect. Respect for that bounce back. That seesaw, the pendulum goes back and forth, and it's now Wildcard that is starting to struggle. Their vast finances that we were discussing about before have, by and large, depleted. After this buy, they will be in trouble. And it's that Motum double. You called it. How the hell does he get away with it? Pulls out his inner Houdini, escapes out of main. But it's the 2 kills that he gets alongside it that really set his team up for success.
Man alive. Marsborn really starting to show what they're all about. Another opener for them as well, via the hands of Viz. Wolfie. Idea. Oh, wrong execution. Thankfully, he has Chop there for support.
That's that buddy system I was talking about before. Don't leave your AWP hanging on the end of a fish, and like make sure that you do collapse and you do capture that prey. And again, Wildcard, it feels like the 4th round in a row that we've seen them lose 1 or 2 players without really any kind of retaliation whatsoever. Vast advantage, and I think this is just going to be effectively a gamble stack. You stack on the B site, you hope it's B, maybe you can fight your way out of it. If not, you just save. Because now you're looking at Jaber, $0, Stanislaw, 650, Sonic, 650. Their money is running dry.
Gonna move down now as well. Util to block off towards Old Train, so they got a lot of free real estate. Nobody's here to meet them. And again, Wildcard, I think probably from this spot, second that bomb goes down, you probably just got to attempt the save once again. You don't really have too much of a look in. Bomb will go down, and if this is going to stick up close for the fight, I don't think it's even really worth it. And you can see them already angling to save. Morsborn are going to tie this game up, 5 out apiece, and really, really commendably. This has been a nice resurgence off the back of a real down period, that a real rut in form when the guns came into play. This is pretty incredible. I'm a bit worried for Wildcard as well. They're looking quite shaky.
Yeah, there's been a huge case of the win being straight up taken out of their sails, and it doesn't seem like they have a plan B or a plan C. And you can maybe say that that's to be expected for some of the reasons we were talking about in the pre-game segment. You know, this is a new roster for Wildcard. We're not entirely sure about how the eye gelling is coming down. Is it still Stan? Nice shot from Friend, by the way, there at the end, just to hold on to these guns. But has Stanislaw just gone straight back into eye gelling? Is Friend helping out in some ways? Could it be a case like you see on teams such as FaZe, where Alicia's doing some of the CT side calling? Is that a case here for Wildcard? Not entirely sure. We'll be really interested to find that one out. But whichever way you spin it, this team is in a flux position right now. We don't quite know what to expect. And I think you're starting to see some of the cracks appear here in front of our very eyes now. Yeah, I think you are right. It just feels like there's a little bit more of a holistic approach from Marsborn. It's working for them. Wolfie going to open things up, and this has become kind of consistent now for the last few rounds. Opening kills going the way of Marsborn, and Wildcard unable to respond or trade. That's not good enough. They keep trying to push to get this upper brown hall's control, and there's always somebody there to meet them. Huge credit to Marsborn, because it doesn't feel like that long ago we were talking about, like, it's all well and good, you know, you picking train. We have enough rounds to play with come the second half. Answer is a resounding yes, and that's the easiest of kills for Wolfie. Chop locking it down as well. And once again, Wildcard playing in an almost impossible position on their CT side, just looking to maybe save for the last round of the half. In terms of getting this one done, almost non-existent, and Jaber can't even afford that luxury to just try and back off. He's basically surrounded at this stage. If he makes noise, he's probably going to get shot in the back and put on his belly here. So they're trying to back away with Sonic. Can they find a timing here now? Can they actually somehow pull this one off? Ooh.
JBA, he tries to escape, and he's just not given that luxury. Viz putting so much pressure on, and Viz going to get both as well to close. That is Marsborn, who've guaranteed they've at least got a tied game at the turn of the half. That alone is very good. On this T side, showing what they're all about. If they can just nick away a lead now as well, man, they put themselves in such a good spot. And we have to keep now coming back to what is a really uncomfortable narrative basically about wildcard. What's happened to them?
That's a good question. It has been a significant downfall. And also, by the way, JBA, I'm pretty sure had like 4 or 5 kills after the second round.
Yeah.
He's on 6. He's barely had any impact in these last 5 to 10 rounds or so.
Oh, again, kills favoring that of Marsborn, and Biz making sure that it continues in that fashion. MP9 and an orb with it all to do. MP9's not doing too bad. Friend will find one of his own as well, but there's no chance. Grizz with a double to close. And that'll be a lead for Marsborn at the half. We're going to go straight to a little bit of a break, but Marsborn looking great. Oh, we are back live and quickly at that as well. The 2 versus 2 in a matter of mere moments here, Vincent. Oh, Chris got other ideas, tapping away, and Chop nearly makes a meal of it. But it's Marsborn who very quickly, off the back of the break, straight in towards that second half, continue to extend this lead.
Oh, the nightmare continues as well. We were just discussing in the break there how it's felt so flat for Wildcard after a rocket of a start. Just things kind of simmered down and then cooled off quickly. Starting the second pistol, taking that L already. Economy in rough straits. You don't even have a post plant to play with. It's basically an eco. Man, it doesn't get much grimmer than this.
Yeah, this is a tough old predicament. They're not going to go for a force here. I think that's the right call ultimately, especially without the bomb plant. I don't think it's worthwhile going for. Instead, the Eagle P250. They'd love another bomb plant here just to bolster the econ, but all things considered, Marsborn, they're in a really, really good spot right now. They're on the brink of sort of feel like making quite light work out of trade. That's what Orphe's got for us. Smoke will come down as well. He wants to just slow down the roll here, but he'll try and swing before it plumes, and Peeping will punish. And this is where now this gimmicky angle by Chop has to deliver. Gets one, spots a second as well. And Peeping are flying towards the fight as well. There's money to be made here, but Peeping still causing a bit of a nuisance.
He's got that FAMAS up as well. On the upper angle, lost his teammate. It now all falls upon Peeping. He's very low HP though. Has to desperately try and play, and I like the fact he's moving to the Deagle. It has that one-tap potential. There's the first kill. A weakened Chop is put down on the ground. There is no kit to play with for Grizz.
For the ace.
And Peeping is assuming that he's not going to go for the full 10-second defuse, but that's exactly what's happening. He only has a millisecond to go,
oh!
but the bomb gets defused. Oh, it was so close, but like, just slightly too long. And Marsborn are going to take a 9-5 lead. It was so ridiculous. That was milliseconds.
Yeah, that is insane. Oh, man, you got to feel for Peeping. He gets the ace as well. It's just not enough. What a round he's had, by the way. Some of those Deagle shots are unbelievably sharp. But, man, that is a quarter of a second, if that. So unfortunate. I mean, you know, I highlighted him coming in towards this game, and it's rounds like that is exactly why he is so unbelievably talented, but unfortunately, not to be in that one. However, it has made it very expensive over towards Marsborn. There's real silver linings to be taken, and, well, friend with the AWP, he'll start things well. Grizz, first to fall.
That's a really good point to highlight. Like, yes, you've lost, but you basically took them down to milliseconds where you were the massive underdogs. You had barely any investment in that round, and now you have every chance to punish them. Peeping, though, will go down, losing that 1v1 trade against Chop. Significant scalp to take, but Friend has slightly maneuvered his way through into Ivy. And Modern being picked up on the top of the train allows Friend now to extend his wings and take flight through an Ivy. Big kill for Sonic. The MP9 falling prey to the AK. And Marsborn can do little but try and hold on to these two weapons, especially considering that Chop only on 4 HP.
Yeah, I mean, Friend posted, but I don't think anyone's going to be coming in his direction. Marsborn, they don't really have too much of a choice here, unfortunately. But nice to see that wildcard finally sort of back into the fight. And unfortunately as well, you look at kind of where Marsborn are now. Even with these two saves, the narrative, the conversation around buying is actually really quite uncomfortable here. Generally speaking, if 3 players stay alive, you can normally squeeze out a force buy. Somebody takes a hit if you want Utah and goes in towards like an MP9 or even like a 5-7, but generally speaking, you can make something work. Unfortunately, same can't be said when it's 2 saved. Then you're having that decision of, well, we've kind of got a force here, but we actually can't really bring a lot to the table. It's not really where you want to be. Force to be taken. I think this one looks like it might be of a technical nature, but it gives us more time to sort of discuss the options for Marsborn. And there really isn't many. Unfortunately, I think they've basically got a force by here because of sort of double eco situation, but I don't know. It's not a nice spot to be in.
I think the only maybe sort of devil on the shoulder that will force them into going for more of an eco play here is that they do have a 3-round buffer. Sure. It's the only thing I could think of where you want to try and utilize the changes to economy. If you get a few kills out of this round, it actually will bolster up that next round quite a bit more. So I don't know if that's maybe factoring into some of Marsborn's decision-making here, but obviously it could also be a case with this being a tech issue. They just want to make sure everyone is back in on the server before they start making decisions with what they're going to force buy, what weapons they're going to juggle, which utility they're going to be taking into this next one. So I guess time will tell. But one saving grace I will say for wildcard fans out there is that if you take into account the aggressive nature and how both teams occupied that first half, wildcard were far more aggro even on their CT side. And so that's maybe one thing that I think could work against Marsborn, is if we don't see them take map control like Wildcard did through Ivy. It sometimes backfired. I'm thinking of that round Stanislaw pushed and got orbed by Wolfie from spawn, or trying to take main or long dog control. That could be a problem. So definitely something to watch out for here. Do Marsborn have the aggression? Do they have the confidence when things start to get a little bit awkward, when their economy starts to suffer a little bit? Can they take the initiative and take the fight to Wildcard?
That's the sort of the big question. Looks like Techish seems to be over on the Marsborn side, which is a little unfortunate. But generally, when we get a bit of typing, as we do now, that means we're sort of good to go. And well, now we are. Oh, I speak too soon. It's attack pause straight into attack pause. And I think this is where they can now have the discussion. What do we actually want to do in a round like this? How do we make our sort of economic situation work? Over to Wildcard, not really a lot they need to talk about. They're chilling. They're looking good. Financially, very, very sound as well.
Grizz just picked up... Okay, he actually just refunded it. I was going to say he picked up some armor there, but he's back up to 1,500 again. They're just toying with us here. They're teasing us, Nail. You want to find out the answers to the questions we've posed? And well, here we go. 13 seconds left of the buy timer. So far, it looks like it is going to be an eco. Maybe try and play off these two M4s. Viz has a 5.7, a little bit of utility. Wolfie down to $650.
Well, let's see. Friend. He's been doing so well since picking up the AWP on this T side, looking very, very solid. 5.7 as the thing to round it out. Still, I think, very, very scary. 5.7, I still think one of the most broken guns in the game. $500, having the one tap headshot at close range is pretty damn bonkers. Maybe if Viz can get himself in a little bit of an awkward spot, pick up a gun, I can see worlds in which this finds a bit of form.
No doubt. I agree. It's an extremely strong weapon. 20 bullets, of course. Running gun potential on point. It's even good against armor. Oh, a little bit of tickle off that Molotov. That is a sound cue going across now to Marsborn. They would have heard that up in the brown halls as Wildcard backs off. Slowing the pace down. Like this decision. You don't know if it's a force buy. You don't know if you're running into a stack bomb site. Get your smokes in place and then just clear out the site. Carve through it. Get that plant down. This is spot on so far for Wildcard, and I don't think Marsborn have too many opportunities to do much, but of course, as their economy doesn't really afford them a buy into the next one, why not just save again? You've had a crack at the whip, go back in for the next one, got a little bit more money to play with, you can upgrade to a couple more pistols as well if you don't want to fully invest. So I think both teams will be relatively happy with this outcome. 9-7 and will be the score, though.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's one of those situations where if you wanted to, maybe you could even sort of keep the USPs around and see if they can find anything. I mean, there's a potential actually Viz might get something on the way out. They were looking tempted by exiting in his direction. Looks like it will be towards Grizz. I don't mind this. It's the USPs. If they fall, doesn't matter. You can be buying in either way. They do stick around in towards main. The 5.7 is trying to put a bit of pressure on. No point dying for nothing, but if something came in your direction, why not see if you can take a bit of a fight? Wildcard, though, going to make it back into a 2-round game. Only unfortunate thing for the Marsborn is they were in double eco, and they're still kind of in eco. I mean, I'm assuming they'll buy here as part of their plan, MP9s, that kind of vibe, but it's still not going to be a really conclusive buy. And actually, no, they're not even going to buy. So they do just take a complete double eco. Hence why a lot of people in that situation as round number 16 generally force buy in, because you're going to have this sort of buy anyway.
Yeah, but even that being said, although it is kind of a double eco, it's fraught with potential threats and dangers here. You have MP9s, you've got a 5.7. Every player has an upgraded pistol or primary weapon. No one's on a USP here, and they're going to look to try and run and gun this one together. Well played by JBA, not overextending. Wants to make sure that if he's going to go down, there's going to be multiple CTs with him, but he's lost his teammate, his tag team partner, Stanislaw, and that means he's got to get the hell out of there. Hope that Friend can provide some overwatch with the AWP as they back away. where they've basically got no map control as a result of this. They have to push out of main. They don't have Ivy. No one's around on the B side of things. So they're going to be trying to filter their way out of the site, but that is leaving a couple of these angles very awkward. Well played from Friend, though, to lock it down onto Viz, and it seems like they should be okay. Or perhaps I've spoken too soon. Wolfie up on the site using that smoke as a short reprieve. He's able to take one life away, but surely there's no more where that came from. He just dips out the shadows of the smoke back into Con. That Molotov not really affecting him, neither will the flashbang, as he sprays down and locks the life of Sonic. Still pretty healthy as well. Still could feasibly pull off this clutch. If they continue to give him opportunities, he's gonna punish you. Still 95 HP as well, as he gets the dink, but gets put down from the AK. It's such a nice effort from Wolfie, but it ended up being a bridge too far.
Man, I kind of wanted to win it just for that highlight. That would have been a nut solo endeavor by Wolfie. A guy who we know has a pretty high skill ceiling from what we've seen of his time, even in EU, right? But we haven't seen him be able to rekindle it, and he nearly just sort of led by example there. But Wildcard are scaling back in on this T side. It is now a one-round game, and as we buy back in for Marsborn, you lose round number 18, you're probably going to lose the lead as well. It's basically as simple as that. So it's not quite now or never, but it's definitely on the brink of it. They've got to be very, very careful here. Peeping, moving his way forward. How good is the clearance? Well, he's going to go straight off the back of Util, but the blind is great by Grizz.
Oh, it's an awkward one for Peeping, isn't it? Like, the guy's got so much talent, so much ability, but that did look a little bit awkward. Gets put down with practically no damage in return, so a freebie for Marsborn. And you go from that adrenaline surge of Wolfie nearly pulling off a ridiculous play, which would have been one of the best plays of this tournament by far. And then you've got to try and save your economy again, because even though they've got weapons here, you look at the surplus cash and it is basically nothing, combined around $500 across the 5 of them. So they've got to get this round done clean. The perfect start. There's still 50 seconds for Wildcard to play with.
Okay. So you hit that 40-second mark. It's now where they've got to make a bit of a decision here, Wildcard. They're going to commit towards A. Spam through. It's Grizz. He's going to get the first, but Sonic, at least for him, a kill on towards Motum goes a long way, but Grizz, another spam is successful, and Viz will line up too. Big work there as well. That felt a little dicey, but finally Marsborn back on the board.
Yeah, that's so huge. In multiple facets. It's not just regaining the lead, establishing a bit of economy, but they pick up 2 AKs as a result of that, and they also upgrade to an AWP. They came into this with 5 assault rifles. They leave with 2 AKs in the AWP. That is a huge boon to their economy, a huge boon to their firepower, and they have forced Wildcard onto the back foot, Peeping with just a Mac 10.
Pretty uncomfortable. That is for damn sure. I'm going to play up close. Nade to soften up. Oh, there's a hand spotted and a shadow spotted as well, but Motum not opting to fight just yet. He will take this main control though. That in itself is already a huge thing. Just having this. Maybe should a bit of coverage to work with. He's now a known quantity. Great flashes, but a great trade all the same.
Motum's eyes was completely burnt out of his skull there. Multiple flashes straight to his face. And although a second kill's come in, Viz going to try and hold the line from A main. He falls on his sword. The advantage maintains in Wildcard's hands. Although a couple players are low and Chop can try and finish them off. He's out to the open, but Wolfie misses a shot. He's got to land. Oh, he may end up ruining that mistake. That missed shot could have proved so costly, as they know roughly where he is. The timing there could not be worse for Wolfie. And he will be so upset at himself, because that shot, realistically, after we saw him nearly pull off that ridiculous 1v4 clutch, he's got to hit those, Neo. There's no excuse for that with an AWP.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes the quote-unquote simple ones are the easiest ones to let slip, but might have cost him around unless Chop has got some heroics behind him. JBA, jiggle peeks, spot, and he falls away. It's a very heads-up play from the youngster. He does not need to fight. Fight together with Friend. Take a double swing, and they're going to find brilliant work, making sure there was no chance of isolation, as Wolfie did a few rounds ago and made it very nearly very dicey. Wildcard, again, just keeping within arm's reach, doing enough to put so much pressure on. And it's that similar unfortunate thing that happens a lot on the CT side where, sure, Marsborn, you find a good round, but you lose the next. Your economy's still broken all the same. So they're probably going to have to take a bit of a lesser buy here, which means, wildcard, they should be tying this game up.
Should be the operative word. There are 257s in play with a P250. Wildcard mixing up here, being a lot more centered over on the Ivy side. Slowing the pace down again. They know that Marsborn's economy is pretty grim, pretty rough. So the worst thing you can do here is just rush into a site and not check your angles. That's where crossfires with 5.7s can be absolutely devastating. Grizz showing his hand. Want to make sure they don't run in each other's way. Well done by JBA. Double spray is on point, and he looks for more. Yeah, this round is going to be falling into place nicely for Wildcard. It's hard to see how Marsborn can get anything out of this.
Yeah, honestly, good work. Chop is going to get 2, though, so we'll take that. I mean, sure, seen off pretty immediately, but hey, little silver linings. They may go somewhat of a long way, but regardless, 10 all. We're very much back to a doable affair here. This is now becoming really, once again, quite interesting. We've got a bit of a flatter showing, unfortunately, out from a side who really looks pretty lights out at the start. Not a good sign to see. 10 all. Buy back in, and a similar sort of narrative that we've been building up for Marsborn, where full buy-in, you lose this, economy broken, and this time it is on that brink of make or break. You lose this round here, Wildcard get map point on your map pick.
Some great early utility damage, though, done onto Friend and Stanislaw as they try to push towards the B side. Both tagged down by HE. I believe it was Chop that threw that in alongside Grizz. So they've made their grenades count. The problem here, though, is that Marsborn don't have much left to play with. You have 0 incendiaries, 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a distinct lack of kits. Only the 2 of them on Chop and Fizz, which should be enough. But it's the lack of grenades that's the bigger problem. With a minute left on the clock, Wildcard can take their sweet time.
That they will. Oh, so quiet. 45 seconds, though. Still grouped towards Brown Halls. Setting up for this beep up. There's 3 players here to meet them from Marsborn, though. So they've read this like a book.
Of shots from Stanislaw. The 2 kills are good, but Marsborn, as you said, they stacked the right site at the right time, and now there's no parachute cord to pull. Wildcard. Too close to the ground. Have to just brace for impact, and it's Wolfie from the back. Although he misses his shot, it does force Friend to watch over his shoulder, and with 12 seconds left, he won't be afforded the luxury of saving. Surely they're going to try and hunt him down with some of these weapons. The downside is the economy's not great for Marsborn. So they maybe will extend a hand and say stalemate to Friend, but no, they're going to go in and try and pick him off as he flicks down and takes away Chop. And that should seal his fate. He should be able to survive into the next. And they can buy again, but Marsborn, once again, slightly edge ahead with an 11-10 lead.
It's a fantastic mid-round call there from Wolfie, right? Because he's dragged them all over to bolster up this B site, and it's worked well. Just too many angles to fight from, unfortunately. Wildcard fall flat. So, advantage again gained by Marsborn. And this has been the story of this half, where it's been sort of back and forth, but because of the lead that Marsborn built up, back and forth favors them. I'm spamming. Right idea, right, fine. It's peeping of all people to 4. That's a huge kill to find.
Good. Well placed, well timed incendiary. Forces Sonic out the opening is so low, and he gets finished off. As JBA comes back with one of his own, but is it too little too late? Marsborn instantly rotating as well. They seem so on point with these mid-round calls. Some really good calling from Wolfie here. Grizz, in the meanwhile, though, would have felt like he should have done better as he's given them a chance. The door left slightly ajar, and JBA takes out the sledgehammer and knocks the thing off the damn hinges. But now Friend has gone down. JBA picks up yet another one. And Fizz is all alone against 2. Still 55 seconds, and they maintain control over the bomb as they get it down straight away on B.
Fizz. It all to do, and also a big decision for him. of, do I even give it a go? Not exactly full of HP. Kit and a smoke would tempt it, but it's looking like he might just save that AK. So he's going to shell up and give this one up. That'll be an 11th on the board. So we're getting the full round here in map number 1. This is the exact way we wanted to kickstart the series. Back and forth, exciting out the gates, and a very difficult one to predict. Wildcard, nice response. If it fails the first time, go back again to B and see what you can find, and this time a lot better. Solid work, JBA, individual brilliance. If Peeping gets caught early, JBA can reclaim a lot of that foothold, and, well, he does excellently.
I think it's one of those rounds as well, you know, when Marsborn go back to review the demos here and watch the VODs, I think Wolfie will be pretty happy with his call because he called the rotation perfectly. It's just that JBA put them in his pocket. He got 3 or 4 separate 1v1 duels. That obviously should never be happening for Marsborn. You got to make sure that if you at least get a 1-for-1 trade, and he was afforded the luxury to just wreck everybody. But the call to rotate was perfect. They had 2 or 3 players there. For all intents and purposes, it looked as though Marsborn were going to take a 2-round lead and secure a couple of map points. But obviously we know that's not how things finished off. And now Wildcard, they have a really good opportunity with Marsborn struggling again with a lack of funds.
So, pause concluded. You're right, man. I mean, it's just the lack of money here which kills them. And you have that internal discussion to make, and as a team, of force by hair play for the win around that saved AK, or leave a bit of money and hope we can take it towards OT. They're going to go with option 2. Now, this is really against the grain. Basically, every single team that we'll see in like EU Counter-Strike, they will more or less always force here. See if playing a little bit more passive pays off for Marsborn. Motum gonna sit up close. Wants to be in a bit of a fight, and I like this long aggression too. A mean little crossfire here, and this isn't too far away either for trades with that AK.
Oh, this is a trap.
Yeah.
Very dangerous trap. They can try and bait out Wolfie here, and then get involved with Grizz on the other side. Flash through, may not be required. Wolfie does it himself, but he gets out too aggressively, and Stanislaw punishes. Goes a laboured spray, but he gets his man in the end. Ultimately,
all that matters. Minute to work with. Sonic is tucked, expecting main aggression. He's sort of got the right idea. It's just Motum up close in. As that smoke starts to fade, he probably needs to get away to safety. That's why he's retreating. So I'm not going to find anything. 45 seconds. You can tell Wildcard, they are very nervy about what the gimmick is here for Marsborn.
They are running the risk, though, of taking too long. They're going to start rotating up towards the B side. 30 seconds left. And Viz, his AK still has not been spotted on the map as of yet. And time after time, Marsborn have stacked the B side. Perfect timing. USP at this kind of range is going to be garbage, but it's going to try and draw away fire from Viz and allow him to do what he can with the AK. And so far, that's been picking up 3 kills and pretty much securing this round on top of it. That is absurd. Marsborn have such a good read of the situation again.
And they do that as well on the low buy. And look at the weapons kept over in towards potentially the final round. And AWP and a double AK on top of that as well. Viz, what a time for him to step up. He's already had a fantastic map nonetheless, but if we're talking about impact, that alone worth its weight in gold. And look at the knock-on effect of Wildcard here. An AK for them and a bunch of pistols. So basically the same exact buy that Marsborn have just won with. You have to look back at that round and say probably the one thing that really does lose it more than anything for Wildcard is probably the nervousness. And they go quick and they'll get an opener. Is that AK recoverable is the question. The Molotov's going to slow them down, but JBA has scooped up the rifle.
I guess there's 2 ways of looking at it. One is these have been some fantastic calls from Wolfie, and 2, maybe Wildcard are just way too obvious.
Yeah.
Maybe they're telegraphing these B plays way too often. Peeping does spot a glimpse, but the same could be said on the reverse as Grizz puts down the smoke. a lot of time. They can rotate back onto A, but they don't have any control over A main. They don't have anyone long dog side right now. It's up on the brown halls area. So if they were to push through, it would be into choke points, very claustrophobic, and you have a lack of flashes, a lack of smokes to play with here. One molly, one flash being tossed out right now as they look to try and push outside.
Oh, pressure being put on now as well. They're trying to group up JBA. Good work from him, but takedown up close. Can't deliver in the same vein. There's a bit of a crossfire being set up as Grizz is here. Mock Term is back showing. That'll cost him, but it'll be closed nonetheless by the AWP of Wolfie. 13-11. Fine margins, but it's Marsborn who close out the map. Their map pick. And Vince, we said it was maybe a little bit of a risk, but it's a risk that absolutely pays off.
It really does. And again, we saw some really fluid moments from Wildcard where it felt like they were just going to take off with this game and leave them in the dust, right? But then suddenly Marsborn step it up a gear. We start to see some of those cracks developing like we talked about before. We're not sure what the roles are looking like right now. Wildcard, obviously, Susp is out, Friend is in, Stanislaw's back, etc. But you have to say, winning both pistol rounds there for Marsborn, definitely a huge advantage, which they made the most of. But realistically, I do think that Wildcard are going to be kicking themselves because they got called and read like a book so many times in those B late executes, and they were punished multiple times. Viz take a bow, beautiful round with the AK-47 when it really counted. But realistically, Wildcard probably should have won that game.
Yeah, they're going to be a bit tilted. I think they just let a couple of sitters really slip away from them as well. I think, you know, the main one for me just being that penultimate round of play, just the fact that we're not bringing a lot to the table from Osborne and still we made it quite definitive is worrying signs. But that is only map number 1, of course. It is the pick of Marsborn, but we now head over towards Wildcard. It's Inferno coming up next. But before that, we're going to head into a little bit of a break. So sit tight, map number 2 on the way. Well, map number 1 of Train goes the way of Marsborn. And Vince is one of those scoreboards that's a little funny to look at. You look at it, and it's one of those ones you see on Twitter where it's like, guess who won this map? And it's not the one you think. And that's how it was, right? I think, you know, obviously Viz played fantastically, and I think he bolstered them in a lot of ways. But there's a lot of standout moments on the flip side. JBA, Sonic, Peeping all getting in towards the fray. But unfortunately, not enough when it comes towards the rounds. Losing by the finest of margins means that Marsborn take an advantage in this series and actually have the chance now of putting a lot of immediate pressure on towards wildcard. And we did say, you know, we're a little worried that, you know, for this initial side, things could be a little rough around the edges. And, well, there we go.
No, exactly. I mean, like you said, you look at the scoreboard, you look at how things started off, especially when, you know, you have the first pistol round goes the way of Marsborn, and then it's a 5-1 scoreline. You think, all right, here we go. This is where wildcard are just going to stomp. They're going to just pull ahead, crazy first half, and it's going to be GG Nori, you know, going to the second map. Absolutely not the case. And in actual fact, when it came down to those clutch moments, a couple of, you know, flashy moments from wildcard, but for the most part, it was Marsborn that were way more clutch. They were winning those 2v2, those 3v3 kind of positions. I mean, Wolfie nearly pulled off a ridiculous like 1v3, 1v4 from Connector in a round he should never even got close in. So it is like a really concerning sign if you wildcard, because you did have moments of brilliance from JBA. He started really hot, he finished hot, but Peeping started fantastically, and then towards the end when they really needed him, it felt like he didn't have that same level of impact.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're really looking now in terms of, you know, this wildcard side, what their turnaround's going to look like. I mean, this is actually a really good test and a good kind of like knowledge gainer for us, because there is the jury still being out and these questions to be asked about wildcard. But a really good way to eradicate all of these is to shake it off, come in towards your own map, pick up Inferno, and actually just quite immediately kind of set the tone and just say, all right, it happens. We lost that map. We should have won it, but we let it slip. But this is what we can bring to our own map pick. This is where we've got good ideas. So that's the big hope for me. If I see wildcard come straight towards map number 2 and really put up some decent numbers and all the rest, I'm going to be fine with things, right? I'm going to feel like this is a side that still have nice ideas, and that's just maybe not a well-repped map as a whole, since it's kind of newer and into the pool and whatnot. But there still has to be that takeaway for us that Marsborn, credit to them, a couple of times where they were looking a little shaky, able to overcome. There was these real periods where wildcard were running away with things. On the flip side as well for wildcard, this inability to close when they did have the Stark advantage, that itself is a bit of a worrying sign.
And what's also concerning for me as well, you know, you're talking and discussing about how Inferno obviously is the choice of wildcard. They've played it twice recently with this 5-man roster. They lost both games. They lost 16-13 to Lag, and then they also lost 13-8 to Blue Jays. Now, that in itself, not necessarily the end of the world, but when you kind of peel the curtain back just a little bit more, 2 rounds against Blue Jays on their T side, and they picked up 5 to take it to OT against Lag, but that was with them winning the pistol round and converting the subsequent rounds. Their T sides on Inferno with this 5 right now have looked horrible. So I'm not sure how much they've been able to fix that, how much they've been able to change the roles around and try and fix and patch up these problems. But if we go off the 2 recent results, and I'm talking within the last few days here, it's not looked good for them.
Yeah. I think you're right. You know, there's definitely stark and somewhat worrying signs. So, I mean, maybe you got to look at this Marsborn side as a whole, and the hope for them is they're able to really kind of, I guess, flip things in a way. I mean, the one I caught a little bit of them against Lag in particular. That was in Thunderpick, from Brian saying, and there was actually some nice moments from them as well. I think they actually, it felt like to me the real big issue was they ran out of ideas, right? I think that does happen at times, right? You know, you fall a little flat, and you got to maybe look at the calling a little bit. Marsborn, flip side, they play a very similar level of talent, but they're on a 3-map win streak on map number 2 of Inferno. So I don't know, man. You know, you look at it on paper. I don't always think you can take everything for, you know, you can't always take it as sort of, you know, fact in the sense, right? You know, of what is on paper and the stats in a way, because sometimes how they approach coming in towards each individual day and game is so vastly different. But signs look pretty good for Marsborn as a whole. And of course, this man, if he continues playing like this, sounds to be very good. He was fantastic, and a lot of big step-up moments. Single-handedly carried them through 1 round, which they basically sort of had no right to be winning either.
Oh, he was really huge towards the end of that regulation as well. Like without Viz popping off with the AK a couple of times and having a ton of impact across the board, like they probably we're either still casting overtime or this was done in regulation for wild cards. So Viz really had a ton of impact towards the end. Massive props to him. Really rose to the occasion. And I completely agree with you, man. Like when you look at the stats as well, by the way, although this is technically wild card's choice, which means assuming that it goes that way where the other team gets to pick which side they want to start, which you'd assume Marsborn go on CT side to start off with, which by the way is even stronger now because some of the changes that have come into the game recently. This is a map they love. This is their top win percentage map, Neo. 73% after 11 maps played. This is their best map on paper. So if you were thinking, right, well, no problems, it was a close first map wildcard, you lost Marsborn's choice, it is what it is, just move forward. Well, it's not going to get any easier here on Inferno, and you're probably starting off running a gauntlet on that T-half.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to be frank here. You know, if we come in towards this first round, rather, you know, the T pistol for wildcard, if they lose it, immediately your mental starts to take a bit of a hit, right? We're starting to talk about how where I mean, a lot of people talk about it where if you're going to lose a game, you'd rather lose it kind of really one-sidedly so you can just forget about it immediately rather than like putting all your time and effort in making it so close. And that's sort of what happened, right? We lost in the final round of regulation. They'll be tilted, you know, and their mindset will be that thing of, oh, if we just did a little bit of something different, we could have won this round, and I should have done this different to win this round, and that would have won us the map, and maybe could have bolstered us up in the series. But as a whole, and this is something we touched on coming in towards the series, is that Wildcard's map pool is actually very weak as a whole. It's not actually that strong. Stats don't look very fantastic on it. They obviously had a really decent, a really poor, may I say, kind of run of form recently as well for them. So all maps are weighted a lot differently, and sure, they do have a little bit more of higher level experience than Marsborn, especially with kind of having these opportunities to play on lands. But even still, man, you look at this and Marsborn, they've actually got to be feeling pretty confident. And a worst case scenario, if things do fall flat, that map number 3 of Ancient, also a map in which Marsborn play a very decent amount. So they're not too upset about this veto process at all. But with taking a close map number 1 and taking the fashion they did, as long as we get just a little bit more out of individuals like maybe like Wolfie, right, just get a little bit more of him on the AWP, I actually think this could be a 2-0 on the cards.
I think it is a distinct possibility. Again, because of the fact that Wildcard on their T side, which they're probably starting on, have looked really shoddy lately. So I think as we're about to jump into a break, when we do come into this game, I'm going to be very interested now to see how do Wildcard start on that T half. We'll find out. But first, quick break, guys. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for our second map of the day. It's Inferno up next, and it is the pick of Wildcard. However, there's a lot they have to do, I think, to just recover off the back of what was for them, just an unfortunate ending in a way, but also quite a tilting one nonetheless. So a pistol round here to start things off would be very nice.
Sure would, and we'll see if they can pick that one up right now as we get straight into the action. Nothing slow about this as Marsborn come through with a ton of headshots. There has been 2 losses of life over on the CT side as well, but Wolfie decides to push the smoke, and Sonic had no one there to watch his back as Stanislaw was watching for the banana push. And now he may fall prey to that very play as there's Julie's just behind him. He's living on borrowed time. He's about to get collapsed on, and Marsborn will pick up the pistol, which is terrible news for Wildcard. We were talking about their T-side having problems. Well, they've just been pushed back a peg or 2 here.
Nice work. Real nice work as well. Just making sure. Push through that smoke. It's unorthodox, but you're keeping and you're actually adding to the numbers advantage too. You're pretty damn happy with that one. So, as a whole, put yourself in a spot where advantage taken, and now, you know, as we kind of said in the pre-show for this map, if Wildcard lose the pistol, there's a real world in which their mental takes a bit of a hit, right? They've got to make this sort of a map stick for them to stay alive in the series, and that's not going to help. They are going to go for the force, though, so a pretty bold call to make.
Yeah, lack of post-plant always going to be a problem. Wildcard's a slew of smokes have been tossed around the map, a plethora of cover, though, to be used, and they're going to utilize that through middle as they look to try and pop out. Another one's there to greet them. It's more of a passive angle, though, that Viz is watching from the library. So this is going to allow the T's to actually bypass that position momentarily, but they now get into a bit of a cluster of M4, spraying them down from each and every angle. Grizz runs out of ammunition, but Wolfie's there to help him out with the FAMAS. Just the one casualty, and again denying the post-plant.
Yeah, nice work. Really nice work. Just making sure. I think as well, it's one of those rounds, but you just want to make sure that's not too expensive, I think, more than anything, right? You know, for Marsborn in a round like that where you are coming against considerably lesser weaponry, you can walk away with a lot of bodies intact. You're pretty damn happy with it. So, as a whole, Money starting to solidify itself towards the CT side. T side, again, investment's going to be pretty damn minimal, so not really the spot that you want to be in. If you're a wild card, it should be a 3-0 start, and well, with the combination of Wolfie and Grizz, they're going to make sure.
Love this aggression through on the apps as well. This is where Grizz is really in his element. We were talking before about how aggressive he can be on the T side, being that entry fragging kind of player. Well, he can do it on the CT side, no problems as well. However, that was an eco bash. They knew the buy was going to be minimal at best. How do they occupy when they know AK is going to be coming up against them?
Yeah, I mean, this next gun round, unbelievably important, right, for Wildcard. You lose this, and you're put so far on the back foot. It's a really uncomfortable conversation that you have to have, that you lose round number 4 here, and Wildcard, you're probably, what, 5-0 down before you get a reinvestment back in. Not exactly a spot that you want to be in by any means. So this is a very, very important round for them. Marsborn, this is technically still a bonus buy, right? So if this falls flat, it's really not the end of the world.
It's one hell of a bonus as well, right? Like full rifles, 2 FAMAS, which obviously recently, well, not that recently, we did get a buff.
True.
So a lot better than it used to be. Have bypassed some of this though, Nail. They are up into banana, but they still need to try and get a hand onto the site. They're going to be looking to pop flash their way in. It's a really solid flash. Lands flush to the face of Sonic, and Stanislaw's been picked up through the smoke. It couldn't start any worse.
They've got upgrades now, man. This gets even more precarious for Wildcard. Down to 3. Brent and Peeping both tagged 2. Oh, man. This has gone from bad to worse.
I don't know how you possibly recover from that. Like you say, damage inflicted, lack of utility, 3 smokes. You don't have a Molotov to even toss onto like sandbags or something to try and whittle away some of these positions. And I do love that Marsborn not playing too aggressive, not getting greedy. They're sat back and they're waiting in these different positions, these passive angles up on the boost spot. Also have Motum there. Now, a problem could be arising, though, because they've sent that 3rd player over onto A. So this effectively would be a 3v2 momentarily speaking.
This could be a bit of a bloodbath if they're not careful. So, smoke down one has crossed as well. A second behind it. The latest favor will get there nonetheless. Peeping going to find the quick trade on towards Chop. And Bomb will go down. So, they've been given that luxury at the very least.
Now, the smoke's gone down as well. So, that's going to shield off Bottom's position and allows Friend to take down Wolfie through the smoke. There was a horrible mistake, by the way. An incendiary was tossed down into the smoke as they were looking to push onto the site. That could have denied them a bit more time, allowed the rotation to come through. So that immediate extinguished Molotov, and you can see how little time there is left on the clock now. Although there are kits in all three players, you don't have that much utility to play with. And if there's a couple of frags come through here from Peeping, that could have been it. But now Friend is going to be called upon to go huge, but instead he's put down immediately. Marsborn can breathe the collective sigh of relief. Wildcard nearly snatched around they had no right to be in.
Yeah, that was nearly... I mean, that was just incredibly close. That timer ticking down as much as it did really worried me. But thankfully, not the end of the world. And not the round 4 Marsborn. And most importantly, that is a bonus buy. You know, that's ultimately the big takeaway from it. Sure, it's a very nice bonus buy to have, but it's one converted all the same. 4-0. Wildcard with a bomb plant and loss bonus, they can buy back in, but the same thing still remains here of where one-sided showing and Marsborn showing how they were very happy coming towards this map as we built up in that pre-show.
Mate, Peeping is just moulding at that. He's like, what is that position? Why is Chop there? We were talking about whether Marsborn would get aggressive. Well, there's your answer. Chop has just stolen the life away of Peeping. This does put a lot of pressure on Wolfie, but he lands the shot through the smoke. And although Wildcard will breach onto the site, it's with 2 casualties and a post plant.
Still, Fizz for 2. Friend one of his own as well, but is it going to be enough? He's now in a 1v4 and no chance in hell, unfortunately, for him. Shut down with ease and another big round coming through for this CT side. They are quite effortlessly building up a wealth of a lead right now. I am incredibly concerned about what I'm seeing here.
I'm kind of concerned for Wildcard, no doubt, but I'm actually loving how Marsborn are playing this as well. I love the aggression. I love the confidence they have. These retakes have been on point. There's no doubting that Wildcard are not playing at their A game. I don't think anyone is really going to suggest otherwise. You still have JBA yet to get off the mark. A huge part of their rifling prowess is still on 0 kills. Stanislaus, 0 kills, just 1 for Sonic. Collectively, the entire team, as we move into round 6, has 7 frags. That is brutal, whichever way you want to try and spin it.
Yeah, you are right. It's not a spot that you want to be in at all. But, man, for Marsborn, this is such a nice showing. Another important round for them as well. If you find this one, you're going to put a lot of pressure back on towards that T-side economy.
Some flirtation with the AK, but it's not going to stop Marsborn from holding position. They throw down a HE and a smoke on top of it, just forcing Wildcard back a few steps. Now playing this one a little bit slower, though.
He knows. I don't really want him to stick around, if I'm being honest. Oh my god, he takes quite a bit of damage from that molly. Yeah, don't really want him sticking around, if I'm being frank, but he will actually finally fall away. This is a much better angle just to post up on.
That's a risk that has backfired spectacularly there. Grizz assumed they backed off. He had a read, I suppose. Maybe a call came through that they were pushing onto the B site. But Wolfie's put down the law into Apps and now is getting pushed in. Viz is there to try and hold off on the angle though, and it's 2 kills to Viz. And now Wolfie can try and show his hand with the AWP. But JBA comes alive. We spoke about him being quiet. Well, he's erupted into this round. 2-on-2, another post plant in, and Friend on low HP with the AWP in his hands.
Surely no chance there, right? It's such a good angle to play with the AWP, and he's got both probably lined up. JBA, nice shot for him, but a missed shot from Friend will make this a little bit more costly. This could still be dicey. AK wants to try and isolate the fight. There's not a lot of time left, and And unfortunately for him, doesn't have a lot of util either. Mottom just looking at the wrong spot. Friend'll reposition, swing, and a find. And that is what you want to see. Finally, wild card on the board.
I certainly didn't envy Mottom's scenario there. No. Friend intelligently, once he missed a shot, immediately rotates back to Boiler. Wants to mix up his angles, and he has the freest of kills onto Mottom here at the end. But it took Wildcard some huge kills from JBA as he comes alive with a 3K in the round to even get close to winning a round. They eventually clutch in that one-on-one. Money still brimming to the fullest for Marsborn as we do have a timeout coming in. It's not been fantastic for Wildcard. Yes, they've got a round on the board. Yes, they can maybe bounce off the back of this one, but I'm not necessarily won over just yet. I'm going to be honest, Neokai. They need to do a little bit more before I start to build confidence in this wildcard T half.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, if we're being frank as well, we need to be talking about, I mean, probably like bare minimum 4 rounds. I think it's probably the way I'll put it. You don't get 4 rounds. I don't think you've got that much of a chance in this well, map as a whole. And I guess ultimately then becomes the series too. But it is sort of where we're at, where, yeah, man, there's definitely worries to be had still for Wildcard. It's good that they get their first round on the board, sure. It needs to be the first of many. They need to build upon this. Give yourself the foundations and a bit of a step up in some regard. Either way, timeout concluded. Back in towards the investment. Still plenty of money to go around on that CT side for a few rounds to come as well. So they're chilling ultimately. And I like this from Chop as well. It's a bit ballsy and it'll work. Peeping going to get caught and he gets out for free.
Bro, it's the exact same angle Chop killed him in a few rounds ago and the same results happened. Oh, Peeping has got to be devastated. The opening pick, Chop running it back. Getting success, but a really important entry frag as the smoke subsides. And it is the 1 kill, but that's not going to be good enough to stop the bomb plant coming in. As although there's an incendiary toss down for good measure with a couple of smokes in here, Chop has bypassed that smoke for the most part, spots himself the man of Sonic, but they don't want to push him too aggressively. They bait them out, but a second player showing up in the form of Stanislaw. And Wildcard, you said they need to build upon that success. Well, so far, so good.
It's true. Unfortunately for Viz, no real chance in this one. He's getting out of there. He's looking for upgrades, and it's just a Khalil down as well. That's a bit unfortunate. If it's an AK, you're thinking, all right, silver lining, but no, just stick with the M4. That's a really nice round to respond with. Individually great from Sonic as well in towards that one. Needed that. And we are starting to see a lot more impact from Friend on the AWP. I think as a whole, not even just specifically the AWP, but just him, we need to see him be putting up some decent numbers, right? You know, if he is the secondary voice within this side, we also need the numbers to support it. And we can give Stan sort of the benefit that out numbers-wise if he is the primary caller back again. But yeah, Sonic does very, very well there. That is Stan's first kill too, so finally off the board for him. Back-to-back rounds. And now you see that immediate pressure being put on the economy. This is still probably considered a bit of a swing round. If Marsborn can find this round without a bomb plant from Wildcard, their econ's going to be shot. Same thing, if Wildcard find this round, they're going to put a lot of pressure on Marsborn, where they probably can't buy back in towards an X. So round number 8, probably the most important round we've played so far.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. This feels like a bit of a fulcrum point round, you know, like the equilibrium of this entire half could very well rest on this. I totally agree. Both teams will be very cognizant of that fact as well. And you can see Wildcard so aggressive, but just holding fire for the time being. 3 players here. Pop flash into peak. JBA sees nothing. Smoke down onto CT side. Trying to draw out some utility from the Marsborn team. But because they have 3 players strong here, they don't feel compelled to immediately retaliate with a smoke of their own, with any utility of their own. Now, that could give this away for Wildcard. They still have a contingent in middle in the form of Peeping. They don't have to fully commit to the B site here, and the smoke in their eyes now may make the decision for them as they look to try and line up a bit of utility of their own.
Okay. Otto up close. He's got the support of Viz, but gonna make a move just yet. In they come, swinging through, flash over, and at the nice double for Motton. Has the support of Chop as well, and a smoke will come down. Stan will swing and deliver his second. His third in the round itself, but a second on that immediate push. And there's legs behind this, 2 versus 2, but it's an AWP on the retake, which I don't always love.
And the fact they had 3 players in good positions with a perfectly timed pop flash and they still lose the site is wild. That's a testament to the entry fragging that Wildcard do possess. Incendiary tossed on Shadow, forces the AWPer out into the open. And Wolfie is put down. Stanislaw may get one, but Wolfie there to retort. So Marsborn may have lost the last 2 in a row, but they do bounce back swinging. Now, all the things we said before were accurate now, Kai, but the fact that 4 players have died and a post plant has been coming forth for Wildcard means they can buy again. They managed to dodge the complete collapse and disaster, and they can run it back.
Yeah, it was, for that round, it was all about can we get at least a plant coming through, which they do. So thankfully, a sigh of relief. And on the flip side for Marsborn, it's just, you know, getting those kills with that new CT economy, that slight update, even just kind of plus 50 across the board can go a long way. And of course, in this case, being all 5, a very long way. These 2 come through once again for them. Kits across the board, bar chop. Wolfie. The AWP posted on the angle. No half-wall nade just yet. And he is going to make probably the smart call just to fall a little further back. I don't think we need to be sticking up close here. 6-2, right? And already getting 6 rounds on the CT side. You've got to be pretty happy if you're Marsborn right now.
Yep, certainly content, but the job is not done just yet because you can extend that lead to a commanding position come that second half, and they're going to know that Wildcard's money is hanging by a razor's edge. Wolfie may have missed the shot, not an easy one to land, but he's able to leave the grenade as a parting gift and deny the fast rush from Wildcard. But they have eyes elsewhere. They're going to start rotating back through on T-steps and pick up the bomb because they have the very forward position of Peeping. He's not had much impact so far in this half, but he's the first point of contact up in apps. Maybe he can have an entry or 2 up his sleeve, and that could get Wildcard in this round. But they're running out of time.
Grizz. He's posted, and he's going to be needed because Fizz is going to get caught. But there he is. Does drop down as well, but he'll reclaim a little bit of space here in towards Mini Pit. Has this mean crossfire. Stan is so blind! And Grizz, oh, he shuts down 3. He will fall to the hands of Friend, but a 1 versus 2 still in favor of Marsborn. 13 seconds of tap, but he doesn't stick the plant. Another tap as well. They're not falling for the bait, and Chop, nerves of steel, 2 stand tall, but that is a round 1 by Grizz. A mean quad kill from him.
And that flash on short was worth its weight in gold. That was insane. You saw 3 players, just like a snowstorm, a blizzard had descended amongst them, just white all over their screen. And although the entries were good from Peeping, it looked like they were about to just surge out onto the site and get that plant on the ground. The flash with the pit spray was a thing of beauty, and immediately Wildcard feel the effects. Their money in the trash bin. Marsborn with a 7-2 lead here now. And I think, you know, if you weren't really following much CS lately and you looked at pure name brand value, came into this game, you think, right, it's going to be a straightforward 2-0 for Wildcard. It's been anything but that.
Yeah, I think you're right. Man, for Wildcard, we're quite rapidly getting to the point of, I mean, first and foremost, maybe even no return, but also to the point of where we've, again, got to ask some pretty serious questions for this side. It is still flat. Sure, those couple of rounds were nice and expertly taken, but Marsborn should be getting 8-4 as the worst case scenario. This round should be pretty simple to see off unless Frank can pull off something pretty miraculous. And well, all things considered, this wildcard side, yeah, I mean, they're in a lot of trouble. Even a world as well in which, you know, their recon can take a bit of a hit. Friend not got a lot left in the back pocket. Same for Stanislaw either. Awkward spot now. With this, they're still split. Bomb wants to head towards B, but a smoke will slow them down. Maybe behind it could soften them up.
Surprisingly, it doesn't do too much damage as they were on the other side of the half wall. Just biding their time slowly and surely crawling their way up onto the banana, but another smoke is there to greet them. Third player coming over now in the form of Viz as well, as they have a good read of the situation, but Motum, who's been pretty on point so far today, His spray lets him down, and Wildcard have the player advantage as they spill onto the site once more.
Top, try flashing through, but Friend was there, and Friend will get 2. We said we need some heroics from him, and well, 2 to shut down that push through CT. So important. And that will be survival for now in this first half for Wildcard. They needed this round. I mean, still, for Grizz, he might stick around to make it expensive. He did have a lot of money himself, though, so not exactly like he can afford to fall for nothing, but here's these steps. One will cross, and he will let the other out as well. I say there's no way he's going for this late, so it will be Wildcard getting up to a third. Just a consolation kill for Grizz. Still a long road to recovery for Wildcard nonetheless, but that's a nice start again.
Yeah, Motum's been so dependable over on Train, but that was a bit of a rough one you want to forget pretty quickly. He had that round in the palm of his hands. They kind of lined up for his A4 and looked like he was going to spray straight through all of them. Didn't end up mattering. Wildcard with a third, but what can they do with this? Well, herein lies the problem. Right now, like, you've had a lot of success on the CT side, but they can't do much behind this A4. Like, realistically, this should be Wildcard picking up a 4th.
I think you're right. I mean, that's why we're having this conversation now for Marsborn, right? I mean, what do we actually do here? I think you just got to half to low by this, stay in or around 2K. I mean, maybe even as well, for Viz specifically, just not get anything. If they want the chance of an AWP in play, I'll buy a lot. We're seeing a small amount of ute will be brought to the table. I don't mind this. I generally think as well, when you are going to go for a low buy, I like the idea of just bringing in even just a 1 flash. You never know, right? It can go a long way. Unfortunately, it looks like we've lost Viz. So I think this tech pause is probably going to be turning more of a tech pause.
I totally agree with you, man. And especially when you look at a map like Inferno, for example, where there's a lot of sort of choke point pop flash positions. Like if you think of Banana, for example, you want to stack 3 or 4 players, you throw the perfect timing pop flash. You can get a couple kills from that quite easily, and pretty clean kills at that, trade up to an AK or 2, and then suddenly the round gets really interesting. So it's only a minimum investment of like, $200 obviously per flashbang. You've got a bit of extra surplus cash, why the hell not? You can go in for a buy for the last round and kind of throw a Hail Mary into this one. Plus, additionally, when you have an A4 in play, you're always going to have a puncher's chance, especially when Grizz is playing this well. He's been aggressive. He's been fluid.
Yeah.
I think the reason we've seen Wildcard hit the B site so much, by the way, as a side point, is that Grizz has been really aggressive in the apps area. And so it's going to condition you to always be a little bit cognizant and wary of potentially getting flanked or shot in the back. And this is the kind of round where you would not fault Grizz if you wanted to go for that very play. Like, if you want to say, right, you're unleashed, go and do what you do best, and that's entry frag, get in their face, make this uncomfortable. These are the kind of rounds where Grizz can really shine, if that's the way they want to try and establish this round.
Yeah, I think you're right. Viz is back as well, so probably a little reset and get back underway. There we go. So, 7-3. And Wildcard have the chance of making this 7-5. However, 7-5 wasn't enough in towards the first map. So I'm still kind of leaning in that favor of where for Marsborn, they're in a good spot. I'm pretty happy with what I'm seeing ultimately. And even just that one more round in this half, it goes such a long way to give yourself security, bolster up that lead. Nice bit of breathing room as well, make life so difficult for Wildcard. An important round. We saw Wildcard convert rounds sort of seamlessly out of nothing. All it had was that hero AK on Friend. Now let's see if Grizz and that rifle can do the same. Stat is ready for this, but doesn't mean he can hit the shot. Thankfully, Peeping can.
I love the idea. It's kind of what we were discussing. Like, let Grizz go do his thing with the M4. The problem is that even though he gets a 1-for-1 trade, the stack is on B. But do they assume that there's more players behind Grizz? Do they actually walk into this trap? It is only USPs, though. A P250 or a 5.7, you get a lot more excited about this. 4 USPs, it's hard to see, even if Wildcard do push headfirst into this stack, that Marsborn actually win it. Because it's like mosquitoes against a windshield when you're playing with USPs. It does nothing. The only positive is that Peepings took a bit of damage here, but that grenade is going to do a lot in return as it lands on top of the 2 on CT. And Motum is down to 8.
Shot there, but still a little funky. It's just the fact that, unfortunately, for Marsborn, they don't have that kind of recoverable weapon to work with. You may as well try and make it expensive. And they're very quickly getting in behind. Oh my god, friend. He's actually so lucky to get out of there unscathed. Same can't be said. Sonic, Peeping, they're all in spots now where... I mean, this is still very vulnerable. It has to be said. Also,
yeah,
there's two recoverable guns.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Grizz M4.
Yeah, it's somewhere.
Stanislaw dropped one as well. Not sure if it got tossed out in the map or not. We didn't quite catch that, but
Actually,
they'll know that there it is.
Have it? I don't know.
Chop's picked it up now. He's got his hands on it. So they've got both rifles. They've got a diffuse kit as well.
You give it a go, surely. You got nothing to lose. You buy next round anyway. They're not going to, unfortunately.
They buy considerably, yeah. Maybe you can get an AWP out of this. I wouldn't be surprised if the idea here is to try and weaken up some of Wildcard and let the bomb do the rest. See if they can maybe get like an AK or something. But unfortunately for them, Peeping is on the prowl. He's found himself 2 players. Now, luckily, neither of those players are the rifle carriers. So they will save both coming out of the round.
So, final round of the half, 7-4. Wildcard, a nice recovery towards the tail end. They've got 4 out of the last 6 rounds played. They can make it 5. It just gives them that reaching distance enough. No warp in play for Marsborn. I don't necessarily think that's the end of the world. I don't think, you know, Wolfie's been that amazing with it so far. So I think the rifle is sort of equally as good. Only the FAMAS for him, but I still think relatively strong all the same. Early banana control, a lot of it taken.
I think, honestly, another reason why the Wolfie's not really been activated is that Wildcard have been so B-centered. Like, an AWP is rough to really play with when you're constantly getting hit on the B site all the time and retaking for the most part. So, can't even necessarily blame Wolfie for that one. It's with that 5, the FAMAS, I should say, thought about going in for a re-peek on Boiler, decided against it, and Peeping is down there. He set up his campsite. He wants to camp in here as long as possible, look for rotations. He's playing almost like a lurk role right now. If he can get a kill, that would be the icing on the cake. But he's keeping them interested, and he's drawn away that second player from B site. Viz is making moves over onto A. For the time being, it's Chop all alone.
This can get real funky. Thankfully, the rotation looks like it's about to come over from Viz. I speak too soon, actually. He'll actually re-aggress back in. Chop is alone here, man. Like you mentioned, this is really dicey. Peeping in the back lines, only for 1. But now that Peeping's made the move, they've got to assume it's coming towards B. He's trying to be the one to split, and in they come.
Chop just trying to stay alive as long as possible. Smoke is cleared. Actually works out for him, but he shouldn't be able to get more than 1. How? How was Friend gone down to the hands of Chop as well? And now Viz through to Smoke. He's pivoted in, and he's pierced the life of another couple. Marsborn will lead going into the second half, 8-4.
Alrighty, welcome back. 8-4, Marsborn. It's a nice half. It's a nice little buffer zone that they've put themselves into. They're feeling quite comfortable about where they're at right now, and the question is, can they build upon it? You got a pistol round here if you're Marsborn, and you're going to put yourself in a really, really good position. Massively built up and getting ever closer to a 2-0 in this series, which I think it's safe to say, Vince, we were just talking about it, neither of us expected this.
No, maybe Marsborn to sneak out a win, but certainly not a 2-0, and obviously we'll see how this one comes down. That flashbang is so good, but Chop still delivers the fatal blow onto Friend, and now JBA, he's all alone. Stanislaw can't do much from the alcove. He gets pushed in from 3 players, but there is Sonic. He has a chance. There's always the opportunity to put that USP to use, but Marsborn intelligently, diligently back away. They don't want to get shut down in the back. They clear their angles. They will have a plant coming through onto the A site, and all the pressure briskly shifts onto the shoulders of Sonic and Peeping, the latter of which is trying to get that early angle, try and catch them off guard in transition as they move away from the site. But 2 players deep on there, trying to draw away fire. The 3rd player in pit can wide swing at any point and look to try and get involved. This is such a difficult retake with the positionings for the T's. As it stands, as Sonic gets aggressive, he's the player with the kit, and he's landed himself 2 headshots, and it was Chop that picked up the first frag in this half, and now he's going to have to try and go full circle and secure this one and seal it up as Sonic puts him down. And with the kit, he may have enough time. It's going to be incredibly close, though, but Sonic holding on for dear life as the timer runs dry. He may have taken down Chop, but he goes down with the ship.
Man, it is such a commendable effort, but unfortunately not to be, not enough. And that'll be Marsborn putting up yet another round on the board, and once again, starting to pull further and further away. Time is drastically now running out. Ah, that's a tilter. That really is. You know, you've really got to feel kind of for Sonic, I think specifically because of how well he's done isolating fights. But it happens. Look where we're at now. 9-4. Chop can open things up as well towards JBA. They've gone for a force here. It's a bit of a Hail Mary play. We'll see how it pans out.
Now, the new economy does allow you to take some more risks on the CT side. If you get kills, obviously, your entire team is going to be bolstered with $50 per kill. It does add up over the duration of rounds. The problem is that they're running out of time on this half already, and it's not looking good. Losing the first player puts them in such an awkward position. 2 players also exceptionally low with their 5.7s. And Marsborn, they don't have to commit to anything as it stands. They're just waiting and anticipating that Wildcard will try and get aggressive and push into them. And if they do wait a bit longer, Stanislaw is going to do just that. It's the easiest of kills for Grizz. That's exactly what they were waiting for. 50 seconds still allocated. They've also, by the way, lost no health in all the process of these early flirtatious fights. So 10-4 looking like it's pretty much just dialed in already.
Yeah, I think you're right. Peeping being so low, surely no chance. Some serious headshots got to be hit here. Mac-10 trying to just make sure there's no way he's surviving. He's going to get overwhelmed as well, and the Glil has the opportunity to tap away at range. Grizz will prioritize the bomb going down. Mac-10's going to swing, and honestly, you may as well send Motum in. He can make a serious amount of money here. He's got the HP as well to work with, so why not fly around those corners? Only pistols on the flip side, and here's an opportunity for him. The first and the second. I think that's a good call. Marsborn 10-6. I said before, may I say, 6 rounds ahead and only 3 rounds away. This, I don't know about you, Vince, but this feels done for me.
Yeah, it definitely has that kind of that vibe to it, doesn't it? Like we've just not seen Wildcard. It feel like get out of second gear this entire game. It felt like their heads went down a lot after that train loss. They probably should have won it. They had multiple chances, losing a lot of clutches, a lot of really impactful, important moments. And well, into this round, you're looking at a Deagle, P250, a 5.7. Not really much in terms of utility. They're looking to look to get aggressive, though. Good flash to spray from the Galil is going to yield a couple of kills. I'll hold the phone for a second. Maybe, just maybe, there is a way forward after all. And it's the USP. How he wishes he had any other pistol in the game. But what an effort from Wildcard. Even if they were to lose this round, they nearly picked it up in a position they should never have got close.
I love the decision, though, to double pump back towards A. Unfortunately for Sonic, he's made a gamble call. And it's one that will not pay off. Bomb's going to come down towards their site. He's so far away. It's a great round from Wildcard, all things considered. They don't bring anything to the table, and they've kind of made something of this, but it's going to take Sonic such a long time to get over there. Now, again, I actually think he may as well give it a go. Sure, you can giving over a bit of kill bonus is one thing, but money's already getting built up already. Why not see how expensive you can make it? He's going to scoop up a Mach 10. Osborne will not be denied of that 11th, though. Reaching distance now of this finish line.
He seems content to just take the goal out of this one. It bolsters the next buy that little bit more. Far from ideal, of course, but as you said, if you take this round out of the context of how the game is going, it's a really nice effort from Wildcard. As Sonic lays down Motum, so he will be able to hold on to that Galil. But it's 11-4 on the scoreboard. And keep in mind as well, if you missed the first map, Marsborn did win their choice of train. And there is no loser bracket. There is no lower bracket here. If you lose, you are eliminated. You have no hope of getting to Blast Open London.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is as simple and as cutthroat as that. 11-4. Potentially for the final time, a true buy that comes through for Wildcard. Lose this, Marsborn find themselves on map series point, and they break that econ once again. A few real commendable showings, and then of course, Chop, that name that again gets brought up. 5-0 in opening duels, but Sonic to crack open this round. He spams down to find Grizz.
Yeah, you can't argue those stats. That is incredible. 15 kills, 5 of them opening duels.
Yeah.
Impact all the way to the bank. And Grizz can definitely get up into that bracket as well. First player to die in this round. Marsborn will be wiping the tears away with dollar bills as it stands right now, because they are looking wealthy across the board. A few players are a little bit lower, obviously, after the previous round, the previous mishaps, but they should be good to go.
Moving forward, Sonic has support here. Looks like he probably want to be sending Wolfie in first there just because of how low Motum is. Oh, Sonic is actually quite fortunate that for the most part, that wasn't too damaging on towards him. Wolfie going to find Sonic nonetheless. They're trying to find where this C4 is, and peeping very expertly does, but Motum will trade, and Bomb, seconds out of asking, will go down. 3 versus 3 here in the post plant.
Friend, not trying the stealthy approach, tries to find and pierce through that smoke, allow Stanislaw to get up close. Now Motum is exceptionally low. A stray bullet, one of those Molotovs or HEs landing next to him, and he is a goner. He's a dead man. They're going to try and bait him out to go in first, and he will get the entry they're looking for. Do they expect a double stack on Shadow? The double pump does get checked, but it's Wolfie with expert precision on the first frag and transfers into the second. And Marsborn have 8 chances to cause the upset, knock Wildcard out of this event, and move forward to the semi-finals.
And doing it in 2 as well. Wow, how important that would be for them. All signs pointed to a one-sided showing in favor of this Wildcard side, but as this game has progressed, Marsborn have got better and better. And Grizz and Chop have looked absolutely fantastic. So, as you said, 8 chances, 12-4. We do buy back in, and Friend does have an AWP. And half armor to support it, but that's fine. Of course, AK's on the flip side, so don't need any more than that. The one thing that does really worry me, though, is that Utah is a little limited still towards Wildcard. If they're forced towards a retake, as they just were, they can struggle.
It's a real team effort from Marsborn as well. Everybody double digits. Everyone pulling their weight. No loose ends here. No weakened players to be exploited and expunged from Wildcard. It's been such a good collective effort here from Marsborn. I know people are going to get on the back of Wildcard here, but give Marsborn their due credit. They've played a really good map here of CS. Their T-side has looked razor sharp.
Viz, he's going to find Sonic, and this might be the beginning of the end as well, as he makes it a second behind. Oh, Viz looking to close it alone. JBA is here, but Viz is still finding frags, and why not? All down to one. Give him the ace at this point. Let him find it to close it in style. A bit of suave for Marsborn. This map, this series is concluded. And friend, constellation kills might be offered up, but not even that. What a way to do it. 13-4. They do it on their opponent's map pick. Inferno, a masterclass there by Marsborn.
4 of their 5 players end that map on 15 frags. Viz finished strong on Train, and the same can be said of Inferno. So impressed with Marsborn. There are problems with Wildcard. Like, we're not going to be able to just dodge this and say, like, they played their A game, that they were fantastic. We saw a lot of cracks. We saw a lot of problems. We even discussed going into Inferno. Statistically speaking, it looked grim. Their T sides have been lackluster, to say the least. And it happened again. I don't know what's going on with this team now. I don't know who's calling. I don't know where the roles are coming down right now, but it's obviously a team that is struggling.
I think ultimately they don't know either, mate. I think if we're being completely frank, and I think it's pretty indicative of these performances. You know, if we look back at this wildcard side prior to the player break, they're a genuine contender for being the top end of tournaments like this and actually being considered favorites alongside your M80s of the world. But we have to come back to it now, and we said we would if the result doesn't go their way and they do end up going out, you know, immediately, right? You have to look back at moments like this where they're coming in as the heavy favorites in towards this matchup and arguably even the tournament too, in terms of on paper and the rankings and all the rest. For them to exit in the first round, you have to look back and say, right, so why are we making these sort of roster changes? For what reason? Why was Fuzi not the option? Why was Sus not the option? I mean, you know, this is the general narrative that's been thrown around a lot in terms of kind of Twitter and Reddit and why not. It's sort of why are these decisions being made? And I think the peep and pickup is fantastic. This kid is so talented, and we see those flashes, even especially map number 1. He was excellent, but as a whole, this team looks like a shadow of their former selves. You can see it even as well with some of the decisions. Minus stand, plus stand, 5 days later. Like, you can see there is just carnage going on behind the scenes for Wildcard. And unfortunately, until they clean up what's actually going on and figure out what their identity is, what they're actually trying to do as a team, these results are going to become standard for them.
Very likely going to be the case. And like we said, there's not many opportunities in the NA region. So when you get a chance like this, you've got to grab it with both hands. I mean, ultimately, like we said, there's no lower bracket. This is single elimination, and they are done. They're the first team eliminated now. Many people did not expect that, myself included, but that's the situation we're in.
Yeah, exactly that. But that is only our first game of Counter-Strike up on the day as well. We've got a second to bring you after a break as M80 take on Supernova Comet. Potential for another real banger there as well. And we'll have to see whether the upset's on the cards. It might be the day for it. We'll have to find out. Before we get there, though, we're going to throw this on to a bit of a break. And we've got, I think, a bit of an extended break as well until we get in towards our second game. At least on HLTV, it's saying around an hour's time. So we'll see. But we'll be throwing a timer up on your screens as well. For now, though, for myself and Vince, we'll see you all very soon. Welcome back. Well, at the end of that, we've got a few things to discuss. An MVP, of course, being one of the main ones. But all in all, I think it has to be said, a fantastic result by Marsborn, right? This is a side who came into the series and we were saying, you know, chances are the odds don't favor them. They're the underdogs in towards this series. They didn't play like it. Confident all the way throughout, Vince, especially that map number 2. They didn't pull any punches.
No, they didn't. They went straight for the jugular, and I really got to respect that. Also, you saw a lot of self-belief and confidence. They start train T side. A lot of teams that are kind of up against it may go for gimmicks. They may just go for rushing every single round. They didn't. They were very slow, very passive, very methodical, very deliberate in how they were occupying, and they got the reward for it. You know, but we also did say in the pregame, it's probably the best time to play wildcard right now, because they may be like this team that has the capabilities of being a beast, but they're kind of a wounded beast right now. You know, like they're not quite 100%. And you got to give credit for Marsborn. They sensed that weakness and they absolutely exploited it and deserved the win. When you start the game winning the first pistol, then you go 5-1 behind. I don't know about you now, but I thought, right, here we go. This is it.
Yeah.
It's going to go. It's going to be a stomp. It's going to be super one-sided. Absolutely not. Great comeback from Marsborn. A lot of respect.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do as well. I think as much as there's individuals that we can really throw up, and you know, basically all of them we can. One guy that I also do just want to bring up, even though his numbers may not run away, I think Wolfie actually called a really good game there, right? I think he set this side up for a lot of success. He knew how to get the individuals really into the thick of things. This is how things look at the tail end. And you touched it, 4 to 5 players on 15 kills for Marsborn. Wolfie, not even that far behind on 11 as well. It's not like he was completely falling apart, right? So everybody's had a really good game over towards Marsborn. That's an incredibly good showing and a really good sign as well. That's a holistic win. Everybody gets involved. Everybody has their moments. Everybody shines when they're called upon. And Wolfie in particular, in specifically the calling, good sign to wildcard. You really can't say the same. I think, you know, another decent map from Peeping. Sonic had a nice little kind of 3-piece in the pistol, even though he couldn't win it, unfortunately. Friend had a couple of kills here and there that were pretty important, but as a whole for wildcard, there's not really a lot we can say in terms of a nice note.
No, there were glimpses of brilliance in on train, especially Peeping. At one point, he was like 10-2. As you said, he's really young guy, but he's got tons of talent and potential. But it felt like he was shackled by Marsborn, and that also factors into what you were talking about with some of Wolfie's calling. I think they did a really good job of cooling him off and not allowing him to fully flourish. This play here from Apps is pretty much the only thing that we got to see from him on this lurk entry that he was playing a couple of times, but he was also getting wrecked and savaged by Chop multiple times, pushing second mid on the CT side. So it was just a really good game across the board. Marsborn, I'm sure, are ecstatic about that performance, and they absolutely should be. Deserved winners in the end. And although this highlight is showing moments of 1v1s and 2v2s, ultimately, Marsborn were typically getting the opening picks more often, and they were closing out the rounds more often with clutches, and that's really the important factor.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. So now we have to look in terms of actually how far Marsborn can go in this tournament. And, you know, with this kind of going back to the drawing board for wildcard, it is that sort of what's next narrative that we have to build up for them. It's not a spot that you want to be in, of course. Going out dead last and the first team to fall in this tournament, it's a really uncomfortable conversation that now gets opened up, and it's just the worst thing that wildcard could have off the back of making immediate changes. But we can forget about that for now. Marsborn, this man Chop, fantastic. Walks away with the MVP. He had a fantastic series, 1.24 rating across the series for him too. And I just think he was so consistent, but it's one of those things, you could give it to a multitude of players. I think Viz is definitely up in the narrative as well. And Grizz also too. I think they all had their moments. Motum as well, similar rating to Viz and Grizz. Everybody, in terms of that rifling core, had their moments of shining. And sure, Wolfie doesn't run away in the numbers, but like we said, the calling was excellent. And that's something that can't be said for wildcard.
Yeah, and also for Wolfie, his stats may not look as good as the rest of the team, but keep in mind, he was playing on the A side. Almost every single round, wildcard were hitting B. So when you're like playing the opposite side of the map, this is why stats don't paint the full picture, as we often discuss, right? Like the way that the game was kind of shaping up, he was doing his impact by calling, by making those third rotational players go over, by having well staggered smoke grenades that were choking wildcard out. They never felt like they had a chance to really explode onto the site. And just as a side point as well about Chop, remember at the start of train he was 0-6. We even highlighted he was yet to get off the mark. He didn't have any impact. He finished that map pretty solid way, and the second map was all him. Mega respect, not just to Chop, but to Marsborn overall.
Yeah, that's a real show of mental fortitude as well. So very, very happy with that kind of win for Marsborn and just the fashion in which they did it. They just got better as the series progressed. So real credit to them. And unfortunately, Wildcard got worse as the series progressed. But like we said, that is only our first series of the day. We have got more Counter-Strike action coming up more or less immediately as well. We are rolling the schedule forward, so we're keeping the Counter-Strike coming. M80 going to be taking on Supernova Comets to follow up our second series of the day, and has the potential to be a bit of a banger as well. Now with wildcard elimination, M80 do take the mantle as being the favorites left in this qualifier. Supernova Comets, they've got a real big task ahead of them, and this is a really good opportunity to, in a similar fashion to Marsborn, cause that upset, punch up, and really prove the level that they can play at.
Absolutely. They got some very talented players in the team as well, but obviously we're going to be focusing on M80 first. You know, you're speaking about who the heavy hitters are left in this tournament. One of the other ones is NRG, of course, who have been rifled as Hexed has been moved across to M80. We're discussing this momentarily in the break there. You're a big fan of this move. You're liking this.
Yeah, I like Hex as an individual. I actually think he's really, really solid. I think, you know, if we're comparing roster moves from, you know, Wildcard to M80, M80 win hands down. I will say as a whole, I liked Rek, and I thought initially when I saw, before I knew it was Hex, when I saw that Rek was getting benched, I wasn't a fan of that immediately. I didn't think, you know, if we're being frank, a lot of the main person that people are looking with their kind of head on the chopping block over towards M80 has been Swisher for a while. And the Rek one kind of came as a bit of a surprise, but Hex, it feels like a guy who can be an upgrade just in terms of firepower. He's a very, very solid player. I think he offers a lot, not only in the server, but also outside of the server as well. We know that when Hex really started to make his kind of name value known and started to really play up on these lands, the way in which he'd get loud, the way in which he'd fire up his team, that was so invaluable to him, and he became a bit of a staple of North American Counter-Strike. And actually, funnily enough, in quite a similar vein to how Lake has been since coming in towards M82. Both very loud, both very proud in their own vein. So a really interesting side, of course. I still think Sin's a really good IGL. I think actually one of the best IGLs they've got in the North American region. Of course, one of those EU imports. I'm a big fan of M80. On the flip side, Supernova Comets as well. I haven't caught this side in a while now in terms of me casting them, but I've seen them, of course, recently in what they've done, and they continue to scale up and continue to kind of prove just their worth as well. Of course, we saw kind of recently what they've been doing, but you got to look at them coming through the open qualifiers, 2-0 fashion in which they did it as well to get their spot here. Really, really nicely done. And prior to this as well, they've been continuing to compete within not only kind of a lot of the qualifiers that are dotted around, but also Impact as well, right? Which they ended up finishing second. A really commendable performance.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of them during the player break. Obviously, the same was said for Supernova Comets. They weren't playing that much. They've been coming back, but since then they've suffered 5 defeats in a row until they beat Full House. So although they have picked up those accolades you've said, and they've been gradually leveling up, lately, this last week or two, has been a little bit rough in terms of the results. So I'm very curious to see if they can shake that off, come into this tournament and really make the most of the opportunities that are given across here, because there's no doubting that their talent. Empathy is a really solid player. Statistically, is up there with tons and tons of impact, averaging nearly 90 ADR, by the way, which is crazy, crazy high by any player standard. So you look at this team, definitely don't write them off.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. There's the real potential for this to be a bit of a test. And I think also it's quite a good test, just in a sense, for Supernova Comets in terms of, let's see sort of where we stand in terms of the level, right? In terms of M80 are an incredibly tough ask. They're one of the best sides we got in North America currently, especially, you know, in this qualifier as a whole. They've got to be considered one of the scariest just in terms of the raw firepower they bring. So now is a real perfect time to sort of test your mettle in a way and see what you can bring to the table. Of course, the main name I'm always going to throw out for them, of course, being Empathy. I think, you know, they've offered us so much when we've seen them through Impact. So I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table. But I think we've got picks and bans ready to be brought in towards this one. So a bit of a veto process. And I'm interested again to see whether that overpass is a potential for M80. It's a map in which they actually have been playing quite a lot. We immediately see Trainer Nuke get banned on Nuke again getting banned, but understandably here is a perma ban over towards M80, but just a map that doesn't seem that popular in the North American region. We're going to get a Mirage and an Ancient to follow suit, so they don't go for what did, you know, immediately for me feel like a punish pick of overpass.
Yeah, I think the problem, though, for Supernova Comets is that M80 have played Overpass 6 times. They have a 100% win rate. So they're really teeing off well. So it's one of those situations where, like, maybe we don't want to play against a map where they are looking ridiculously strong. I think this veto's kind of gone the way I was expecting in terms of the insta-bans. Like, Nuke is M80's, like you said. Train is the insta-ban as well from Supernova Comets. And then it was kind of like the leftover map. So Mirage, pretty even between the two teams. I think this is a really interesting map to kick things off. This could go either way.
I'm so surprised that M80 are the ones who ban Overpass, though. You know, they're 6-6 in that map. Yeah, M80 banned in the second wave. That is I don't know why, but kind of a wild one. But I mean, who knows? The Dust 2 being that decider, again, a map that does feel inherently a little bit more even on paper. But I think you're right. I like Mirage as that pick to come through. I think Mirage is always the great litmus test. This is the map in which you can really kind of show a little bit of your prowess, but you got to look at kind of the recent form, especially for M80. They're on a 5-match win streak, and there's some really decent teams in there, right? We've got Getting Info, who of course are in this tournament. Blue Jays, who've become quite notable. Getting Info again as well, actually even twice in the last 5 games. So this is a side who are starting to heat up sort of, I think, in the region as a whole. And yeah, Mirage is being that opener. It's a map everybody knows, everybody loves. There's nothing new on it. So it should be quite spicy. I'm really excited to get this one underway, but of course, before we get there, we're going to throw this one to a little bit of a break. When we are back, we're straight on the way in towards this series. It's Mirage coming up next. For now, though, we'll see you soon. Hello, welcome in. We're about to kickstart our second series of the day here. It's M80 taking on Supernova Comets. And I am really interested to see how this Mirage goes. I mean, it is the Pugger's paradise. This is a real time for individuals to step up. And Hex will open things up. Raven quick on the trade.
Oh, Slack's going to be forced away from the con side, but does have strength in numbers. Swisher goes down to Serendipity. They can then focus their attention over on the CT boxes. Lake, though, comes through with 2, and he is one of those big, heavy fraggers. You're looking at him and Slacks realistically, but it's the IGL, the German of Sin, that lays down the law at the end and gets M80 across the finish line. But that was looking chaotic for a few moments.
It was. There was a brief moment there. That could have been a little funky. Not to be, though. M80 have a chance to just get an early scale. This round should be a bit of a freebie. There isn't really a lot that Supernova can bring to the table in towards this one. Deagle for empathy. That's about it. A bomb plant would be nice in a round like this, but highly unlikely. Slacks. Playing via window. And actually, in due time, will be tested. Just waiting, biding their time. They're still not committed to the fight here, but as a supporter Swisher too, this could get a little funky. Just one nade towards top mid would go a long way. In they come, Swisher now has a chance to put some numbers on the board. It's the fleshy beings, they've got no armor, so this should be an easy mow down for the M4s, and it is.
Therein lays the issue with going for firepower, but no smokes. You'd ideally want to have a smoke in the window or short connector, just one of these angles as Hext lays down the final player. M80 get across with no loss of life. Nice bonus round coming through. But yeah, typically you'll see a lot of teams like smoke off the windows there so they can try and put those deagles to use on con or short. And they could see as soon as M80 noticed that that was not forthcoming, they just peek one by one, just being super annoying, just tearing at the middle presence that Supernova Comets were trying to pick up. However, they didn't fully invest. They got full AKs coming in.
Oh, well, let's see what the AKs do here. Molotov in towards top mid. Lake going to take a bit of mid control as well. And actually, the move is a pack here. Of the support, swinging in. Forks for one, but Swisher and Lake will find kills in response to take the numbers in their favor. So that becomes a little funky. Numbers don't favor Supernova here. So the potential for this bonus buy to be pretty damning. Bomb dropped and spotted 2 goes a long way for M80's info gain, but Sin makes a bold push, and Raven will punish. Fair play.
Raven on point for the second round so far. Had a good start to the pistol round. Just punishing M80 for any shenanigans they were trying to do through on the B-app side, and with a low Lake depleted somewhat, there is a way forward here for Supernova Comets if they want to try and push towards the A side. No one actually here for the time being. Swisher playing cons, we'll have a fast rotation alongside Slacks. But if they don't make any noise, if they keep it quiet and stealthy, they could sneak up on M80. However, Swisher, Spidey sense tingling, turns his back over onto the A side once more.
Okay, well, Smoke's down a gap on that right-hand side as well, but they don't even really need to cross, if we're being frank. They might still, though. And that'll be a freebie for Swisher. Serendipity caught. Even down to half as well is going to put them in a really difficult spot here. Nice push and a find. Swisher gets caught. Gets a second on towards Lake as well. It's all on Slack, who swings and finds. My God, is that close, but it will be another round that goes the way of M80.
Really nice effort from Raven again, though. It seems so far the shining light on this team. Very early doors on Mirage, but you saw a really big mistake. There was a gap in the smoke. And you said they didn't need to cross. I think they assumed the smoke was fully plumed. Here it is. Just playing on the outskirts of it, Swisher making the most of it. Not even looking towards con. They were fully invested on CT side, and it has stung. So a fast 3-0 in a bonus round where they had 2 MP9s, I believe, coming into it. 2 scouts in play for the Comets. Don't see this every day.
A little different. Hoping to sort of tag him up, then maybe the kind of the rifle, kind of pistols can bag them, or vice versa. But 71 damage to the body. Scouts can still be very precarious, and it's the Glil that'll find the first for them. Still numbers favor M80. Down in towards top mid, that'll force Sticks forward. Empathy 1 for 1. At the hands of Hex, that leaves Raven all alone, and Sin ready for that one there. 4-0 for M80. And they started quite well. And that, you know, there is that loss bonus that Supernova Comets can try to keep working with here. But these rounds are quite quickly being decided. M80 looking really solid.
Yeah, it's just a case of almost like a death match in middle. It's like you're playing League, playing ARAMs or something, you know? Everyone just goes mid and just says, right, let's take the gloves off and throw down. Unfortunately for the Comets, they're against one of the strongest teams in this tournament with a bunch of firepower on them, and they're finding that out firsthand. However, full AKs are now at the forefront. This is the second time we've seen the Comets with a solid purchase. Is this going to go any better? It nearly worked in their favor last time, thanks to some heroics from Raven.
Wait, moving forward. Ended up bank round to try and soften up a bit, and actually does exactly that. A lot of damage. Dealt a third one as well. That is perfectly placed. Numbers advantage. M80 once again. Swisher, right idea, playing up close here. So get a little funky still. The swing onto Empathy is a good one. The molly ticking too. Information to be gained, and a quick sharp shot from Slacks. Even all on the shoulders of Raven once again. Consolation kill short. M80, another all solid round.
Such an underrated skill from AWPers, or just any players for that matter, when you can flick down or upwards at a diagonal line. And I know it sounds like a weird thing to say, but typically CS is such like a lateral kind of game where you're looking towards the horizon, everything's roughly the same kind of level. Flicking up and down is such a hard skill, and you saw Slacks there, just lightning fast. Nails the shot on the first time of asking. Really, really nice shot. And the Comets again on the back foot. 2 MAC-10s with 3 Galils. They've got to be so careful in mid. Now, it is just the one player in the form of Empathy that's trying to draw away some of the impact over on the B site. That will be hexed by himself. He's about to see some action here as they start to push him down.
On the pressure, Slacks and Swisher will combine, and Hex up close as well to add to it. The AWP giving a bit of a freebie as Forks are just stopping that window, and Swisher re-aggresses in towards mid. Sixth, may I say, for M80. Really is quite solid. I mean, unfortunately for the Comets right now, we're not even getting to the point of kind of bomb plants coming through. So they're still in that real kind of unstable spot, and they're trying to play this quick pace. But M80, they're happy to fight in the chaos themselves.
Hey, they're just fine. You want to get dirty? You want to get up close and personal? M80 will meet you there. They're not above it at all. Really fast 6-0 as well now. It feels like we've only been casting for a couple of minutes, and it's already the scoreline. It couldn't go from bad to worse. As Lake is there for 2. However, Fox comes out with 1 kill of their own, and now it should be a plant going down. A 2v2. How will the Comets favor in this clutch? As Swish is getting aggressive. Already 11 kills to his name. Incendiary out, trying to force away the angle with a HE bank behind it. Not going to do a great deal, but he's trying to waste as much time as possible and allow Hex to get into position. Fully funnel the attention of both of the T's towards him. Play possum and taunt them across as Swisher goes in and cleans up the rest. Once again, a nearly come round for Comets, but it slips through their fingers.
Oh, it's so close. Swisher, nerves of steel as well, it has to be said from him. Really, really well done. Just standing tall in the open and just playing off the back of reactions. But that is so, so close. They overwhelm, right? They move as this pack. Some real nice shots being hit. Empathy, Raven, Forks all getting in on the action. But just unable to see off that last pillar. The Bastion over towards M80. 7-0. And over Comets. How close they got in towards that one. There's got to be a lot of hope now within them thinking, all right, surely we can make something out of this.
I think the pressure's well and truly off. Like, most people come into this game expecting the Comets to probably not be able to live to that level of M80. But it's a free hit. Why not go for it? You've had a few rounds that should have gone your way, and surely this is it. They've not had a better chance than a 2v4. Sticks with a nice shot. And now Hexton Sin, completely isolated from one another. Sin would have to go huge here to just even get this round close to clutchable. As they cross onto the site, position is given away, Molotov tossed down. They haven't dealt with him just yet, so that's going to funnel away a couple of players into the open. But the problem is that Hext isn't really able to capitalize on that one. As he's moving into Con, now he's found the kill. There's a way forward. A low sticks on 26 HP. As Hex comes out, the frag though going to go away from it. A kill that probably should have been picked up, but finally Supernova Comets have arrived.
Yeah, nice first round as well. Really, really solid post plant. And M80 just unable to break it down. There was a potential for Raven where they could have fallen. Basically, it was that decision of molly on towards the bomb planter or guarantee that first kill. And they opt for option one. And that probably, in hindsight, is just the bad decision for M80. Get that first kill, try and isolate another behind it as the bomb's going down. Or either way, you still got a comfy lead. Nothing really to worry about just yet. Still plenty of cash to work with too. Slack's holding in towards mid. And potentially get tested. Flash will come around and yeah, it won't affect him all too much. Top of that smoke, a little bit blind, but Empathy the first to fall.
This mid presence has been so difficult to unweed on the side of M80. They've tried multiple times to have the Comets, but that grenade just a little bit too shy, a little bit deeper into the underpass, and that would have been significant damage. Swisher, though, still eagle-eye trained on the boost, spots it. Information will be relayed to his teammates, and it's Lake that's there to try and send them packing. He knows, has to be on the left side, didn't drop back out, would have heard the noise of the foot on the ground. Now, the only problem for him is if a second player tries to boost in, that could play hell with his aim, but he just pivots down. He was expecting it, anticipating that peak, and Raven is laid down in window.
Look at this double stack as well. This is a harsh one to break down. And Swisher does so well. Second kill, and NK scooped up, no less. 8-1. Back to the winning ways and building upon this lead. I mean, this first half is already getting to the point of being completely under lock and key for M80. And this setup, so well done. Swisher and Hext playing off the back of contact of each other, expertly shutting down that B aggression. So, reinvest back in, of course. That's the one thing sort of going for the Comets right now, because of loss bonus, means that buys are quite consistent. We're looking for at least a little bit of something out of this round. You get towards like 3 rounds, even that could be workable with a pistol.
Swisher, though, continue to twist the screws. It does look like just a foregone conclusion here for this map. The way it's gone, the nature and how these rounds have gone down. Few and far between opportunities on the side of the Comets as they've lost Raven. Probably the shining beacon so far in this half. And Serendipity looking to try and get off that 1 kill mark. Flick not quite connecting. Well-placed flash, though, from Lake, and Sin will clean up the rest. M80 looking good to hit double digits on their first half of Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, the way they're playing right now, you have to say it is deserved in a way. They're just looking so clean, M80. Bar that one round, there hasn't really been many mistakes, and individually, so unbelievably sharp. Fortunately, the Comets just don't have a response, and they don't have a buy to work with in the penultimate round either. As much as they have lost bonus, not enough to invest in towards this one. So yeah, double digits should be more or less a guarantee. Hex will play the van angle. And we'll jump up as well. It's going to play up close. He played there a little bit earlier, but with Yuto coming down, why not play behind it? With the AK, could even be in for that spot on the mowdown.
I mean, I feel like it right now for the Comets, but this is an amazing learning experience. They don't typically play teams of M80 stature. So make the most of it while you can. Sticks doing that with a MAC-10. Good flash in. Hext has been put down. And now Lake is going to be called upon to go above and beyond. He's got one. Oh, Oh, the boost up though. Swisher's seen this too many times. He's read the script. He knows what's coming up. And although the Deagle gets in his face, Swisher moves to a brisk 18 kills in the round 11. 18-3.
Oh.
As the AWP misses out.
But Swisher doesn't. Still so low, but Love and life nonetheless. Fox picked up a gun as well, but it's such a good flash from Sin. My oh my. 20-3 for Swisher. And double digits locked in place for M80. Really showing their prowess. I think you're right, you know, when you're in the game itself, it may not feel like it, but in hindsight, this is kind of one of those perfect games. You know, they always say you learn from your losses, and I think this is a good one to learn for and learn from kind of Supernova Comets, right? You know, it's a harsh loss, and it shows, and it would be kind of quite easy to pick out, you know, where are our mistakes and what do M80 do that's really good that we can bring into our game. So, really good experience, as you put it. Sin and Slacks will combine for an opener of their own, and Sin doesn't need to peek now. He'll get out too. Smoke down to give him a bit of coverage. Just late on the AWP that you don't see all too often. This one looks like it's done already. Empathy. 1 versus 5. A huge arse. Got a consolation kill. But that's all it will be. 11-1. What a first half by M80. We'll see if they can continue it after the break. Welcome back. 11-1. M80 looking absolutely fantastic, right? There's nothing really you can say about it. And now, heading on towards their T side, a chance for them to, well, I guess just see off this map, Vince, in a real confident fashion. 11-1 first half. I can't see any other way in which it doesn't go the way of M80. And the way they've been playing, pretty soonish.
Yeah, I think it's you know, a situation of really trying to savor every round here. Again, this is a great learning experience for the Comets and play for some pride. You know, try and effectively get yourself on the board, get a few more rounds here, and really make a go of this one. Because, yeah, sure, if you look at the stats, I mean, it doesn't lie. This has been incredibly one-sided. There's no getting around from that one. As Fox is going to get themselves a kill, but it's not going to stop the post-plant from coming to fruition and allowing M80 now to try and spread themselves out into jungle. Two players getting aggressive. They know one is in murder hole, and they have finished that kill off. It's looking pretty bleak here as the Comets coming through. All three players on CT box.
Right, it's such a good angle here. With the P250, no less. Doesn't even need to fight that much as well because of the crossfire. And Hexed, exactly there, ready to bail him out. Raven will fall. 12-2-1. M80, map point on their opponent's map pick. And Mirage, you know, we did say kind of this great litmus test, but M80 have just looked so sharp for them. So real nice work. Map point as well. And there's a bit of a buy to work with, which is whatever Supernova can kind of bring to the table. We got a couple of MP9s, a couple of Deagles, and a Scout to round it out. But it's going to be a tough one to convert considering there's AKs on the flip side.
Yeah, no doubt. No SMGs. But the SMG on the side of Raven is going to strike gold. M80, with full rifle still up and running. Empathy hiding in shadow. Smoke has gone down into jungle. They're not dealing with the CT side just yet. Beautiful shot from Empathy with a deke, and there's a second one. We did highlight Empathy as being a player to watch out for, and moments like that are exactly why.
Let's see. B9 around this corner. Slack. On a fight. Sticks as well. Switch up. Versus 2. AK to be recovered in a whole minute. Okay, that's a nice shot. A Serendipity and a Deagle, but 50 HP on towards Swisher. Still definitely a chance here.
Nice choice. Oh, got shot through the middle. I was just about to say, he did hear the footsteps, definitely in window. But well-placed smoke shot will get the Comets their second round on the board. And the money for M80, not looking good.
Yeah, you're right. No bomb plant in that one. What are they going to bring? Deagles across the board. Half armor. Swisher. It's a little bit extra money, so pick up a little bit of util. Smoke molly, double flash. Opportunity, though, for Supernova Comets to build up a little bit. And Raven will open things up. Nice work.
Nice shot at range from Con as well, as Lake is felled. But on the deck, Stick's going to be turning their attention up onto the Palace side as well. Swisher is there, 24 kills. I shudder to think of what his ADR is right now. It must be astronomically high.
I'll check.
Can he add any more to it, though?
Just shy of 160 ADR. Absolutely nuts. Raven going to find Sin. More as well, and it'll be Hexed. All 4, and it's all down to Swisher. Pop shots being taken. Should be all for North, and Raven will see it off. Deagles to be scooped up. And a third on the board for Supernova Comets. Small little push back into kind of cutting this deficit, saving a bit of face as well, but also starting to test some things and figure out where the weaknesses are for M80. And even if it's not going to be too useful in this map specifically, I'm bringing it in towards the Ancient and find, right, where are the gaps and what are the tendencies of M80 and how can we use that in towards map number 2.
Yeah, they've got a golden opportunity here to really build a fair few more rounds into this map. Just whatever happens, do not lose to Glocks and 1 Tech 9. Serendipity is looking to try and toss in the incendiary. Darts out there with a smoke. Empathy from Short is going to spray down, and so far so good. A 3K alongside Serendipity. And this round will go the way of the Comets. It's just whether any kills can be forthcoming across to the T's, and it's not looking likely as Lake gets destroyed in the smoke from the HE.
Yeah, nice work. Flawless round as well. Now the buy, it comes back in play. AKs to work with. Galil to round it out. But firepower back in play for M80. But a Yutu as well to give them a chance. But I think Serendipity did really, really well. Isolating fights and just shutting down that pace that the B-Pop was setting up. Well, before though, on that point, and like we said, that rebuy back in, and it might even be a quick little mid to B split.
Yeah, smoked that off the on. Serendipity doing the exact same thing as last round, and oh, telegraph maneuvers will always go punished at these kind of caliber of teams. Empathy, though, quick on the draw. A4 spray, good onto Lake. It's not going to deny the plant, though. And that comes through, and already 3 of the 4 players are on the site. Swisher is very low, though. 11 HP. And they do have Incendiary still in play. Important for Empathy to get that first kill. But Molotov tossed into the entrance. Enough market's going to keep them at bay for the time being here.
Oh, waiting for the push out, but Swisher will fall in the meantime to the HE. Time is ticking. This is such a mean crossfire. One spotted, a second as well, but Forks and the AWP does so well. Time ticking. They can't find the C4 spam on towards it. Oh, it's close. They might not have it. Oh, they don't as well. So 13-4. M80 will close. So close there as well. But not to be. A fantastic first map by M80 on Supernova Comet map pick as well of Mirage. So M80, they set themselves up very nicely in the opener of this series.
Yeah, exactly. Like 11-1 first half is always going to be, you know, a bridge too far. It's always going to be way too many hurdles to try and navigate over. A valiant attempt, you know, getting some rounds on the board, building a bit of confidence. I was impressed with Raven, I have to say. I thought they were on point for the bulk of those rounds, really a shining light. But ultimately, you're against one of the best teams that collectively the Comets have ever played. And they're an incredibly strong team firepower-wise. And it wasn't really close. When you look at those rounds on the first half in particular, these mid-brawls kicking off time after time, there was only one winner. M80 were just head and shoulders above them in that game.
For sure. Yeah, you know, Swisher had a real field day. He was loving life. Very, very crisp, really sharp, which is actually really good signs to see as well. Like I said, you know, when this team were considering changes, a lot of people would just naturally assume that Swisher would be one of those first names on the chopping block. And it felt like he'd lost a lot of his individual confidence. And it's good to see that he kind of got that back. And the hope is that this can be kind of a new leaf turned with Hexen towards the roster of where he can kind of progress as a player back into being quite a notable name for the North American region in the second half of the year. So, you know, fantastic map number 1. Nothing really we can say in a bad note over towards M80 as well. And now they've got their map pick of Ancients coming up next. But before we get there, of course, we're going to throw this one to a little bit of a break. So sit tight. We'll see you soon. welcome back. We're heading in towards our second map in just a moment. M80, really, really good showing in towards map number 1, Mirage. Just showing their prowess as well. You know, a learning experience for Supernova Comets, but M80, they are, especially now with Wildcard no longer being in consideration, M80 have got to be considered the favourites in this tournament. I think they may have already been considered the favourites anyway, because they made a positive roster move comparatively to Wildcard. So, you know, they're just setting the tone here, and a lot of teams will be looking at this performance and saying just how good M80 look. It's scary times.
Yeah, and since the player break has come to its conclusion, since Hex has joined, they're on a 5-match win streak without losing a single map. Yeah. And most of those have been very, very easy 2-0. So this is a team that was coming into this event kind of the polar opposite of Wildcard. Wildcard were looking shaky. They were looking all over the place. There was a lot of doubts about how this team was performing, a lot of uncertainty about the roles within the team. That is not the case with this M80 squad. These guys are locked in, they're dialed in, and you just saw it in that last performance. Swish's ADR, 125, just under 125, 24 frags is absurd. And by the way, I was looking at some of the other stats as well, Neo. In terms of opening duels in that first map, I believe it was Slacks had 7 in his favor. So although he had 12 kills, so many of them were super impactful on that middle side and on the A side, respectively.
Yeah, he was playing a lot through window as well, right? And he was getting a lot of good coverage. And Supernova Comets were constantly wanting to fight for mid control, which is a very good kind of protocol to have. But when you have somebody as consistent as Slacks, I mean, it goes a long, long way. Flip side over towards Supernova Comets, while it wasn't, of course, the performance they would want, what we have to look here is, I mean, you kind of brought them up, Raven, right? Fantastic showing. I actually liked what I saw. Some really nice individual moments. A couple of plays as well, just proving their level. Empathy, of course, the name that always gets brought up for Supernova Comets. And again, decent moments as well. But we need a bit more of a kind of a holistic team-wide performance if you want to put serious pressure on M80. And the big thing is we don't even know if any teams can in this qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, Raven was consistently pretty solid for the Comets throughout the duration. Like, started well in the pistol, was having a few impactful frags here and there. You can see on your screen right now, nearly pulled off a really good 1v3 clutch, but just got pipped to the post by Slacks in the end. But it was Empathy that kind of exploded towards the end of that game there. Like, in the last 3 or 4 rounds, had a ton of impact, loads of doubles, and even triple kills from the Shadow with a Deagle, a couple of really nice shots as well. Unfortunately, apart from that, there's not much to talk about for the Comets. And we kind of expected it, you know, like, no disrespect to them at all, but M80 are just a long way above them in terms of the pecking order of the teams they're consistently playing, the tournaments they've been to. They've been up there in the periphery of, like, the tier 1 1.5 bracket in the past. They've been to a lot of events, like Blasts, for example, so it wouldn't be uncharted territory for them to go across to Blast Open London and qualify here. And as he said, probably the favourites coming into the tournament. So I hope that the Comets haven't got too far in their own heads, aren't beating themselves up, realising this is a great opportunity, taking the positives rather than focusing on the negatives.
Yeah, exactly that, right? And there was some nice that second half as well. We got to see just what they're all about. Some really decent moments to kind of fall back on. And again, like we said, you learn more from your losses as a whole, right? And this is where they can look back and say, okay, this is how M80 were able to control mid, where we weren't able to really compete as well. This is how they kind of strung together executes that were breaking us down with these, and how we can now bring that in towards our gameplay. And this is the best way to approach these sort of maps, is look back and say, okay, why did it go wrong? How do we fix it? What do they do right? How do we incorporate it? Swisher, absolutely flying though. You know, we already kind of talked about this guy, a 3 rating for him, 124.8 ADR, nuts, 24 and 8, flying all the way through, super confident. That first half in particular, incredible. Like I said, you know, the confidence being shown by him, really good signs, because it felt like towards the tail end that he, you know, just lost a little bit of that, unfortunately. It felt like he kind of become a little bit more shelled up in terms of his play, wasn't as loud in terms of either in and outside of the server, and we kind of missed that. So I'm liking that we get him back to being that player who we know can step up and take over a server, and hopefully that's a sign of things to come for this new M80 side.
I mean, you can't argue with a 2.13 HLTV rating, like, after the first map. I mean, obviously everyone was over the 1.1 kind of stature, but he really was just above everybody else. And here's the concerning element, though. I want to be positive. I don't want to get too negative here and assume anything, because that previous game we casted, Neo, we thought Wildcard were the favourites, and Marsborn were like, about that. They even smashed them 13-4 on Inferno. it's not going to get any easier on Ancient. This is a map M80 are really damn good on. So I think if Mirage was tough, this is going to be a different ballgame.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. This has been a very, very good map for M80, so there's got to be some really solid protocols for the Comets if they want a chance to take this towards the third, but we're going to have to find out. For now, we're going to throw this one to a little bit of a break, so sit tight when we are back. We're going straight in towards map number 2. It's Ancient up next. Alrighty, welcome back. Map number 2 up next. It's M80's pick as well, and all signs are pointing to the 2-0 here. This has been a very, very good map for them. Let's see if it continues to be as well. Comet's got a bit of a trick up their sleeve. Now or never for them in the series after the back of a pretty quick map number 1. They're going to crunch in towards Donut.
Fox. Nice shots from Serendipity, though. Had a slow start to Mirage, but nothing slow about that. Slack's now called upon to go above and beyond, and Styx will deny. It could even be a clean sweep here. The bomb has been dropped down in an awkward spot. Hex has been dinked. This is exactly the kind of start that Comets were hoping for. Doesn't feel like there's any way back in here for Hex. The door has been slammed closed in his face.
Yeah, no way. Not with already being dinked as well. Surely no chance in hell. Credit. 1 versus 5. They're able to do it flawless as well. That's so good for the econ. Actually go for a long rotate and an empathy to see it off. What a start for Supernova Comets off the back of, you know, a little shaky map number 1. That is such a confident start in towards map number 2. Nothing we can say in a bad note about that one. Brilliant stuff. And the hope is now we can really start to build upon it.
It's got to be a great confidence builder, not just to win the round, but like to do it that clean, that efficiently, and that dominantly. Remarkable stuff. Some really solid shots. M80, unable to get the plant down, will be having to force into this round without any rifles or SMGs to speak of. It's 3 Tech 9s and 2 Deags, and it looks as though they're going to look for a set play onto the A side. And there is only one player here for the time being. That's going to be Fox. They are going to be in trouble if this full run comes down. MP7 in hand, looking to try and spray onto the oncoming Ts. Flash is good alongside the aim, but the second spray lets them down. And that will allow M80 to close the gap and get the bomb planted.
Spam as well, but they can't deny it. That's the big thing. The fact that the bomb goes down, they can't deny or even get the kill after the fact. 4 versus 4, though, so still far from being a done affair, and it's still the potential of being quite scrappy here as well. Oh, it's messy. Sin going to find one. Empathy onto his back. The Deagle missed shot as well, but there is a bit of a crossfire here. Makes it so difficult to deal with, and time running out. Surely, no chance in hell. Molly that'll come through. Tech 9 picked up to give potential, and yeah, sure it will, but surely no time. It might draw Slacks back over, which potentially could cost him his life. It will. On M80, they respond.
At least the Comets get the reward for killing all 5. But that's a very silver lining, a very small silver lining on a dark cloud looming overhead, because you have just been ecoed. I say eco, it was a force buy to be fair, but full pistols, that's going to sting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to not only going to hurt the econ, but it doesn't really, unfortunately, give you too much in terms of decisions. You have to go for a force of your own in response. And that makes life very difficult. 1 and 4, 1 MP9, and the MP7, which is starting to get a little bit more popularity off the back of the MP9 changes. I don't think the MP9 got buffed. I got nerfed, may I say, that much, but I've started seeing quite a few more pros pick up this MP7.
It's definitely still strong. I don't think it's been muted by any stretch of the imagination. Nice shot from Styx, but Lake is there with his Mac 10 to double his tally in this round. Yeah, I'm trying to think back to which players have. I think Nertz has always been an MP7 enjoyer, right?
Yeah. Even from his endpoint days, he was the MP7 guy, and he makes it look unbelievably crisp as well.
It is interesting, isn't it, that like one weapon getting nerfed can have a domino effect on which other weapons. I'm seeing more UMPs picked up now as well. That's another one that's kind of come back. I've even seen MP5s picked up. So it is interesting that effect it has, sort of the chaos theory, the butterfly effect.
Yeah, the UMP is still the one that for me is like, I don't know. I don't like that gun. I feel like it's still so slow, but yeah, a lot more people are picking that one up. Obviously, back in the day, that gun was unbelievably strong.
Oh, yeah.
Low buy coming through here. Can't expect a hell of a lot in this sort of a round. Couple of constellation kills, though. That'd go a long way. Well, the Comets, like we said, not expecting a lot. So, silver linings and all that.
Yeah, I remember the absolute terror of playing Face It or obviously matchmaking, going against UMPs on Cash. A lot of people thought Cash might come back into the map pool. Obviously, we're talking over this Eco Bash. It was a minimal or no investment into the round for the Comets that M80 have bypassed to secure a 3-1. What's your take on the overpass back for Anubis, by the way, Neo? Are you a fan of this, or would you have preferred Cash or a different map to come back in?
Well, I have like sort of two mindsets. First and foremost, I love Overpass as a map. I'm actually a really big fan of it. I was so upset that it got taken out for Dust 2 because it felt like it was one of the few maps that we had left that was very kind of technical, where Dust 2 is just very puggy, similar to, well, Ancient, Mirage, Inferno, all the rest, right? So I was sad that it got taken out, but Anubis was a surprise to me. I'm kind of shocked it got taken out. It was the only map that we had in the pool that was kind of T-sided. I'll come back to the point. There's fights been happening here in Serendipity for 2. Has put M80 down to 2, one of which being Slacks, who is super low. Oh no. This is falling so quickly. It's all on the shoulders of Hex. 1 versus 2 now, though, and low HP on Styx might give an opportunity. Leg spotted, but Styx will find the kill. Big round to respond for the Comets.
Yeah, they look far more confident already on this side. You know, we're seeing those crossfires having a lot more impact that just were completely lacking when it came to Mirage. Obviously, they did start the T side, to be fair, on Mirage. And it was their T side that was definitely weaker than the CT side. But some really good kills from Serendipity, which is great to see because Serendipity started the first map in a bit of a rough one. I think at one point was like 2 and 12. So to see them come out here swinging already with 5 frags, good stuff. However, M80 not going to be slowing the pace down. They have an open play for Slacks and a ton of AKs behind it.
You still in my sin to try and give a bit of coverage. Late that is. A slower approach by M80. Not just completely full sending it. I like, you know, the respect being earned here as well. To see, Raven first to fall, and it is to the molly with help from the AK.
Oh, yeah, that particular pop flash is going to give away your intentions all day, every day. You don't throw that unless you're committing to it. And unfortunately, 4 Styx ran straight into a brick wall.
Oh, well. And they come once again. Serendipity's had a lot of nice moments. And now we're looking for one once again. Oh, but that is such a sharp shot. And Sin makes it a second. My, oh my, Empathy. Surely we just save it.
That is the only plan, isn't it? The only course of action now may be cut off because Sin already His bloodlust has not been satiated. 2 kills was not enough. He's still hungry. He still wants to go in for more, and they're going to charge down Empathy. They know the importance of taking this gun away, and they successfully deliver that with just 1 cost, which they'll happily take that trade. So Supernova Comets can see how desperately they wanted to hold on to one of these rifles. That will not be forthcoming.
Yeah, that would have gone a long way, just having a rifle to work with, but yeah, unfortunately, not to be. Money is still in a bit kind of weirder spot where it's not fully kind of built up enough that you can kind of keep tempting these force buys. They're going to have to take a bit of a step back in this one. M80 at 5th should be a bit of a guarantee.
So going back to the point we were discussing before, obviously it's going to be a gamble stack on B site with this Eco. Which map did you want out for Overpass then? Which one would you have chosen instead
Inferno.
of Anubis?
Every day of the week. I hate that map, man. I'm such an Inferno hater. I've not been a big fan of it for a while. I don't know. I just think it's super boring. I think it's very slow at the pro level, so save heavy because of the game. But if I'm being honest as well, I actually, as much as Overpass coming back in is actually kind of cool, I'd actually have been happy if it was a new map. That's kind of what I want to see, new maps come into the pool. I think we've got some pretty incredible map creators and whatnot, and I've seen some of the kind of the I forget what it's called now, the Faceit thing that has all the new maps, the map hub I think it's called, and there's some really cool maps in there. So I would have liked a new map.
Ooh, awkward for late. It's not going to change the trajectory of how this round is going overall. It will be a 5-2. Just how many weapons can the Comets take away from M80? And the answer is 1. So a bit of success at the end for Supernova Comets, but they still find themselves up against it. And they do lose a further player at the dying embers of the round. I see where you're coming from for sure. I think it's always going to be a risk when you bring a new map in. I mean, I remember the outpour of hatred towards Vertigo, for example, when that was first coming back in.
Valid,
so I guess for Valve, they wanted to play it safe. I thought Cash had a chance, though, man. When they bought it off FM Pwn,
yeah,
I was like, maybe Cash is next, but not to be.
From what I've heard, it's just not ready yet. So I think there's still a few more changes that need to be made. So I'm interested to see as well what Valve's twist on it, now that it's, you know, it's theirs. So I'm interested to see what they kind of bring to the table. It could be quite interesting, man. But I think that'll be end of the year, Cash. If I had to assume, I think the December post-major, that'll be the map. And that seems to be the trajectory Valve are going for as well. Every 6 months, make a map change.
Yeah, it would make sense. Slackstone, fast on the draw. Empathy will no longer be a resident of Donuts. Has been laid to rest. Hexton, meanwhile, is going to try and get a move on through on the A main side. Just checking for the boost spot. It's not an angle that Supernova Comets have used just yet. Doing his due diligence. M80 clearly deciding that this A site has some weaknesses, some vulnerabilities. They've hit it time after time, and it looks like it will yield yet another round as they snatch away the weapon right in front of Sin. Runs out of ammunition. That's why Raven switched to the M4 in the first place. Well played. It doesn't make a whole deal of difference. It's a drop in the bucket, all things considered, even with a second kill. Well done by Raven. But it does nothing towards the bomb plant. It will be 6 rounds, still going the way of M80.
Yeah, it's nothing but kind of mere consolations right now. But I think you'll take what you can get, and especially if that AWP can stay in play as well. This goes a pretty long way for Supernova Comets, but it's now them at a point where they've guaranteed worst case scenario is going to be a tied game at the half. That's already pretty commendable. And on top of that, the way M80 are scaling up in towards this Ancient now, they're looking pretty good. And we would expect a lot of things from them. I'm not a CT, so already I'm pretty impressed with this first half. I do think time is starting to kind of run out for Supernova Comets in this series. They've got to find a way to put real pressure on.
Yeah, they've effectively only won 1 rifle round as well, right? Like, they won the pistol. That was their first round. Second round was a rifle. Other than that, it's been one-way traffic. And M80 cruising down the highway, picking up pace. Well-timed smoke and a good frag picked up through a middle. Oh, sticks the timing. Oh, doesn't get punished for it, though. And I thought they were going to get backstabbed for a second there, but the AWP missing out where Swisher will pick up the slack.
Oh, Raven caught in the side as well. Just too many angles to fight from. Swisher does need to be a little bit careful. And Fox made that orb sing pretty loud. Also an AKT recovered as well. Serendipity, little scrappy, but we'll get the kill nonetheless. The second one's there. The transfer doesn't quite find, but now it's information gained. They know where this Deagle is.
Lovely shot. Just caught a glimmer, a pixel, before the smoke fully plumed. Now, the downside for Empathy is that Lake is healthy, and he knows exactly where his opposition is. As this 1v1 clutch will be stalled out a bit longer, courtesy of a second smoke being put down on ramp. Enough time has elapsed, though, that Lake's not sure as to whether ramp will be the final designation, but does check again, and a quick-fire headshot will put an end to this clutch attempt. Nice effort from Empathy, but M80 are just looking way too good right now.
Yeah, they're looking sharp. Really, really sharp. I'm liking what I see, man. We get these moments of individual in both ways as well. It's so close for Empathy. And a good effort considering what they actually brought to the table. It wasn't that full investment. You know, it was just whatever was saved and kind of utilizing around it. All the forcing does really well. Like it was that put pressure on. But 20 lead now for M80. At the halfway break. Swisher spamming. Not quite fine behind it. But does know there's two in towards cave. That's information itself gained.
Swisher just shooting the door, maybe anticipating he's going to get pushed. Oh, be careful. You're playing with a very snappy sniper in the form of Slacks. You don't want to be doing that again. We saw, I think it was Serendipity that was jumping on Mirage B, trying to throw an incendiary and got absolutely wrecked in midair. So you don't want to be trying to go up against the hot hand because it will slap you across the face. Now M80, again, going back to A. They've done this so many times.
Oh, leg spotted. That was the AWP too. Nice timing on the smoke. 45 seconds. Matey. They're forced to cancel. 4 back as well. Hex might stick around to keep attention drawn, but I think they're going to try and end towards B. Flashing towards Red Room. Nothing here for Sticks. They're going to continue to look. They are going back, and Raven hears and will relay all of this information. It's a foot race towards B. One in which M80 technically lose with Sticks already being here towards long. Gotta go huge. Swisher is low. That's the one, that's the main one that could be kind of difficult, but Swisher finds a big kill. Hex, Lake, all getting in on the action as well. Just enough time for that bomb to go down. My God, only just enough time. And Raven seen off by Hex. That was a little close, a little precarious, but M80, another round for them.
That was like a drought of action, and then suddenly a torrential downpour at the end. There was 4 kills in the space of half a second. I don't know how you're supposed to observe that. Just like all hell broke loose. But unfortunately for the Supernova Comets, it was against them, not for them. And so M80 extend their lead to 8-2 now. 5 on the bounce. 8 of the last 9 rounds. And it has been every bit as one-sided as the scoreline would suggest. A couple of moments here and there for the Comets, similar to what we said on Mirage, but M80 are showing us why they are the favourites to qualify for last Open London.
Yeah, you're right. M80 on a class. Oh, could be a little funky. Sin gonna find the first. Late unable to recover after being caught with util in hand, but Stin still causing issues. Sticks up, get one of their own, but Hexel answer back. So numbers, even though the trade's going back and forth, numbers stay in M80's favor. And that's ultimately all that matters. They're now going to try and move over towards B. And there's a deep root push here by Sin. Right idea. There's a long player, but he doesn't want to move just yet. And Sin wants to make sure that he can buy time for those ramp players to progress with him. Now a flash over. Serendipity playing out of that smoke as well. Oh my, this is such a smart push. It might even die the plant. It might even die the plant, but still a kill comes through in a quick trade. Good check by Sin.
Oh, my. Okay, Empathy. We've been here before. Had the right idea as well. The Slacks is watching it. Misses the shot, and Empathy with the 1v2 clutch. That's more like it from the Comets. Signs of life.
Lovely individual moment there. Really, really nice shot. This is where we can start building upon this a little bit. You get to, even like an 8-4 goes a hell of a long way, right? And that's where you can start, again, putting pressure on. 8-4, but you get a pistol in towards the second half. Absolutely back on. In towards mid. Blake sent out first, but a shaky spray caught by Empathy.
Stick's going to go down to the hands of Swisher. So the pendulum that was quickly in favor of the Comets has now gone back to a stable, even keel. You could argue it's still in their favor with Swisher being down at 22, but Empathy, who's had a couple of glorious rounds, is only able to muster up the one frag. And with taking Red Room control, that's going to put a lot of pressure now onto these B defenders as they have to try and push forward. Swisher, low HP, slightly different angle, but it's the same result as he splatters another head against the wall. And Fox with the AWP. Not too many opportunities to get much done here. Has seen the shadow, though. Could betray. Shuts down Sin in the back, but now their position is compromised. And in this post plant, Swisher's going to go for the wide swing. Ooh. The flashbang was good, but Swisher's aim on point for the second consecutive map.
Welcome back. Second half underway. And it's 9-3 in favor of M80. And they now move on towards their CT side. And that's where they did a lot of their best work in the first map. But a 1-for-1 trade early. Forks out range. That's a sharp shot. And so needs to be very, very careful here. This should get a little precarious. Nice opener for him. On towards Sticks. Reposition. He's starting to get surrounded. The only issue. There's so many fights to take. What a 180. He just needs support. Tap on towards the C4 and Slacks and Swisher combine. 10 for M80. And now they can start building up on this seat side. No bomb plan, unfortunately, for Supernova Comets. Leaves them financially in a bit of a weird spot. Do you force?
Right.
Or do you eco in towards the next spot? M80 are so close to the finish line.
I don't even know how you play against that, Neil. That was insane. Like, the amount of flick one taps immediately around corners. Like, I can't even fault Comets for that. Like, they were trying to be proactive. They were being aggressive. They had the early trade. And then Sin said, do you know what? I want this done quick. Just double headshot. Crazy. 10-3, just like that.
Oh. And the Deagle will get one. And actually a chance at a bomb plan here, but no. Make other ideas. They might even push that smoke as well. It's carnage flying through, making sure no C4 to go down. Another round for M80, up to 11. Now, so damn close.
Yeah, within touching distance of the all-important GG. This is, of course, the quarterfinals of the Blast Open London qualifiers for the NA region. But there is also, I believe, a South American tournament going on simultaneously for the same kind of stature. And no elimination bracket. So if you are, no loser bracket. So if you do lose your first game, as we saw for Wildcard, you are eliminated. You have no second chance. So 2 rounds away from the Comets meeting that demise.
Oh, well. Lake 2. Yeah, that is kind of ridiculous. Folks, all alone. What are you actually doing in this sort of situation now? 1 versus 5. Very, very unfortunate to see. Should be a done affair. And yeah, it's Lake who sees it off. Fantastic round for him. No complaints.
Bro, that's an absurd double one tap there at different angles. Like, jeez. Thanks for showing that again. That's incredible mechanical aim.
12-3. And a last hurrah. Supernova Comets. AKs across the board. And I've had this amount of Utah at least to round it out. I'm going to play at a slower tempo. And early HE will tag Sticks down to half. Especially, he wants to push the 79. He wants to get into the thick of it. I don't really blame him. He wants to try and get up close. He's trying to find a gap. It sort of ships in the night with this smoke, but Lake will spam and find empathy. And another one as well.
Maybe ships in the night, but Supernova Comets have just smacked into the iceberg. And Lake is going to devour them whole. M80 with the 2-0. Straightforward victory for the team that we expected to come out and succeed today. But it's the nature in how they got that win there that I'm really impressed with, man. Like, some amazing moments from Lake we saw towards the end there. Swisher was great on the first map. M80, they lived up to the hype that we expected.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is an M80 side who now have to cement themselves without a doubt as kind of the favorites in this tournament. I mean, they're looking so dominant and clean. And the big worry was how easily and kind of seamlessly would Hex slot in towards this team. No issues at all. You know, we're seeing a little bit more freedom out of Swisher and Lake as well, which is really good to see. So this side starts to once again get really, really exciting. And they're in a prime spot to where you have to look at this and say, this is an M80 side who, if they're favorites in towards the tournament and they do make it to London, I mean, they actually could be a side that you've got to, you know, take decent consideration in, you know, getting out of groups, at least trying to make a run, as they did many a Pro League ago when M80 first came on the scene for themselves, and they were, you know, starting to make bits of runs and looking towards playoffs and being a bit of a scary dark horse side.
No doubt. I mean, this is a potential opportunity for M80 to get back to that mantle again, to maybe, go into the next sort of major with a couple of scalps to take in those opening stages. Like, they are a team that can do it. We've seen the mechanical aim in this game. Sure, Supernova Comets, they struggled. They struggled to go sort of blow for blow with M80. A lot of those rounds, the firepower discrepancy was pretty apparent. Empathy had a couple of great plays, some really good clutches. I was very impressed with Raven as well, although the second map was a little bit more dire, but it's not necessarily, I don't want to say it was Raven's fault by any stretch. It was very good on Mirage. But unfortunately, whichever way you spin it, M80 were just the better team in practically every single facet. And it's not a disrespect towards the Comets for saying that. It's just a fact. And we saw that reflected in the scoreline. We saw that reflected on the server. But some great learning opportunities for the Comets. And I think they can hold their heads high. They had their moments.
Yeah, exactly. And the best thing you can do from a situation like this is actually go back and demo review both of those maps and see what went right and what went wrong. And actually, like, in that kind of learning opportunity, you do learn more from the losses, right? I understand where are our gaps, where are the issues in our executes, for example. How are M80 taking map control better than we are, and how can we then, like what I've been saying, kind of incorporate it in towards their play style. I mean, especially if the Comets had a fantastic impact season just recently, if they're able to incorporate bits of what they see from teams like M80 and the best teams in their region heading in towards this new season, it could be, it could be a scary time, right? And we know they've got the individuals. I didn't see that much of them in map number 1, but map number 2, Forks and the Orb, like what I saw, some sharp shots. So there is definitely bits to like, but unfortunately, it's cutthroat here, right? There's no second chances, single elim, and you are gone. And credit to M80, they'll move on forward through this bracket.
Yeah, it's fiercely competitive. Not many opportunities in NA, so teams like M80, they're not going to give you a second chance. They're not going to take it easy on you. They're going to go there and they're looking for blood. They're looking to put this down as fast as possible. And obviously, they got more games as well tonight, by the way. So that's another reason that they wanted to probably fast track this if they could. Some nice moments, as I said, but ultimately M80, for me, that performance was incredibly impressive. I was actually kind of blown away by some of Lake's shots towards the end, dude, were just absurd.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. He starts getting a lot of confidence. I think, especially towards the tail end of that first half, there was actually a few moments where he looked a little shaky as well. And it was, a bit of a concerning time. A couple of laboured sprays that can always sort of be punished. But good that he picked it back up. Good that he found that form. Slacks wasn't called upon as much as he was, especially in terms of those opening duels, right? But we know he's always there as an insurance policy. I think Sin called a really good game and also showed his individual ability super high as well. So yeah, I think for M80, there's a lot of positives we can say for them. Of course, they were the heavy favorites coming in towards this match, and they proved it, and that's all you can do. And I think the best way of showing respect is playing sort of 100%, which is exactly what we got out from them. So it starts to set things up now. We're starting to get a bit of an idea about how this sort of bracket is panning out. Of course, these two sides are on the same side of the bracket, so M80 now play against Marsborn, of course, who upset Wildcard earlier today. So already that one semi is locked in place, and there will be 2 more quarterfinals to follow this one. NRG taking on Shanghai Sharks, where NRG, of course, have got to be the favorite on that side of the bracket, and then Getting Info and Boss. A really spicy game, actually, between Getting Info and Boss. I mean, both of the sides have actually started to be kind of climb up the ranks. There's a lot of good names kind of around there. Boss, Fruit Cup's definitely worth kind of keeping an eye on. Darty's always been someone that I've liked kind of a lot. For Getting Info, you look at individuals like, I think, Marky, of course, a lot of experience, but Fang, right? A guy who not even that long ago was on Complexity. So it's quite a spicy couple of quarterfinals to follow, and I think they might be, pretty safe to take it closer than this one was.
Yes, I mean, I think we came into today expecting that 2-2-0s was likely, but we certainly didn't expect Wildcard to lose 2-0. So that was a bit of a spanner in the works, as it were. And I agree with you. I think these other 2 games that are going to be coming up later tonight, by the way, so obviously don't go anywhere. They're going to be closer on paper, at least. But we'll have to see. I don't think that it's without the realms of possibility that we may see another upset or 2 kind of creep in here. But as you mentioned, I'm very excited to see Marsborn now play against M80. I think M80 looked so much more well-coordinated, efficient, just this well-drilled machine compared to Wildcard, who had a ton of problems. And so I want to see how, Chop is going to do against M80 when he's playing against an informed Lake, an informed Swisher. Can he still perform? How is Grids going to do? That's going to be a really exciting game for tomorrow, actually. I'm looking forward to seeing that one.
Yeah, I agree. I'm looking forward to seeing how that one kind of pans out, especially, you know, if we actually see kind of Marsborn play at the level that they played today, where they were really looking kind of hot and quite confident, then M80 can't play as sort of reckless at times as they have, right? And they have to actually start to show a little bit of kind of structure in terms of the way they approach, especially on their CT side. So that one could be quite good. They could get punished for overconfidence at times, which we know they have the individuals to do so. So things are starting to be set up here for a bit of a kind of a spicy end to this, as it's all slowly but surely kind of panning out on how this is going to work out. I'm really looking forward to seeing sort of how the next kind of couple of days. I mean, for me and my expectations is probably an NRG M80 final, if I had to be honest, but who knows, right? And we'll take a look at the scoreboard at the end of this. Lake, really nice work towards that tail end. Sin, of course, leading by example, 17 and 8, 115 ADR. Flip side, nice moments, serendipity, a couple of two pieces, which are really, really solid. And empathy, again, you know, consistency from them, really showing their level.
Yeah, another stat that we can't see right there, though, I would like to highlight is that over the duration of both maps, Slacks had 10 opening kills in his favor and only 2 against him. Now, to put that in perspective, and maybe something that Supernova Comets can kind of look into, especially on their T sides, collectively against all 5, they picked up 10 opening duos in their favor. So all 5 players combined had what Slacks had by himself. That's pretty rough when you think about all the times he's opened up sites on the CT and the T side. And that's something they can maybe go back to. But it's your man, the IGL himself, Sin, who is our MVP of Ancient. Very impressive.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, even when we look back towards that second half, that pistol round, right? I mean, my God, head on a swivel, 180s, one tap, super, super clean. So, yeah, really, really impressed with what we saw from Sin. I think he's a guy, of course, who's elevated this M80 side tenfold, right? And you see moments like that where you have to just have a lot of kind of love for it. So, really, really impressive stuff. It's really good to see a fragging IGL that can continue to kind of punch you know, alongside the real heavy hitters that this M80 side has. I mean, they've got some really decent names who can put up a lot of numbers, and Sin will always stay alongside them, which is really, really positive to see. So aside with no real weaknesses right now, and I think for the region, obviously super, super scary. But for myself and Vince, that is us done for the day. But the Counter-Strike isn't. We're going to be throwing it over towards JRT and Exner in just a moment. They're going to round out the remaining 2 quarterfinals for the day. But from us, the Brits across the pond, thank you for joining us. Been a pleasure. We'll see you tomorrow.
right, welcome back to the Ace NA Masters 2025, guys. We're getting ready to see which team's going to qualify for Blast London. I think it's really exciting. We already saw N80 make it through in their match, and before that, Marsborn, right? Which, I mean, Wildcard's been struggling a little bit lately, so it's not necessarily a surprise for me, Cole. But we're jumping into NRG Shanghai Sharks. How are you feeling about this one?
Well, obviously, I'm looking forward to seeing more of what the Shanghai Sharks squad can bring to the table. Like kind of a sleeper team rolling on out into through this qualifier, able to provide some success there in their matchup to lock in a spot here at the open qualifier. So a really exciting future there from this squad, and then of course NRG, a team that doesn't really need any introduction. A team maybe with big surprising swap ups heading into this season. And so far, right? I mean, obviously, they've got knocked out there from Thunderpick playoffs, but they're still looking to bounce back. And this is a golden opportunity. NRG with the roster changes right now, they have to be able to offer up some quick success. I feel like otherwise, what do you kind of make of the future of this team?
To say for this NRG squad, because I feel like Zodic is a player that's been performing really well for them. I think he's sitting at around 1.23 rating in his first few appearances with the squad, which is fantastic. It's just that, is he going to be able to perform at the level of OC? I think OC was pretty strong, even at the end of his tenure here with NRG. Anyway, look, I just... Honestly, the biggest concern for me is the fact they lost to Wildcard in that series. I think Wildcard's in a weaker spot right now in terms of trying to implement Stanislaw back into it, and I feel like that should have been a win for NRG.
Yeah, also the commotion in that Wildcard roster kind of hints at a scary loss, and when you have to be able to perform out of the gates right now in this environment with so many teams vying for control of the NA space and of these qualifying spots, right? There's so little spots to take here. You have to be able to dominate in a certain way. So, we'll see if they can bring that to the table here and try and bring that into the mix. Obviously, more to do here. I'm interested to see the veto here from Shanghai Sharks and what they bring. Insta-ban train, ancient ban as well. So Overpass still in the mix here, but Dust 2 going to be the first.
I'd be surprised if Overpass... Oh, I take it back. Overpass going to be selected by NRG. I believe they picked it against Wildcard as well previously. Ended up losing that one 8-13, and they lost the third map as well, as we were already talking about. But, interesting. Dust 2, I mean, it makes sense for Shanghai Sharks. That's, a very puggy map, a map that they can potentially succeed on. It's a map that I think they've liked playing in the past. The problem is it's also a very strong one for NRG, right? They love to play this, love to play Mirage. They're not going to shy away from those two maps, so it should be interesting to see how this all plays out. Inferno Decider is also an NRG lean, so I feel like given that Shanghai Sharks are more, I would probably say tier 3, right, in terms of their performances here, and NRG are tier 2, it should be an NRG outclassing them. Anything else would surprise me, Cole.
I'm right there with you. I think if you're NRG, you're coming into this one, and some of your key players, I look at players like Carson, who really thrive in being able to beat up on teams with less experience, teams that just aren't up to snuff when it comes down to the level of competition that NRG bring. This is going to be a series they should be dominating on. Overpass, a map that Nitro has been able to build a foundation over years and years. Kind of storied in that sense when it comes down to this map. So obviously looking forward to seeing that back into the mix here. I kind of consider it like a big buff here opportunity for NRG if he can get back into, hitting his stride on this map. And for the entire squad, obviously, again, I think expectations for NRG is to kind of win quickly, be able to capitalize with this roster. You have Nitro in a window of time here where, if the results don't come through, you do wonder like how long you can commit to a project. So I feel like they've got to be making lands and bringing in those results ASAP.
I agree with you. And I think that, Zodic is one of those key pieces. Carson as well. We don't talk about Carson as much because I feel like it was more surprising to see Zodic being added to this roster over OC. But Carson is actually a pretty serviceable rifler. He's pretty strong in his own right. And he's very aggressive, especially on maps like Mirage and Dust 2. Anyway, it sounds like things are ready to go. So we're going to jump right into the action here between NRG and Shanghai Sharks. And those numbers for Zodic have been fantastic. Over 26 maps, 1.36 impact, 1.29 rating, and an 82. score of 87. So everything is looking good for Zodic, and right off the docket, Zodic and George get 2.
Lightning fast start right there. You see some work up the catwalk though. Electrician able to take down Nitro, but it quickly sidelines here. Now just a 1v4 at this moment. Miles, not going to last too much longer right there. Gonna get knocked off, and NRG able to elevate themselves here very quickly on the pistol.
Yeah, kind of the expected result for NRG, but they really, I think those 2 frags came in simultaneously. Yeah, look at that, Zodic and George getting them on opposite sides of the map, but everything going exactly the way NRG could hope for. We didn't talk about Bro, but Bro has been a great addition to this roster. I think he's one of those clutch, potentially star performers that can really help NRG, but numbers have been lower than Zodic's over the last little bit. 1.18 impact, 1.09 rating, but I still feel like he is the potential X factor for NRG in a lot of situations. Looks like the opening frag is going to go NRG's way here. 5v4 quickly. Damage done to Zodic as he continues firing away, but there is Bro capitalizing on the tag. Good shot from PRS at the very least, but back and forth we go, and because of that, still favoring NRG, and the round will end fairly quickly.
Enough headshot there offered up, at least for a single kill, but that's just off the back of Zodic constantly repeating, constantly pressing the issue, which kind of sets the tone for what they're bringing to the table. They are coming through ready to, you know, see if you can rebuff this aggression, see if you can punish the forward play here. And if you can't, that's going to be, you know, you having to force some respect here from your opponents. But they are going to throw down some CT side proactivity and make sure that they know that they're the better team here. Smoke there towards long, and some good patience coming through to wait out the spam. So long control accomplished there. Not having to give over too many resources. Now blowing open the smoke in middle. Parson able to find one, but trade coming through the smoke is pretty valuable as well.
Yeah, no question. Shanghai Sharks really want to get on the board as early as possible. PRS tries to get up Cat, and that Incendiary's going to create problems for their approach here, but Jelly still gets 2 onto Bro and Zodic. 4v2 in favor of the Shanghai Sharks. Nitro pulls out the Deagle, hits the shot onto Jelly, does a little bit of damage to the next player. He's trying to wait for George to come in because he's got the heavy hitting A1S. That will attempt to close out the round. Yeah.
Oh boy, a little bit overlooked right there, but still a kill rolling through. Miles able to track it. The damage done here. Nitro's Deagle still tearing through. It's MP9able at this point. He wants to get that gun out. You stick with the Deagle, but there you go. There's a swap. Electrician. Oh, playing a good angle, but gets caught. Now the trade needs to be available. There isn't a kit here on Nitro, so it's going to be a 10-second defuse. He's got to chase this kill down, and he won't have time. The kit on the floor. But yeah, he can't make the jump in time.
Yeah, he couldn't get to that kit. I mean, it would have been better, obviously, if his teammate had survived over in CT, but nice attempt from Nitro. At least gets all the frags, so makes that an expensive round victory for the Shanghai Sharks. But it's a round victory nonetheless that they'll be very happy to have found. As NRG, you see it here, just that trade through the smoke was kind of key, and then they charge up Cat, and Jelly finds 2, which really opens up the space to allow them to get that bomb plant. Round number 4. Will feature NRG still having enough to buy up here. Obviously, that was a little bit of a bonus round in the previous, but 2 A1Ss, the AK, saved by Nitro, of course, and MP9 and the op, as I was about to say it. Zodic hits that shot onto Miles. Electrician will find the trade, though. That's Nitro. Space opened at long.
Oh, they can quickly react here, but a nice shot from Zodic, keeping coverage of middle perfectly. Dealing with the pressure here. Providing coverage for his teammate to work through catwalk now and defend this site, but another shot from Zodic.
Jeez.
He's finding everything, sees the tip of the head right there, takes it down, but there's an aggression coming through from Frog Trappa, who finds himself a trade there. I love the name.
Yeah, that's my favorite name on their roster, no question. Very creative.
Close second is Electrician behind him, but
yes.
Frog Trappa definitely taking the cake here. It's Electrician in the clutch, though, speaking of which. 1v3 made 1v2 now. 39 HP, can't survive the onslaught there. George going to come through and offer up the closing statement.
All right, so another good plan from Shanghai Sharks, and it comes off of the long control that they get, and they do make a fight of it, but Zodic with the AWP found 3 frags before he is traded out, and this has been the story for NRG since he's joined the roster. He's been quite good and very dynamic with his AWP. He's not a player with the op that'll just stay in one spot and kind of hold angles. He's going to move around the entire map and be very adaptive to what is coming his way, which is pretty much what you want in an opera in CS2. NRG going to isolate that round victory for Shanghai Sharks, and Shanghai Sharks are just going to go for the half buy in this instance. Cole, Miles does fire a shot towards mid. Zodic, again, another opener. He's got almost all of them here.
Yeah. I mean, on the pistol, check.
Yep.
As soon as he got that op out, check as well. He continues to fire up here. Vulnerability in the middle. And yeah, that'll be capitalized perfectly. Just completely overlooked right now. Still overlooked right now. What is happening? There's just no communication. And it's going to open up the B bomb site. I can't believe it. Zero reaction. Creates an opening. NRG looking a little bit confused here. You got to wake up here, but they can still pull this one back at 2v3, and they might get the aggression they're hoping for. Although caught with utility up, Nitro bails him out, and Zod covers the last. So it is all good. Just have to shore up the comms and make sure that is locked down.
I don't know, Cole. That was a very weird round. I thought Shanghai Sharks would have had it in the bag with the B bomb site gained under their control. I guess the lack of firepower does hurt them in the end, and a great retake that comes through. But yeah, absolutely, I'm shocked that the comms weren't better in that instance. Especially, not even comms. Like, you just had to look towards those double doors with the A1S out. It just wasn't ready for it to take those fights. And I guess that does indeed come down to comms. But still, NRG... you got to be a little tighter than that. They will get away with it potentially against the Shanghai Sharks, but when you're up against M80 or any of those other, even Marsborn, you're not going to be able to have those mix-ups in your defensive end without being punished.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big talking point right there. You can get away with it now. It's not a big deal. You can retake the round even. But can you do it when you're dealing up against the best of the best? It's a big question here. Right now, they're getting punished by Shanghai Sharks. Bro able to offer up a little bit of relief, but forced to retreat. No cross smoke. Doesn't matter. Miles with the op will take charge. Site gained here. 4v2 to recover this one. Molly off. They can't quite get on in.
6-round play. And you're right, this is very tough for NRG. Carson's going to get at least one, but that's going to be it. Very back and forth in the early goings, and like I said before, and I think we agreed, NRG, this is supposed to be a statement game for them, where they come out and dominate up against a Shanghai Sharks squad that just came through in the open qualifier. A lot of names that we haven't necessarily heard of before, and, you know, certainly these are the opportunities for them to, you know, shine and show us what they've got. But at the same time, NRG need to shut them down cleanly, and so far that has not been the case at all. Maybe the pistol round, but outside of that, not too much. We've seen Shanghai Sharks be competitive and picking up rounds here.
Yeah, I mean, other than Zodic is a real win condition in terms of the opening picks, that is all that we are really looking towards for big fear factor caused, and some comfortable duels there. Rolling out up Catwalk. Great utility coming through from Shanghai Sharks, showing that they still have the protocols ready to try and force some respect here. It's a good sign for them. That's a nasty opener. There's the rifle line there. Will be quickly traded out. And there's guns to be recovered now. There's an A1S on the floor, also a AK now to be picked up. So sacrificing this long control, but I think a net positive at the end of the day here for NRG in terms of trading that kill out.
Certainly. It will be the round over anyway in the anti-eco. For Shanghai Sharks, no problem at all. They get that third round. They cut the lead down to only a 1. Here come the guns again. For NRG, they won't have the op for Zodic, so that might be a concern. Maybe I was thinking they would go for a half buy instead of going all in here, but they don't want to waste any time. They feel like they can win it even without having the AWP in Zodic's hands, so it's going to be a couple of FAMASas they settle for, but the util will still be fairly strong on their side. Timeout going to be called here. by the Shanghai Sharks.
Find themselves in a good situation here. Nothing super flashy out of them, but I think working the map with effective utility and honestly just exploiting the vulnerabilities of NRG, they look, again, just a little bit dazed at the moment. They look a little bit sluggish in terms of the communication. So
Yeah.
if Shanghai Sharks can continue to press on that point, this game, doesn't really become okay. How can Shanghai Sharks force some respect? It can force NRG on the back foot pretty quickly. I think Zodic right now, the one coming through looking the most prepared with some of these optals that he's been able to manufacture. But other than that, they have been able to catch by surprise cat players and now fast towards along off the back of the spawn. Great counter utility right there rolling out. This is much better coming through from NRG and slowing down the roll here of the Sharks.
Yeah, just a very tight defense there towards long. They commit 3 players, which is quite often utilized here on Dust 2, let's say, with the util coming through. Shanghai Sharks try to power through it, but this time, like you mentioned, they get denied completely. Nitro going to recycle the smoke towards long, and then guard the bomb, which has been dropped right at his feet, which is the greatest benefit here for NRG. Surprise, Shanghai Sharks sent it out as the second man in. But now they'll have to flash out and hope for the best. I don't think this is going to work out for them, though. Zodic finds PRS. George frags out Frog Trappa. And then Jelly is the last one standing. Should be easy, and, well, a little bit of trouble there as Jelly finds Bro, but Carson ends it with the nade.
Well handled there. I mean, that's the sort of depth that we're going to need to see. I think, obviously, if you're NRG, maybe you can, feel like you can come into this one and fight on your own front there and maybe play a little bit isolated, and you feel at the end of the day that you could still get away with those duels. But once they start to strike back here, that's what we need to see. Some coordination, some good utility, some good protocols to shut down the plays Shanghai Sharks are successful on. In particular, dealing with that long presence, but more action coming their way. Good molly rolling on out, but Nitro gonna have to flash up through the smoke. This time dealt with by PRS. Quick trade out of Bro, but the distraction caused could allow for some positioning here from the Sharks.
Potentially. They already had that success up cat before. Oh, but Zodic will deny them this time. Oppers love to play around Car here on Dust 2, especially ones like Zodic, and he hits that shot, no problem at all. Bro going to get the headshot on Frog Trap, who tries to take that space outside of long, and now it's just down to Jelly and Miles. What started off looking promising here, Cole, is quickly fizzling out. Oh, there's something. Jelly onto Zodic. Will that open up space for a plant? Feels like it. The smoke is down. Nade goes in, but Carson misses the mark entirely. So there's the post plant. Going to be coming through. Nade damage still misses. The second one not on the mark either. So Miles and Jelly fairly healthy here in this circumstance. Although Bro will make sure one of them isn't anymore. And in fact, both. That is clinical shooting from Bro as NRG pick up another.
Nicely done right there. A couple, maybe frustrating missed op shots, but that AK is looking sharp as all get out. Able to lock down some kills, make it look comfortable. NRG feeling some heat in towards the early plays towards long. You can still see some ground being gained from PRS, but again, there's backup. There's a little bit more reinforcements arriving on the scene for Bro. Able to help out and tapping them out of this round in the end with those headshots. The deadly nature of getting a CT side AK in the half. It can be all the better here to defend. And Zodic with an op here again, being able to strike up against the pistols at range, keeping them at arm's length.
And I'm going through from Carson. Not connecting with anything. Those nades really are missing the mark. Usually Carson's on point with those, but this time around, not the case. At least not yet. That being said, there's not really much to worry about for NRG in this round. Zodic is going to see a player come by. He has to actually be careful because you don't want to get caught out with the op in your hand and overloaded by these pistols. Carson gone towards B is a problem. Zodic keeps missing these shots. Bro is supporting, but he can't connect the shots either. George will finally take care of Electrician towards B, and now he comes in to support. Says, guys, what are you doing? I have to take care of everything, don't I? 3K for George.
What is happening, man? A little bit of a scrappy one out towards middle. All is good, though. I mean, tucking himself in the corner, finding safety. He does connect 2 lovely shots to open up this round. Ones that we really get to focus on are those misses towards middle, but not punished. Shanghai Sharks going to bring the guns back out here. Another one rolling out. Late buy coming through as well. I was wondering if PRS was going to get involved. He will. And, oh, no mid-smoke. Oh, there it is. I fear it's a little late.
Just a
Frog
touch.
Trapper.
Unfortunately.
Oh, good move there. They give them more options. Even if the smoke was up, they're not safe, but they dodge the bullets for now.
Trying to go back to what worked a little earlier on with that approach up cat. Electrician. Just knows how to be. Good flashbang from Carson. Now he's going to throw the util. Doesn't know how close Electrician is, but George is right here to punish, and yeah, that's not a threat at all. 5v3 now. Shanghai Sharks know that Zodic likes to play here, and Zodic actually misses the shot entirely. Jelly will punish him. Space going to be gained here, and NRG really might have to just wait for the retake at this point because the bodies have to come over from that B site.
Ooh, that will help right there on the edges of that smoke. The bomb's still going down, sure, but 4v2 retake. They're happy to be able to join forces and fully focus on this retake execution. A catwalk control still maintained is valuable, but this is given by the CT side here. Trying to force an isolated duel onto the site. There's a spot in the danger zone right now, way out in the open for Miles. A 1v4 ahead. A PRS now met by a smoke initially and cut off by George quickly.
Not sure I'm necessarily a fan of that jumping on the box and going for the peak long there from Miles, but hey, he did it and he got punished for it. 8-3 in favor of NRG, who are starting to find their rhythm and cruise along against the Shanghai Sharks after some shaky opening moments, let's say, and still some shaky moments that we're seeing in some of these rounds, in particular from Zodic. You know, there's some missed shots that he's had where it feels like he should have connected on them. In particular, that instance, like you've got potentially an advantage, holding the angle, waiting for the players to come around the corner. Yes, I know it's CS2, and sometimes that peeker's edge can get you, but usually the oppers are pretty comfortable in that instance. Just felt like his crosser was slightly off in terms of its placement, and that's what ends up costing him in the end. The round still goes NRG's way, though, so he doesn't have to really worry about it. And George, what are you doing, sir? Equipping an auto in your inventory? Oh my goodness. Why is he using up a space for that?
That is a good question. I'm rocking with the Scout, FAMAS, both A1S and A4.
That's the standard one.
I guess you gotta have the auto equip for Dust too for kills like that. That'll come free when you're able to snipe them down across the map right there. That's a bit brutal.
You're not wrong. It's good towards the B site too, just spamming down to the tunnels. It really is quite effective, so I guess you're right, but still. I don't know. George up to his usual antics, let's say, in these types of situations. Anyway, 12th round of play, and Shanghai Sharks are already down in a 5v3. Frog Trappa, what do you got? Going up cat.
Well,
Zodic's
Zodic's
waiting.
get known in this angle.
Yeah, he really has. He had a couple of nice shots, and then since that point has struggled immensely. And Frog Trappa may be realizing that.
Been the tripwire shot that he hasn't really been able to connect on like this.
Flicking up. It's awful.
Yeah, he's aiming high.
Yeah.
He's aiming so high for that angle. I just saw him adjust it. He re-upped on the angle and went way lower, which is probably what he needed to do. But that'll end the half right there at the 9-3 mark right there. And Shanghai Sharks, they can't quite fully bounce back here in the first.
All right, we're back here. Second half of action, NRG versus Shanghai Sharks. And it should be, I would say, a pretty favorable approach here for this NRG squad going into the second half. Shanghai Sharks at least made it interesting in those first few rounds, Cole, but since that point, NRG really did control everything.
Yeah, keeping that control is important, and I feel like they quickly, kind of reacted to the punches that Shanghai Sharks were throwing. When they did start to connect, I think NRG started to lock it down from that point forward. And they're looking to lock down this pistol as well. One in the danger zone for Electrician. There is a player on car. Getting hard cleared, though. And PRS does not survive until the tail. Smokes go in. Cross being made. And a 5v3 post plant here ahead of Shanghai Sharks. Ooh, 3v3 now. Quickly, Miles offers up a couple quick kills. And now a chance to pull things back here in the 3v3.
I mean, that first pistol round was really one-sided in favor of NRG, but this one getting a little spicy thanks to Miles. Zodic here's a round, gets one, the second as well, and it's gone from spicy to mild as Zodic has taken care of most of the fragging. Then Carson gets the last. NRG on to double digits.
Perfectly handled right there. No questions asked. Even with a couple kills coming through from Miles, they still set themselves up with an established post plant. NRG finding themselves on double digits. Not seeing the force spike come out here yet from Shanghai Sharks. We'll see those shots from Miles, though. Two nice ones to offer up at least a chance in that post plant. 4 Deagles in play. 4 players towards the long. One flashbang to rule them all, and a quick dismissal of Carson. They're going to continue to fight for this. They will. Into the Deagles here, and another beautiful shot from Jelly as well. Getting punished, and guns are dropped to the floor, forcing the reaction here out of NRG towards middle.
Yeah, we saw this before where things were looking a little bit scary at the beginning of that first half. Now they've made the adjustment, which I think is a good idea, right? You keep losing bodies towards long, go around, head to the B site. They double up on the smokes here in towards CT. Make sure that there's absolutely zero visibility for Shanghai Sharks, and they'll move in towards the B site, get the bomb planted, and stabilize. So I imagine now... Oh, maybe not. Oh, Brock Trappa, a chance. He had a back turn in front of him, but he could not capitalize. So now, what I was going to say was NRG should be able to get a nice foothold here and be comfortable.
Yeah, Deagle's going to be rattling off, but the Galil not necessarily looking like it's going to be saved here. Knocked down pretty quickly. Straight on the wall bang. I think we'll find that. And a 1v3 for Miles, which he can't make strides on in. Nitro. Gonna put that one to rest. NRG onto 11. And again, being able to react accordingly. It's a nice play there. I love the flash towards long, the couple of Deagle shots here rolling on out there cleanly. NRG just taking that mid to B. And a bit of an unfortunate flank from Shanghai Sharks. Suppress the tons and leave that B site. If there's actual defender on the scenes, it might be more possible to work through with your mid players, but just didn't have that luxury. Fast towards long though. Oh, fast up middle. Electrician going for more there. It's a 1-for-1 trade though, and they have that long control established as well.
Yeah, no one's really on the site proper. Both players kind of committed towards Cat at this point, so NRG, once the smokes are up, you'd imagine should have an easy path towards a bomb plant. Maybe realizing it now are the Shanghai Sharks, and all the bodies coming this direction. Molotov is set up. They're going to toss that through. Miles giving away his position. Lee trying to attract attention, potentially for his cap players to capitalize here. But one of them's backed off. It's only, I think it's a PRS that was in the vicinity. He gets tagged down to 13 HP. Util sails forward, isolating them in that position. And now Miles is all by himself trying to deny this. Nitro out of midair snipes Miles with the AK, and Bro takes care of 2 others. It is all NRG.
Oof, goodness. Nitro even adding a little parting gift there. If you wanted to hold on to any weaponry, that is not a luxury you'll get. Not in this map. Going to be taken down completely here, and NRG looking to coast to the finish line. Just 2 looking confident as all get out. Auto shotty in play. We got a scout in play. Couple of fun ones here. We'll see if things get interesting. Going auto shotty into the B side. So mid smoke and Cat Molly go in as a protocol here from NRG. Long rushing as well could be interesting, but oh, it's just stepped in front. That smoke is so deep. Now George is out in the blue bin. He's keeping his distance up against a potential MP9 duel. There's another player close towards long here, and it seems like he's aware of that.
Yeah, where or not, George. Gonna get that frag. 14 on the board for him and for Nitro. Bro's at top with 17. Excuse me, Bro's behind Zodic at 20, but he's close to him with 17 frags. Either way, as I was talking, more bodies dropped on the Shanghai Sharks side. It's only Frog Trappa, and actually just Frog Trappa. Miles is dead. Bro took a bullet, put a bullet right through his dome. Frog Trappa with the XM. This is the worst gun he could have for this situation. So maybe he'll find an upgrade somewhere, but yeah.
You mean he's got the gator? He's the frog trapper. He's got the gator. It's the perfect combination. It's unbeatable. There's no way you can lose here unless he gets knocked down like that by Bro. Pretty comfortable win here for NRG. No troubles getting past the opening phases here of Shanghai Sharks. As we said, NRG coming into this one is a bit of a different tier than these open qualifier teams. There's a reason that they are invited here into the mix, and that's exactly why they're able to establish their dominance. They're able to, have some fun with it while they're at it. When things start to go wrong there, when punches are starting to land for the Shanghai Sharks and they show that they have some aim to back it up, there is some quick reactions. NRG, they will quell the uprising.
Yeah, I mean, there was that, like you mentioned, just like a quick little back and forth at the beginning where NRG I felt like they were testing the waters in a lot of way, right? They were trying to abuse and bully their opponents in the Shanghai Sharks in the early goings. They're like, okay, these guys can shoot a little bit. Let's be a little cautious. We got to play a little further back. And once they make that adjustment, it's done. I mean, they're able to take control. Everyone getting into the mix. I mean, we saw Zodic at the top, although there were some moments where like, not sure what's happening there in terms of the aim that he was putting forward, but overall, he was fairly strong, and everyone was able to contribute there for NRG. Now, the Shanghai Sharks, they're going to overpass here. Colid, it is the pick for NRG. It's a tough one. It's a tough one to get a read on because, a lot of these players have played overpass in the past, but it's just as a unit, that certainly hasn't really happened for the Shanghai Sharks.
Yeah, you're hoping that there can be something interesting brought to the table, but my expectations are that we're going to see just so much more depth out of a player like Nitro in terms of not only the utility game, but the readiness at this level to play here, the history and pedigree that he already has maintained on this map as well. So definitely a huge comeback effort here from Shanghai Sharks, but I just don't know if that's going to be what they find themselves in, right? The NRG just too strong a team right now.
It feels like it. Well, we'll have to wait a little bit. We're going to take a quick break, guys. When we come back, we will have map 2 for you. All right, we're back here between NRG and Shanghai Sharks, getting ready for map number 2, Cole. It's going to be on Overpass. We already talked about the fact that Nitro is a player that has always been solid in terms of his calling. That's been one of the strengths of NRG since he was added to that roster last year. Do you really feel like it'll be that difficult for Shanghai Sharks to overcome? I mean, we know how strong he is, but they didn't shoot too badly in that first map.
No, they had some mechanics. I'm more so, concerned with just the level of depth that we got out of NRG. Also, some of the missed protocols out of Shanghai Sharks. If we're talking about some details there for them also being missing, you could focus in on the team that should be bringing those protocols to the mix every step of the way. But if you're the Shark side of things, you're not throwing mid utility in some rounds, or you're throwing it late and the communication isn't there, that the mid smoke's going to be a couple seconds behind, so hold your peaks or things like that. So when things like that happen, I just feel like the Shanghai Sharks are going to find themselves a little bit out of their depth here on a map that requires even more protocols, that requires even more coordination. If it wasn't there necessarily fully on Dust 2, it's going to be hard to make that happen here on Overpass.
Yeah, Overpass is massive, right? In terms of the amount of space that's available for you and how much you need to rotate around on the CT side, it requires a lot of aggression. The early parts of the round, going up to Fountain, deciding if you're going to press the issue or just throw util and back off, and then you have to make sure that both players are coordinated in terms of their retreat and knowing exactly where the other is at all times. It's a lot for sure, and I think that Shanghai Sharks may find themselves out of their element. Although NRG did lose the wild card, but I mean, obviously wildcards on a different level than the Shanghai Sharks squad. If you look at the numbers from that previous map, right, Zodic was at the top of the scoreboard with 20 frags and a 2.35 rating. After that was Bro at 19, George and Nitro at 14, and Carson only at 6 frags, which is crazy. And we're gonna see them come up on your screen here, guys. It's just insane that Carson only gets 6 and he still has that 1.12 rating, only 49 ADR, but it doesn't matter, right? Everyone else was doing the work.
Yeah, he was over there towards that B side, and I think he got action through tunnels like a single round, and George took the kill. So it was
yes,
it was just pretty much nothing really happening. He was in a retake if he ever needed to on the A side, where he got a couple of them. Zodic could have. What's crazy about Zodic, 147 ADR. You just think if he connects like every comfortable shot he found on catwalk from car, that performance could have been amplified. Add 2 or 3 kills there into the mix, add 2 or 3 less deaths into the mix. And just a really good performance from Zodic on the op, which also amplifies the problem here of Overpass. You got an opper that's able to find you constant opening duels. You got an aggressive rifler and Bro that can find you a lot of success. It's going to lead to a lot of excitement. What's interesting here about Overpass in particular is that when Nitro was looking at his peak on this map, when he was playing at his best, he was doing a lot of the opping on the A side, where that was his specialty. I think he's going to be rifling on the A side, if I'd have to imagine what his position would be on Overpass there, combining his efforts with Zodic. So maybe a bit of a different story in the moves that he can make, but also a player that is so effective at rotating and individually is very successful on Overpass as well.
Definitely. As we're just looking back on what happened there on Dust 2, this was the interesting point, right? When they were going back and forth in the early parts of the half, but that round victory, that 5th round that Energy gets, is really what sets the tempo moving forward afterwards. You saw the Shanghai Sharks continue to be rebuffed when they're moving into long. Some very precise shots just tapping away where NRG, and I'm not sure if this is actually the case, but it feels like hit reg is somewhat improved since that previous update. I know we had some movement issues, but I think it's the opposite for hit reg in that it feels sharper here in CS2 now, at least compared to what it was previously. But anyway, like there's still a lot of time for us to determine that as time goes on.
Yeah, that conversation about the Deagles that we had there.
Yes,
Deagles kind of feeling a little bit easier. Yeah. It made me feel good that was the case, because Hex he put a tweet out there saying, like, does anyone else think that the Deagle is a lot easier to use nowadays? Or like, I'm getting destroyed by it, and I'm also like getting a lot more kills with it. So I just like, he was also putting that into question, like, is it just easier? And I feel like the answer is yes. I don't know what it is, if it's the new animation or if it's just that that small detail that makes you feel like it. It feels like there's less kickback on the shot. And
Yeah.
so maybe that's the feeling of like, okay, if there's less kickback, I can gain my accuracy quicker. Whereas like old deagle spamming, you'd get caught a lot faster. The kickback was so long, it would take forever to recover. But just a funny thought there. And I think, you know, if Hex is saying that as well, I feel like it's real.
It definitely feels sharper, for sure. I think in general, like I was saying, like the hit reg feels better, so I think that just transfers to the deagle as well, in terms of how it feels when you're aiming and just hitting your shots, and the crosshair placement, if it's on, feels like you're getting that frag more often than not now versus before when it felt like you were on and then shots were going wide and you weren't actually able to connect. So yeah, definitely. There's something that happened. I don't know what it was. It could be placebo as well.
Yep.
You know, just because the animations changed, right? So who knows? Either way, placebo or not, we're going into, oh, never mind. We were going to go into it, but I just got the voice in my ear saying, no, not yet. We got to wait for the knife round to finish up. But yeah, no, I mean, what I was going to say, I'll finish my thought. It could just be a placebo effect based on the animations changing, and we're seeing a different impact in terms of how far it kicks back, like you were saying, and whether or not it has made any difference. It feels like it, so I guess maybe players are looking at that. The deagle's always been strong, though. It's just right now it feels like it's on another level. And we saw a crazy Deagle 3K when we were casting together a couple of days ago as well, Cole. So yeah, there's something there. There's something there, I think. I'm convinced it's not placebo, and I'm convinced that something has improved.
Yeah, I'm with you, right? Sometimes we get so like accustomed to the way things have been that one small change can really feel like it's like amplifying it. It's just all of that muscle memory that's been built up for so long. It gets changed in one small update, and that can make you feel like it's a placebo. But I'm with you. There has to be something with the way that it feels that much better. Hopefully, I mean, like you said, that the hit reg conversation as well is a bit of an exciting one when we're dealing with like map pull updates and things like that, like overpass being added. There's a lot of changes in the CS scene that I really appreciate.
Yeah, me too. And now, guys, we are ready to go into the action on Overpass to see who will reign supreme. Will it be the Shanghai Sharks, the underdog coming from the open qualifier, or the favorite NRG closing out another map very quickly and easily up against this squad? Here we go. Pistol round underway. The second pistol round on Dust 2 looked fairly competitive until NRG and Zodic ended it. Now PRS is going to get the opener on Carson, backs off effectively, so no trade yet.
If they can find that here on the B side, maybe. I mean, they wanted to rush it up connector, but after not being presented any opportunity to trade, they're going to reroute this one into the B side of the map here. 4 players around Graffiti, but their only second prong there towards connector gets cut off by a quick shot, and a 4v4 pose plant where they all have to run through the meat grinder is deadly.
Bro, oh my, what is happening here?
Wow.
What did I just watch? I don't know, but Electrician and Jelly get 3 combined. It's all up to Zodic here. But the way the shots are raining out here, I don't know if he'll be able... I shouldn't say, I was going to say, doesn't know if he'll have much trouble getting rid of the last 2. Bomb going to be defused here, but it's not going to be held. Zodic will get the last. NRG take that first round in what was a very sloppy display.
Yeah, I don't know. Bro's bullets must have disappeared. At least some body shots connecting, but nothing. Wasn't even really damage done right there from Bro's Glock. I don't know what happened with him. Either way, it provides some access. When shots are this clean from Zodic, it will be confirmed. NRG able to move up nicely. 0-1. Still converted here once again for the squad. So far 3 for 3 on the day, and leaving nothing up to chance here. It's going to be a fast B play with the molly to back it up. Really well placed. Into the site they go, and the flashbangs to continue to follow it up. There's no vision for Frog Trapper. The only player looking to hold down this B site, and everyone else falls accordingly as well.
A little nicer there in terms of the aim coming through from both sides. Or I should say NRG, because Shanghai Sharks start nothing. But anyway, 2-0 for NRG. And here will be the buy up for the Shanghai Sharks. You'd imagine they don't have to go all in. They could opt for a half buy to get a stronger one in the next. But usually, even with this type of money, you want to start getting into the action as quickly as possible in MR12, and that's exactly what the Shanghai Sharks will do. Takes them a little longer than maybe they'd like, but eventually the bits and pieces flow in as the round gets underway here. On NRG side, they're on a bonus, so you got those 3 MAC 10s, which could be a limiting factor up against the Shanghai Sharks in this round. If they win this, though, well, then the momentum could start to pile on again in their favor.
See what they can bring to the table. Big bonus opportunity, but the crunch through connector disrupted by that early kill. While there is players around the corner there, they're not too interested in ringing the alarm bells and swinging those doors open just to draw attention to the crosshairs their way. So A player completely isolated. The short control is nice, but only if you can use it effectively. Right now, it's going to be a struggle to do so.
Little detail from Carson there is checking that window, right? A lot of players weren't checking it when Overpass was re-released, and it's very common to see those CTs boosting up and gaining the advantage on connector players that are not wary of it. So you see already players starting to get a little bit more aware of the possibility. Here comes that set piece from NRG towards the A site. Molotov sails in, flashbang as well for Bro to peek around the corner from. And I mean, there's so much pressure applied here. NRG just have to find the frags, and the round will be theirs. Miles goes down for the count. Oh, up close and personal is Zodic and, George. But Zodic is going to be the one to get that frag, and the MAC 10s are singing so far for this NRG squad. With Electrician and Jelly in a 2v4, you'd think they'd want to go for the eco here and save the guns.
That's how they got so many kills on Dust too. This team really not too interested in saving all that often. But as the timer, no, they're going back here. Jelly sticks around for a kill. And again, you know, you think they go for the save. They're always hanging around here ready to give it a go. Don't know how much longer this one's gonna last.
Really?
The Electrician gonna be caught out and full committed. Rolling on out there is gonna lead Shanghai Sharks into no guns in the next, or at least no primaries.
Okay. That's one way to play it. I don't necessarily agree with it. Probably should have just gone and taken those 2 rifles and saved them for this round because the buy-up won't be as strong. But that's a real coup for NRG, right? They get a couple of frags with the MAC 10, so that'll help them out in terms of their money. And of course, getting that round victory and finding upgrades on the ground, even better. They bring an M4 out of this round, out of the previous round, and I think they had to buy 1 AK. So really in very good condition. Shanghai Sharks are forcing, I think, Cole. I'm trying to get a read on their economy right now. Yes, okay. So they're going to force up. I was wondering if they were going to do like a half buy or something, or have a couple of players buy up rifles and everyone else go for pistols, but it looks like they're going all in. It's not going to help their prospects of getting AWP up soon, and I'm sure Miles wants to get that, especially on a map like Overpass.
To delay that one out here for a while longer, and this force buy really not bearing much fruit. The trades are incredibly quick, the aggression speedy, and so is the access into this round here. Now, there's no need to rush this one down. You got the 4v2, but out towards the B site to go into an MP9 that's looking to solo hold. And this one does feel like again, it should be a save. Should be.
Won't.
Well,
Sorry,
no.
can't help but laugh, Cole. I mean, I don't know. Shanghai Sharks just continue to go for fights. And I mean, look, we did talk about this before. You know, there's that incentive to go for a bit of a hunt on the CT side, right? You know, get that extra $50 per frag. It helps the economy, especially when things are getting a little bit tight in these situations. And even full loss bonus, if you get 3,400 plus an additional 150 or 200, then you can have a chance at a much better buy-up in terms of the util that'll be available for you. But as it stands, Shanghai Sharks don't really seem interested in either of those things because they're not getting frags. They just keep going for fights. And at a certain point, you don't have a benefit from getting that extra money because the gun that you have in your hands is more valuable. It's still important to save. Anyway, they're going for aggressive here with the pistols. They get 1 off of it, but it will be NRG pretty much in control as Frog Trappa and Electrician will be hanging back after that initial push.
Well, hey, it's a Castro. I got to stay true to my word. You know, it's something that we always complain about. all the time. We're just seeing save simulators, you know, especially in the late stages
True.
of Go. So I do appreciate that Shanghai Sharks are always delivering in the entertainment factor and making these rounds either quick by going for the kills and not holding onto the weaponry. But unfortunately, maybe not the most winning strategy here. It'll lead them into some difficulties here. There's nothing to lose in a round like this. Unfortunately, can't quite capitalize on some utility being held out and taking a lot of damage in the meantime. Oh,
what?
The impact of the molly got him. Oh no, he got hit by it. Biffed
He got
him.
bottled.
Oh no.
Oh,
That's so
the
funny.
rarest of circumstances. Yes, he gets bottled in the head, knocked out, unconscious, and that is what does him in.
Mollied out of position, but not in the way you would think.
No. Oh man, I want to see that
See
again.
this a bit. Let's see this.
Production's on point here.
Oh yeah,
You get 2
slow-mo.
HP.
Bam.
Oh, there it goes before the flames even start to come through. It's
What's
gonna
crazy
be
is
the
the
bottom.
glass didn't shatter on him, you know? He
Yeah,
just bounced straight off.
it's just the blunt force trauma.
Oh goodness. Do another one here. Great trades rolling up for Frog Trappa, but it just continues the aggression. George and Zodic combining their efforts to make this one again start off incredibly well.
PRS waiting behind the smoke. It fades away. Carson wants to fight. Carson wins it. PRS is gone. Electrician spotted out. He can't connect on his shots, so he falls back. But now he's got 4 players barreling down in his direction from 2 different angles. Nade sails through. Will do some damage, but okay, he gets the frag on Bro. Beautiful flashbang toss. You have to frag him in that instance. Electrician getting a second chance at life here, and that time they will not miss the opportunity to capitalize off the flash. Nitro takes care of it. Miles the last one with the AWP, which they finally have in their hands, but not an ideal circumstance with having smoked out. And in
He's
a
gonna give it a
1v3.
go, I think. Run through
no,
that.
he's not. No, he's not.
gonna
Cole.
try it. He's gonna
No,
try
he's
it.
not.
You just gotta go through the graffiti now.
Oh
You're
my
blocked
God.
off in heaven, but
Okay.
graffiti's still open. He is saving. Wow.
I was like, there's no way. There's,
Yeah, there's
no
actually
way.
0 case. I mean,
Yeah.
this is one of those situations where there's absolutely no way you make that call. And they agree. Miles better off with an opportunity in the later rounds if he can escape.
He made a lot of noise there, so I'm pretty sure NRG have an inkling as to where he might be. A couple of players searching around here. Now he's running full on. Look in this direction. Is he gonna survive? Miles, you got the op? You saving it? Yes, he
He's
is.
good.
He's okay. He's got the big green for one more round at the very least. But NRG are still blanking the Shanghai Sharks so far here on Overpass. This was an interesting moment for Electrician, right? You know, that flashbang, the first one, gives him a second chance, but they do not make any mistake on the second volley of util.
And the protocols here again, just looking really sharp. I feel like there's everywhere that you can have an early duel, there's going to be a trade available for the T side here of Energy, and that's exactly how you got to handle these teams. They're coordinating perfectly off the back of their good utility. They're good, I mean, advanced protocols here paired. And they're walking away with a plethora of success. Up still in play, though, could make things interesting here. It's a surprise. The long aggression, though, clearing his corners effectively. Smart move from Miles. That's the value of that saved AWP here coming into fruition. 2 opening picks now. This time the trade's not available.
Okay. Signs of life for the Shanghai Sharks, and even more so, George whiffing on the spray. Makes it a 5v2 for Shanghai Sharks. Zodic and Nitro are retaking the space in the upper tunnels. They could catch PRS looking the wrong way. Now they know PRS is up here. Around, knife out. There we go. Freebie for Zodic. That being said, all the information they could possibly hope for, but Zodic, the quick follow-up. Now things are within reach. Still time on the clock. 40 seconds available. Frog Trappa is looking for a player to come through, but they're going to Monster. That means the Jelly and Frog Trappa will be out of this fight, which could mean a bomb plan. Is there a smoke here? No. Just a couple of flashes for NRG. So they won't necessarily feel comfortable here planting the bomb. The Shanghai Sharks are scrambling to get visibility on these last 2 players.
Roll up on the flank here. Gonna commit to the, oh, that's a warning sign right there for a flank. Trying to pre-fire the corner. And now they know at least one on the flank. Do they know about multiples? They're actually doing a good job. I think they're tucking this A1S and making sure to bait the MP9 that shot. Bomb's getting towards the half tick mark. The op is what falls first, though. Now you have to string in unison. And a quick trade rolling on out. Nitro in the clutch, and he delivers. Jelly falls to the floor. And NRG pull that one back here from a 5v2. Is that right?
Yeah, it was a 5v2. It was a 5v2, yes. With Nitro and Zodic coming through from those upper tunnels. PRS got caught with his pants down, and then the follow-up was the impressive one from Zodic, right? He gets an immediate trade, or not immediate trade, he gets an immediate second, and we're going to see it probably on the replay here. Great work from Shanghai Sharks in the opening part of the round, but you cannot let a 5v2 slip away from you against a team like NRG when the opportunities to strike in that way are going to be few and far between. As a 7th round is picked up. Yeah, that's absolutely wild to me. Zodic continues to be good, that time with the rifle, right? And that's one thing that we don't really talk about for Zodic, but he's actually an excellent rifler. So that will obviously increase his stock and his chances of being picked up by NRG. And we'll see what he can do with the AWP on T side. Certainly on CT side is where you're going to see him shine, but the way this is trending, I'm not even sure we're going to get the op in the second half from NRG.
Might just get a pistol.
Yeah.
This rate. Continued success rolling out there. Quick opening. Punishing the aggression. Got him trapped here right now. The marauding up long for NRG is just the exact right target. Carson spotting out one in towards connector. In fact, keeping him stuck in the connector here. Now he hears the ticks of the flames. EG's and the jiggle rolling out. The flashbang gonna work, and oh boy. DRS is toast, and so is Jelly. Oh my god.
Painful. Painful there for Shanghai Sharks. Carson having his way with a couple of players. An Electrician and Frog Trappa, once more the last two standing, both on opposite sides of the map. Frog Trappa needs a quick one here, he won't get it. George finishes him off. B site open, and Electrician goes for a fight, loses that too. 8-0 in favor of NRG.
They're on an absolute tear right now. Rolling through the opposition. There's that quick punish with a double up towards long, and then this sequence coming through here. Carson just backing them into a wall here. There's absolutely no relief. What do you do from this point here? NRG having a field day. Try and bring the Deagles out, see if you can't connect. Flying by crosshairs. Good sign. At least a chance on a miss.
Shanghai Sharks have to find a way to release some pressure from that valve. Otherwise it's going to burst, you think. Couldn't get the words out there. I tried. George and Bro gonna get a couple onto Electrician and Miles. Frog Trappa, PRS, and Jelly, the last two standing. And okay, Jelly. Nice shot onto Zodic. I'm still going to be planted here, though, Cole. And I mean, Shanghai Sharks need to get back into this one quickly. It is the half buy, so they're going to have that full buy in the next one. But coming out with a round victory here would be fantastic. Although Bro is waiting to clothesline Frog Trappa. Nitro does the same to PRS, and Jelly's just hopping away, saying, "Oh my goodness, what do I do?" Well, he does that. Beautiful shot. Second on the round for him. Picks up the op, survives getting across into Monster around Nitro. Looking to hit another shot, but the flash is too good. George with that one, and Nitro will end it.
No troubles closing that one down. Some nice shots connecting here with the Deagles, sure, but safety still found in the trades here in the pack unit that NRG find themselves in. Those continue to flow on out for NRG. Looking to sweep up this series with no questions asked. That's what they're providing so far. Got the next gun round coming through here. If this is any sort of turning point. but it doesn't look likely. Bro just snaps a quick kill in the opening phase here, and a flashbang to follow up on the aggression. Perfectly placed. PRS getting blinded in connector makes it feel suffocating. And Carson keeping the attention turned here. Great molly forces him out of position. Zodic reads it, and now Frog Trap lifted to the open. This is systematic.
Really is. I was holding my breath for a second saying, okay, Jelly managed to get a frag back there. We're into a 4v4, and then the frags just piled on. Nitro ends it decisively with the headshot onto Electrician, and the stats keep on getting racked up for the entirety of NRG, and the opposite the case for the Shanghai Sharks. Miles, the player you look towards with the AWP to try and shine here for the Shanghai Sharks, he's only had it one time, maybe two, and really hasn't been able to do much of anything with it in either of those rounds. And now NRG on the other side, it's working out beautifully for them. They haven't even had to really rely on Zodic because it's just been, you know, George, Bro, and Carson opening up space. Even Nitro, who is apt to rack up some stats himself sometimes as the IGL. He's up to 10 here. George, tip of the spear towards this B site. Electrician not expecting a good flashbang thrown, but I mean, George got blinded by it. It doesn't matter though, because Electrician was more blind, and that will make it a fight.
Really surviving for Jelly in the corner. Ichi doesn't quite take him down, so he's still kicking. Looking to cause some more commotion here. 4v5 already. Early success offered up. The aggression not going to be working out either. Punished quickly by Zodic. Going for wall bangs now, trying anything to make it work. And they've just capitalized on some risky attempts to try and recover this map control, none of which are panning out. So 5v2 rather, into the FAMAS. See what he can do. Get spotted out. I feel like every time trying to surprise, to get caught in transition, and that just leaves him completely out. Okay.
Yeah, not too bad, PRS. At least getting a little bit of a highlight for himself with the Deagle. Won't matter on the scoreboard. 11-0 in favor of NRG as Shanghai Sharks are hanging off the edge of the cliff with one finger barely on there, trying to pull themselves back up. But the weight of NRG's round victories is just too much for them to bear right now. 12th round of play. The goose egg in place for the Shanghai Sharks. They want to at least try to crack that one before we get to that second half, but it's not going to be easy with NRG barreling down their direction. Nitro opting for the MAC-10. Quite bold. Electrician and Jelly get a couple here. 5v3. They've got to convert it this time, right? They have to, Cole. Ooh. But no! 2 frags back from Zodic and George makes this one again in doubt for the Shanghai Sharks.
Molly towards the short side as well, so they're left outside looking in on this play. Utility continues to rain on in, and the op rolling up. Trying to lead the charge here in this retake effort, but the scope's being heard. Give up the game here completely. Jump spots attempted here to just gather a little bit of information. Desperation setting in as Miles gets dealt with. Utility towards catwalk and around. And again, looks to be tore through by NRG. Last ditch effort from PRS. There will be no saving in this round here. That's one thing for sure. Turning that corner in Zodic's op is your only option, and NRG will find their way to a flawless first half here on Overpass.
All right, guys, we're back for I don't know how long, because it's 12-0 in favor of NRG here. One more round required for the perfect 13-0 up against the Shanghai Sharks. Now they're on the favored defensive end. Bro falls here. Shanghai Sharks trying to salvage some dignity here by getting at least one round on the board. George hanging around pillar.
Unfortunate team flash right there. I think just the peak from Electrician was a little early for the flash pop, so his teammates flash ends up full blinding him too. They're making strides up through A while two players are left on B. Quick shot rolling up from Zodic. Back up here as well.
Zodic's
Draws
so
out the
good on
attentions.
pistols, dude.
It's bombed down towards long. Pistol looking a little bit unlikely here with that fact now that the CT side is hovering on top of it.
I mean, Zodic is just so good on these pistol rounds. It's unbelievable how sharp he's been. Implicated in every single one, and this is over! 13-0 in favor of NRG. The perfect scoreline. Doesn't happen often, but NRG certainly happy with that. I mean, look, we already talked about it, Cole, right? We said NRG have to come out here and make a statement against the Shanghai Sharks. It looked scary on map number 1 in the first 6 rounds, but since that point, and especially here on Overpass, they absolutely do make that statement.
I feel like it was just that one round where almost like the communications were completely turned off. Like there was absolutely no verbal communication coming through from those players. And I was like, okay, are they kind of sleeping in this matchup? And other than that, you know, one round there of question marks into 13-0 on Overpass and pretty much winning out the game from Dust 2 onwards. So definitely turning it up a notch here when it was not even required, but when, like you said, they wanted to prove a point here. They wanted to come through and dominate, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and I mean, you're looking at the likely favorite to end up in the grand finals against the other favorite, M80. Look, M80's not there yet, guys, but the way they're playing right now is on another level. They feel like they won't be challenged by anyone else that's left here in this qualifier except NRG. Maybe. Even then, I'm not sure, because that's how well M80 are playing at this stage. But NRG, they're happy with the result. As we mentioned, I think this is something that they can put in their back pocket and say, okay, we did the first job. Let's get to that next match and see if we can continue kind of in that type of form. We have that next matchup coming up for you guys in a little bit. It's going to be Boss versus Getting Info, which I think will be, well, I know will be a little bit closer than what we just saw here, as both those teams on even footing. We are going to hit the break right now, but when we come back, we will have that second match for you.
Awesome. this is like kind of post-show first, and then we go to break and then pre-show, or do we? Yeah. We just switch gears. Cool.
After wrapping up that first one between NRG and Shanghai Sharks, talking a little bit more about it. I mean, looking at the numbers, which we'll bring on your screen in just a little bit, but honestly, it was not close again, Cole, on that second map and throughout the entire series. I think, you know, we got the performance we mostly expected from Zodic. I think Bro did really well as well, but everyone was contributing. Even Nitro was getting into double-digit frag territory on that second map.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things here. It's a really interesting way to play. It's something that you don't see all that often, but there's a lot of kills in this 13-0 because of the lack of saves that were coming through from the Shanghai Sharks. So it's the same. That's true. This was an absolute stat farm for NRG in both maps. You know, if you're starting off on the CT side and you get 13-0, you think, okay, there's just no way that we're dying every round, right? Someone's going to hold on to their guns. Usually it means you're getting dominated on one site, so the other three players will hold their weaponry, try for the next. But as you can see, Miles saved his op one time. That is the only time that a Shanghai Sharks player survived a round.
Yep, that's a problem. And I mean, it's not like they weren't afforded the opportunity to save, right?
Yeah,
There was a chance when they had two players there, in a 2v4, I believe it was, and they could have just fallen back to the B site, saved the guns, and been okay, but they kept trying to press the issue again and again and again. And I mean, that's not the answer against a team like NRG. You have to go and reset yourselves and make sure that you're very disciplined in terms of your economy and weaponry management, not just throwing it away round after round, which is what the Shanghai Sharks unfortunately did there. And we'll watch the round replays again, and I mean, we can talk about it when I think it was round number 3 or 4 when we saw that happen there.
Yeah, just
that
kind of
was
surprising decisions. Yeah, right here. I noticed it on Dust too initially because, I mean, again, dominant scoreline, but also there were so many players with like 16 to 17 kills, which means everyone's getting kills. There's the Molly frag that came through there. That's might be the ultimate highlight of this matchup. Other than that, there's NRG finding very comfortable trades, pulling back difficult clutches. This 2v5 one of them. When Shanghai Sharks found themselves in decent spots, it was a struggle to close out. It was, again, you know, just dealing with the team on a different tier for the Shanghai Sharks. They come through with a lot to try and show up and prove, and they just weren't quite up to the level of NRG, and that's kind of understandably so here. This is a team that sets the bar very high in terms of expectations, and we're able to deliver in full stride here in this matchup, exactly how you'd hope for.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned aptly so, it was a full tier apart, right? Like between these two squads, you're looking at tier 3 versus tier 2. It's clear cut, and that's the result we got on the server in terms of the frags that were coming through. Zodic MVP, back-to-back maps, 18-3 here on this one, 119 ADR, a 6 rating. Holy cow.
I think that's KD.
That might... oh, okay. I was gonna say
18
if that's rating.
Yeah.
Guys,
His 6 would be
you're
like
bamboozling me here.
6, I don't even know how you would get that
How
there.
would you?
Yeah. I don't know if that's even possible, but
No,
yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
KD right there for
KD.
Sonic.
You're right.
Rolling out and you know, just I mean, very comfortable performance from him. Same is true on Dust 2. If you combine the two maps here, again, just stat padding here for a guy that's already, you know, having some big numbers here in some events already. You know, showed up on LAN and was able to prove a lot there. I want to see his current rating in the last 3 months. I'm pretty sure it's just wild right now for him.
Oh, it's very good.
Right now it's 1.15. So, or no, sorry, that's
No,
just
it's higher than
full
that.
time. Let me see here. 3
last
months.
3 months,
It is
it's like 1.3.
1.34.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's what he's rocking with right now, and that series definitely helping out and raising that as well.
Yeah, I really want to see him up against tougher teams, though. And I said this last time. I think we were watching him. It was in one of the qualifiers that we were watching recently, where I thought that he needed to perform up against better teams, and eventually he did do well. But NRG, haven't necessarily yet found the results that they're hoping for with him in the roster. But it's still very, very early on. So all that being said, I think that wraps up that series, right? I think we already talked enough about it. Let's move on to getting info and Boss. And this one's a little more exciting for me, Cole, because we've got Ben Leet coming in for Boss, joining up as the IGL, which means the party astronauts are rest in peace. They're gone, no longer exist, at least for now, as a team.
That just means I've got more rare merch out of NA Esports, so I'll take that happily there. I'll vault that one. But yeah, I mean, Ben Lee coming through here, I think the biggest question mark for Boss's roster was, they had this thing where I think everyone was kind of getting a part of the IGLing and was it was kind of a lead by committee roster without Ben Lee, and now you kind of have a set identity here with that squad, which I really like to see. But we can kind of zoom in on getting info here first, because this is also a roster that has had to quickly land on its feet because of the fact that NRG signed 2 key pieces on this squad in Carson and Zodic. They have to adjust. They land though quite nicely in getting Snav in the long-standing core of Darren Shane. Then of course bringing in Slump for the AWP. I think it's a seriously deadly roster, as is always with this core of players here in Snap, Darren Shane. But you've got Barky here, his firepower just can reign supreme, and still what I feel like is a little bit of an unknown quantity. Oppers have really thrived in this sort of environment if you look at Dia in the past. So I want to see how Slump can do with this sort of roster and see if he can capitalize on the firepower.
Absolutely. And I think, look, you lost Carson, who I believe was calling for getting info at the time. So Snav coming in, he's a very solid IGL. He's familiar with Darren Shane, like you already mentioned, so he fits like a glove onto this squad. You talk about Marky. Marky is so lethal in terms of his lurking. I think that's one of his greatest benefits for any squad, is that on that T side, he can come through and surprise you so very well. You just forget that he's even there sometimes, and that's when he's able to pounce and really have a huge impact. Let's switch gears now and talk about this Boss squad. We already were at the beginning, but Ben Leet being added really adds a proper structure to a roster that was lacking that IGL since Snav left. And then they bring B-Wills in as well, who had been sitting on the bench as a free agent for, I think, since late 2024, since he was with Nouns, right? So he's been added back to this, or not back, but he's been back into action with this Boss roster for the last, I'd say, 3 or 4 BO3, or actually more than that, like 6 BO3s that he's played so far with this squad, around a solid core of Slight, Darty, and Fruit Cup, who is the star of the squad.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as you said, Fruit Cup definitely going to be the one that draws in a lot of attention. When he's able to light up in the server, it becomes a huge game changer. He becomes an instant, win condition here for Boss. But the big concern for me always was the calling here for this team. I think you've got some good firepower. I think Slight can, be a playmaking opper in that sense. So you've got some really good firepower, but they were missing this calling factor. Their T sides were very lackluster when they were trying that, IGL by committee thing and having, different pieces influence the calls. I think now with the dedication here for Benley, while you might have to take a dip in terms of the firepower, Bentley not necessarily known for bringing in big multis or big entry kills, it does make you think that they're going to be able to boost it with the tactics on this T side and with that dedicated voice that can determine the way that rounds are played out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see what kind of maps they're going to be bringing in here. I think typically in the past, Boss were leaning into Ancient and Mirage as some of their top picks, but that might change with Ben now on the squad. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what they decide to deploy here. I think it's still, this is another situation of it's still very early, right, for his time with this roster, and he hasn't really had a chance to instill his leadership on the squad. And one thing we've always noted for Ben Leet rosters is it takes time for them to activate. Probably about a month until they really start to show progress with the strat book that he brings to play, because there's a lot that he likes to go through, and he's very methodical in doing that. But we're going to bring the vetoes in for you guys so we can see which maps will be on, as they'll be showing up on your screen. And we've got Nuke Ban. That makes sense for a boss, I would say. Actually, I shouldn't say it makes sense, because they don't always ban it, but they are banning it here 42.9% of the time. Then the Inferno ban, that one absolutely is logical from getting info. They don't play it at all. And then we get Train from Boss Cole.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of been a stronghold here, as you said. I mean, that's where I think the T sides have been my biggest question for this team, is that this team is so good on defense, locking down sites and being able to provide coverage there. Slight opping gets a huge buff on this map as well on an individual front. So Boss leaning in on their strength here. You're going to have Bentley able to implement his system into Train as well, and hopefully that can give them a buff there. Ancient picked out rolling through from the side of getting info makes a lot of sense. As you said, it's an aggressive team here. You can work those angles here. You've already got what I think is a comfortable Snav map picked against you in Train, so you've got that luxury of having more options here for a map pick. And again, I think Bentley, as an IGL, has historically struggled on Ancient in like the last year or two, where they used to be so strong on this map in the old Party Astronauts rosters. This is a map that's haunted him for quite some time. So looking at an opportunity at Revival here with a new roster, I want to see Bentley actually able to do some damage here on Ancient in 2025 at this point.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I mean, looking overall at this veto, I feel like it could potentially be a boss lean. The only reason why I'm saying potentially is because the last time you're going to see getting info played against boss on July 1st, but it was different rosters, right? It was when Snav was playing on boss, and then it was Carson and Zodic over on the getting info side. Not to say that that makes a lesser team in getting info, but I think it's the fact that Snav is one of those comfortable players on that map, so losing him could be costly, and I don't know, we'll see. It's going to be interesting. It feels very 50-50 to me because of that fact, because we don't have much history between these two squads playing against each other, and also with Ben Leet there. I would almost, even if you look on the surface of it statistically and say, oh, it looks like Boss might have the advantage, I would still lean getting info because of the fact that Boss have to stabilize as a roster now.
Yeah, I mean, you also got to think here what the motivations are. It is an interesting like grudge match here from Snav leaving this boss core and joining up now with getting info off the back of kind of losing an organization in Blue Jays, right? So a little bit of a difference maker in that department for both these teams is that there is a lot of history in between the rosters. Maybe not in matches and in competition, but in the history of these two teams rolling together. Even I mean, Dare in the mix as well.
Right.
For the boss side. I forgot that he played on there for a short stint, so that makes it interesting alongside it. But it's also about who wins that sort of breakup, right? Who's going to come out on top in this matchup and say, hey, look where I went, look who's the better team, or if you're boss and you're able to strike first here in this matchup, say, hey, you should have stuck around here, but unfortunately we're moving on. And again, it's a pretty cool story there in that department.
I think also be interesting to see how the oppers face off against each other, right? Slump versus Slight, the two S's on the op there. And I think Slump, obviously being one of the younger players at this level right now, is interesting to watch. I think he's got a higher ceiling than maybe Slight, who has had his ups and downs, and I have consistently criticized for his consistency because he's just not been there sometimes, and that's been a big difference maker on maps like Train, like Overpass. Those are the ones where you're going to need your opera more and more. The map pool is favoring having an opera that's very strong, determine the flow of play. So I mean, more and more pressure will be on Slight's shoulders to perform here, but I think the one boon for him is he has Ben Lee calling for him now, and Ben has a really good read of how to deploy his players. He's been calling for so many years now, a veteran to the Counter-Strike North American scene, and I feel like that could benefit Slight and stabilize him more with a guy like that behind him. Cool.
Yeah, I certainly agree there. I think that you're going to see more influence. Like you said, with Slight, the explosiveness that he's able to bring to the table, you want to see consistently. And if he was part of like what I feel like is a heavy majority of the calling before Binley joined up, you lost that firepower out of him. you lost probably that aggressive touch when he is forced to set up the game plan around his vision and whatever he had in mind. So now Binley, that takes the stress off of his back and is able to put in his vision. As you said, maybe he needs more time to gel over the grand scheme of things, but I'm excited to get that first taste of what he can bring to the table with this boss squad.
Absolutely. Guys, we do have to wait a little bit for that tasting to come through because players still getting ready on the server. But once we take this break and we come back, we'll have that first map for you. Welcome back to the Ace NA Masters 2025 Blast Premier Rising event here, guys. It's getting info up against Boss, kicking off this series, and then one that we think will be a pretty competitive one compared to the previous three we've had so far today, Cole.
Yeah, absolutely. This one should bring in a little bit more intensity. There's a whole lot more on the line here for these two teams. Not only this matchup, this opportunity to win and rising in the rankings, but a grudge in between two teams with so much history. As they move through the smokes here on this retake, Shane gonna look to lift off. Collecting on the fruit cup, there's still a lot more targets left to deal with. Trying to make strides on in. Trades looking great. The crossfire assembled, and they run into the meat grinder. A 3v1 ahead of Snav. But now just a time-betting measure required to close out this round. They're not giving him a kill here. Slight gonna step out for the finishing blow.
That's a nice sharp shot from Slight to end the round there. Boss already had the advantage, having charged forward towards that ace site immediately to kick off the pistol round and getting that bomb planted. Getting Info made a good fight of it, at the very least, with Snav, Shane, and Dare all getting one frag apiece, but Boss will take that early edge here. There's that one caveat always of picking into Train, right, is that you know your opponent's going to pick CT side, which is the favorite side on this map. It always has been throughout the history of Train. Maybe a little bit closer now than previous iterations in terms of what you can expect from your CD side, but still the edge is absolutely there. So we'll see if Boss can overcome that, and getting that pistol round is a great way to do so, at least in the early goings.
Absolutely. Bit of a statement start here. And again, it's that T side that has eluded them for a comfortable map here and really strong holds on the defense. Their T sides have been a huge problem in converting this map, so flashes to get out of T-Con, but the damage done to return.
What is-
These USPs are packing a punch, and Slight gonna have to bail them out. But there's some damage taken here. 25 health for Slight, 7 HP for Darty, and a quick headshot up from Slump. A chance to seal this one up instead. Could be ripped away there at the end. A nice attempt, though. Valiant effort, though, with just USPs in play.
Yeah, and tons of damage done. 3 players dropped there for the boss side, so reinvestments required on their side. For getting info, they're going to be buying up. That's still some beautiful USP work. Obviously, you know, boss walked into the stack, but even then, it's just the USPs. You should be able to deal with those, so credit to getting info for hitting some very sharp shots. AWP is out for Slump, and you got the 4 M4s, 2 A1Ss, and 2 A4s. Failed. Let's see what that op will deliver here. We talked about it. It's a very important piece on a map like Train, especially on CT side. Boss poking and prodding around the map, though. They send a little bit of a scouting party into the B site. They spot out Shane, and they immediately go back into Long Dog.
See what they try and get active with right now. Seems like a bit of a slower approach out of the get-go. Block utility, which is just always a classic here. Just trying to delay this round out for as long as possible. There's the opening for Bentley, provided early. Over towards the opposite side of the map as well here. Not the initial goal, not the initial game plan, but success elsewhere. Doesn't really draw out the rotates. They're still kind of prepared here at the moment for a surprise on the B site with the op included in the mix.
Boss are rotating off. Yeah, they are. I mean, look, getting info had those 2 players ready towards B, but now it's the A site that's going to be tested. Marky waiting here, anchoring it down, along with Dare, who's closer to Ivy. They hear the footsteps. 19 seconds left. Boss need to get a move on and find these frags. They do get Slump, but that's on the opposite side. Still Marky here, who only gets 1 before he is traded out. Dare from the shadows strikes. Doesn't deny the bomb plant, though. That would have been a difference maker in the round, but now the bomb will take away with a man advantage in the hands of Boss.
V2 here, also looking to amplify their scoreline. And he can't stick around for forever, making strides on him, but Bentley just shut it down. Big time pickup from opener to closer. Slight providing more coverage. And that might just do it there for another round. 3 on the board. First gun round rolling through. The opening duels coming through for Bentley. I said, you know, not necessarily often the case that he can find the massive impact, but he's capable of providing at such a stable and consistent rate. And he's bringing that to the table here now, already for this boss squad.
Very promising signs for Boss. Heading into round number 4. Nice Molotov toss by Ben. That's one thing you'll always be able to rely on him for if you're on his team, is that utility across the board, whether it be a smoke, a flash, a nade, or that Molotov. He will know every single one that's required. E-Wills trying to lurk up Ivy. Take that fight, and he wins it against Marky. It's a half buy that's through here from getting info. They've already lost so much space after losing that Ivy fight. Snap does get a trade with Ben Leet, but he'll immediately be deleted thanks to B-Wills' spray down from the AK. 4v2, getting info just have a couple of pieces left, and already one of them's off the board.
See what they can do there. Not much from that point forward to be dealt with the quickness. Also moving up to a 0-4 start this T side. Off to an electric kickoff here for themselves. Exactly what you hope for, establishing a foothold. Info need a way to shut this one down quickly. Not gonna elect into the timeouts just yet. Instead, just rolling out this matchup. AWP hoping to be a little bit of a relief. Slump trying to get on the scene here, making some good reads and rotations, but will be required. There's wall bangs attempts rolling through from both sides.
B-Wills, a fight coming up here. Marky. They're looking to pincer in. Oh, 3 players here. B-Wills could be in trouble, and so might Darty. Shane, pinching in. Timing right. It is not. Darty finds one. Do they realize Long Dog push is going to come through? No, the Long Dog push backs off entirely, and now everyone from getting info is rotating in from the back lines towards the B side, which has already been taken by Boss. Nate sails through into Con. And that'll hold off getting info. They don't have any space gained towards this B side, aside from Slumps up, and he gets erased by Darty. Oh my goodness, this might already be over.
Looking likely. And they've got more hunting presence here. Backs turned, timing nailed. How many can he gather is the question out of this one. Only a single. Fruit Cup activating early. Will be traded. There's more following in the footsteps here, though. Getting towards Ivy is a bit difficult challenge, but can make it happen. A little bit of a collapse rolling through here. CT's in the danger zone now. Realizing they're getting hunted, Molly goes out to try and provide safety. That might do the trick. A headshot like that. Keep things shored up. And no, it will not.
No.
B-Wills gets him at the buzzer, man. What a rip away.
That's fantastic from Boss, though. 5-0 decisively to this point. A buy-up might come through here, but I'd be surprised. It's probably another half buy they're going to lead into on getting info, but that is a fantastic round victory for Boss to find with the rifles up against them. It's just a nice take of that B site. The util keeping getting info at bay. And one thing that surprised me is when you have that push coming up, I think it was by Shane, through from B into the upper tunnels, why isn't the second piece of that attack coming through from Long Dog? Anyway, Slump's going to get a couple here with the 5-7, so hold the phone. Fruit Cup might be by himself soon. He's down at 32 HP, but continues tapping away, finding the heads. He has to at this point because only Slight remains, and now Slight's trying to activate from the back lines, and now it is just Slight with the up, misses the shot, and Marky clutches it out, getting info, get a round on the board out of nothing.
What a way to lift off here for the side of getting info. Not a lot gaining traction here for them, but make it work on the pistols. Survival instincts have to kick in here. And they're able to seal up their first on the board. Big time impact rolling through from the multi-kills. Denying access at a T-Con. Boss throw it all at the wall and try and really throw in a dominant punch there, but not able to land it. It might be a pretty early punch here as well. They're taking pop early on. They're inside of Ivy. There's also this pressure in T-Con, so how explosive will you get? B-Will's already making strides on in. We got those new box angles. They're on the A side as well. There's more places to play for the CT side here on this map.
That would be really great for bosses if they can isolate that round victory and make it feel like an aberration. Because if not, then getting info will almost certainly be able to find their way back into this map of play. Already good for boss though, right? 5 rounds T side is pretty much the standard you kind of expect on current train. Anything more would be absolute gravy. Snav. Ooh, waiting at Ola. Slump gets the opener onto Ben Lead, finally, and it's already more than a minute into the round. Wants the follow-up. Fruit Cup, though, and Slight get 2 back! Dare can't do anything either, and it's all up to Shane and Marky. Shane gets 1. Marky supports... What? Was that a Molotov frag? Yes, Molotov frag comes in onto Fruit Cup. But he's all by himself! Almost gonna clutch it out here, but B-Wills manages to keep his nerve and get that last one. Boss will make it 6-1.
By hook or by crook right there, managing to lock it on in. Coming down to a 1v1, being down into a 4v5. Boss, it looked like that block utility was doing enough to keep them at bay. It felt like the perfect setup from getting info. The 4-man lean on the A site until they start getting swings. It's off the back of a Fruit Cup opening duel. Then it forces Slump to budge and try and re-up on the angle towards T-Con. He walks right into the op. These are sort of protocols that break down quickly for getting info. Moves that get made that allow for avenues back into the round there for Boss. There's an opening duel there. Snap wins his fight. Sets Shane up alongside the rifler behind him, but too quick picks it towards the B side. Means it's open for business.
Yep. Snav only gets one back, which means that Dare is in another clutch situation. 1v2. I'm gonna get planted here. Dare desperate for a second round victory, especially considering the money's gonna be shot, but he gets nothing but a bullet to the head, and it will be Boss with a 7-1 lead. Absolutely in control of Train right now. Money, loss bonus 3,400 for getting info. They got an extra 150 with the frags that came through, but that still doesn't feel like enough to justify a full investment into this round. We'll see what they decide to deploy as a timeout is called.
Split it up here. I mean, you can get a good half buy in the mix, but you got to get rounds on the board here, right? The only one coming through is just that absolutely absurd off-spawn call from Boss, and as you said, they made it look like it was a hiccup more than a way back in. Yep. Leverage back for getting info to answer the call and start to pull this deficit. Just a small mistake that they will not make again here, providing that dominance, providing the quick trades here. That was a hefty setup on towards B, but the committed peaks from Boss will put it into a 3v3. They even hold down for those rotates. You know, desperation on the rotates on in through Z can be very effective, and they had guns out ready to deal with that. So great system set in stone here for Boss. Offering up some early punishment. And Dare, back of this timeout, the aggressive maneuver here for him.
They're watching. Waiting, and yes, they get that frag onto Dare. 5v4. It is just the half buy in the end for getting info, though Snap goes in a little heavier in order to get a rifle in the mix. And you see Boss are doing a great job of, you know, keeping getting info guessing, right? They go towards that B side, they find a frag, now they're leaning into Pop Dog, which could be scary if they decide to commit, because here's Snap around that corner with the A1S. They're trying to bait Boss into pushing that, but Boss, their spidey senses are tingling.
Oh, Snap.
Oh, Snap.
Oh, double swung at the worst possible time. Snap can't believe it right there. He was crawling his way through. Had the element of surprise. But Boss are just not letting this slide. That's the hero rifle taking down here. Now activity from Shane, multi-kill. And Slight doesn't want to go trading. Lets him escape.
Why?
Oh no. I have to recover the bomb here, and still a chance to recover. Maybe missed opportunity that won't haunt them all that much if they're able to still crack through this A side. Marky's giving it up. You can take it.
Molotov sails in. Time is running out for Boss to get in on this site.
Slight can't hold this flank for forever.
Okay, they caught Slump. Yeah, definitely it's been a while trying to get this flank going for Marky. Finally will be able to activate, and Shane as well. This could be the path back in for getting info, but Shane misses the shots. Fruit Cup and Slight put them both down as Boss get an 8th on the board and avoid being ecoed for a second time.
Yeah, you're a little bit nervous right there for Slight not going for that trade, but I think there's a good reason. He has the bomb. If he ends up missing the shot, which obviously you want to trust your instincts and trust your ability to knock those kills down. If he loses the bomb, I think that's round probably done. There's no further effort from that point forward. So I think a smart decision to trust the route out and still trust that you can play that 3v3 effectively. Ends up working out in their favor here, 8-1. And they're already out T-Con here. Finley looking to create some openings, but met by some serious resistance right there.
Nice rebuff. Do they expect a Pop Dog push? Slump misses the shot. That'll open up a little bit of space for them to peer around it. Smoke gets tossed. That's too late. Slump hits the shot again onto B-Wills this time. 3v3. Fruit Cup and Darty bring it back.
They know he's close.
Darren Markey will get that. They know Slump is absolutely in the vicinity around E-Box. Slump still holding towards T-Con. Misses the shot. That is a huge miss. Now they absolutely have confirmed his location. He has to readjust.
They're waiting for this Ivy flank now. So they've completely hit pause. Fruit Cup identifying where one player is, and his back is going to be turned to the flank if it's in time. Instead, his back is turned to the Darty activation. Diligence done, boxing them into this corner, providing no safety in these rounds. Shane, gonna need a miracle here to make it work through this 1v3.
This is some really beautiful calling from Ben. I appreciate it a lot. Boss have been so difficult to read. And even when they actually start to commit towards a site, they don't overcommit. They decide to take their time on their approaches, didn't just run out into the engagement with Slump and say, oh, we got to send all the bodies out. We know he's there. No, they take their time and they send that flank out towards Ivy. Big miss there for Slight, but it doesn't matter because Fruit Cup is able to save his life, and it will be a 9th for Boss. But yeah, overall, they have been manipulating getting info very effectively here on Train.
Yeah, I mean, they're just capturing this team here. They're in their heads. And the way that they play out this 3v4 is fantastic. You know, opening pick coming through from Fruit Cup and Darty, and no one makes a mistake. Even Fruit Cup, who's thinking about going aggressive, who often is a player that is going to step forward when he smells weakness. He's going to make that active move. He even goes for a jiggle and doesn't re-up on the angle. He shows that discipline. And they get around off the back of it. And they get it comfortably, without question. Slight lead in the charge here. The AWP. Gonna rein it in though. 11-4 for him. T-side opping is such a good sign though.
Absolutely. Makes you wonder what'll happen on CT side. Assuming they need it again for a second straight map today. Going back to that previous series, I don't know if we're going to get the CT side opping from the player we're most impressed by. Marky throws that flashbang. Boss again taking their time. Full minute left on the clock. Getting info, only have Shane anchoring down that B site. Although at this stage they're wondering, okay, what's going on? Marky leaning back in to support him. Smoke tossed. That one, that's good. Okay, good for camera, I believe, or at least enough to force Snav ahead of it. Snav spamming away. Good jiggle from Ben to bait out the shots so they get some information off of it. 35 seconds left now. They're closing the gap, trying to win some fights, and they will get that first onto Slump. Snav spotted around the edge of the smoke. Snav thought he was safe. He wasn't. Marky and Shane are just trapped here in connector. B-Will's trying to find it. He can't. Shane does actually get two, and Dare finds one as well. It's down to a 1v1 post plan. Shane knows exactly where Slight is, who goes up the ladder, dodges the bullets, sets himself up, and then backs off into T-Con. Shane sees him retreat, goes and taps the bomb, trying to force a peek out of Slight, but Slight has the read. He is not going to be fooled here, nor bamboozled by that attempt. Continues to wait, forcing Shane to try and stick to the defusal. Now Shane comes around that corner, cannot collect himself on the spray, fakes the defusal again. Slight realizes he's not doing it. Oh my goodness, the movement masterclass from Slight, and he gets the shot to boot. 10-1 for Boss. Something else there, Cole, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Slight just playing it so perfectly right there. I mean, the constant manipulation right there, attempting from Shane to try and draw out his attention, the taps not being baited out. Holds his nerve nicely. Bentley, he'll be sidelined early, but that's a sacrifice that Boss have been willing to give. Trying to get him out in towards T-Con. Give it one more round. Can they get themselves on 11-1 for what is looking like their best T-side half I've seen out of them so far on Train?
Yeah, no question. I think it's all thanks to Ben, who is the first casualty in the round, but that just means you can talk from the sidelines and support the squad. Slight
man.
Gets the response here, Cole.
He moves here. Still one towards the back lines. They're going to lose the side access here. They're going to have to play retake. They're going to have to keep control of this round. Force this passive setup on the post plant for Boss, and it's a good way to win here for the CT side.
Snav gets one. Shane traded out. Back and forth we go. Still an advantage here, but Dare can't collect Slight. What a flick from him. Slight in a clutch situation get a lot more difficult now. 13 HP. They're spamming around the smoke. They try to spot him. He misses the no-scope. What an attempt. And it will be finally a second round for getting info, but it's only in the last one of the half. As that bomb gets defused, we will head to a break. All right, we're back into it, not wasting any time here. As Getting Info are hoping to get themselves some rounds, because they did finish off that first half of action with a victory, but they need this pistol desperately, or the following if they can't find this in some kind of force buy, because if not, Boss are absolutely just going to be across the finish line before Getting Info can even blink. Third cup. Tappin misses the shot. Dare finds the first.
CT sides have been something so incredibly comfortable for them, but opening. Something to lean on here. What about two? Snav continuing to find some damage there, capitalizing on this B site. Long distance retake. Having to close it up against the Glocks is not going to be an easy task. Marky remains up high. Looking for more strides on an instant dismissal on Binleet's move. The activity from Dare punished, but retake looking nullified here at this point. Maybe some kills could be good. There's another one. They're running out of time here. I don't see any kits in the server, so that's going to be the biggest issue. At this point, you're just fighting for exits and some extra economy. Slight looking to do just that. It's one more on his way out, but that'll be just about all here.
All right, so Getting Info do indeed find that elusive pistol round victory to get their third on the board, and that will likely lead to a follow-up round. I imagine that Boss are not going to force up in this situation because they've got such a big lead. So probably just going to go for some pistol upgrades at most. You saw they're just very decisive. We're Getting Info on their initial take with those pistols, and finding the frags without Boss really getting any response at all means that, you know, they just cruise across the finish line with some bits and pieces of a response from Boss, but only in terms of like maybe one frag or two. Deagle's out for Boss on Fruit Cup, but that's it.
I mean, they have such a firm foundation on this lead. Tough to allow Getting Info the consistent success back in. My big question is, right, you're going for this big eco. You can still do some damage in a round like this, but you want to get Slight and AWP as soon as possible. My big question is, will they be able to do that next round, or will they even save again? Try and get that off in round number 4 with Fruit Cup providing damage.
Whoa!
Oh my god, 2 quick kills. Fruit Cup making this round possible. But no, Marky gonna put it to rest. Just at the right time, just to shut him down. A little bit of an uproar coming through. The guy that's always good for one with this Deagle, but makes it 2 this time and makes it scary for Getting Info. There's that op in play there for Slight.
Yeah. I was going to say that's absolutely critical for Slight, and because of those 3 frags that were obtained by Fruit Cup, or I believe at least 2 in that instance, Slight is able to buy up the flashbang as well. A little detail, but still something. AWP will be the thing to watch out for here. for Boss. Where does Slight post up? Looks like he wants to stay towards the B site, going for more of a shotgun op angle here towards the ramp to start things off. But getting info, making a lot of noise, making no secret of their approach to Pop Dog. Cole.
Loud and proud. In this early control that's established. Good foothold. Being tossed on in, but some great utility also to delay, block things out. At least for now. Sort of positioning makes it easy for Slight to try and work through both T-Con and focus his attention on towards the pop side of things. That's where you want to take your first contact as an operator, is typically towards that pop side. Let your riflers draw out the attention there as well. Map is spread thin. Be fake in order to try and draw out rotations. No one budging, and there's Slight on the scene. Already finding the first. Now the smoke in towards T-Con is perfect. B will just shoot straight through it. So this one absolutely going nowhere. And then another kill off the back of the counter spam from Shane. He gets, or rather Marky, he gets instantly punished. Slight flying everywhere with his AWP.
That was so nice. I mean, look, he sees Marky. That's the risk when you're spamming inside the smoke like that or right around it where your Marky is, because you open up enough space so that you're visible. And then Slight's like, oh, thank you very much. I will just shoot you down and take care of business. I also like the rotation that happened there between Slight and B-Wills, right? B-Wills was engaging towards T-Con, and Slight got that frag of Pop Dog. So they mix things up and put the rifle towards E-Box instead, and then Slight swings around. They just don't expect that change-up to come through. So nice little detail for Boss as they pick up their 11th, and you see how much impact Slight has already had with those 3 op frags, which we didn't really get on the other side when you're looking at Slump with only 6 frags available to him, and you can see, you know, how much of a difference it makes when your op is playing this well.
I mean, it just gives you so many ways to work around the CT side. When you're playing as effective as Slight, so many different ways to win rounds here. It's a defense that you should center around your AWP as well. And they do so effectively. So far, so good. When they get the guns out, they immediately are able to thrive. Already able to offer up the first pick on this BXQ. Bentley follows it up to the smoke. The smoke spam remains so incredibly deadly here for this squad.
Getting info. Desperately trying to hang on to this bomb site, but it just feels like it isn't gonna happen. Dare, did he time out? I'm not sure. Just holding that angle, perhaps. I don't know. One way or another, the round will go Boss's way. 12-4. One more round, and they've already got this first one under their belts, heading into what we'll be getting info's pick of Ancient.
Already such a firm foundation holding together here for this Boss roster. You said, you know, and I was with you, right? This is a IGL and Benleet that takes a little bit of time to get things established. Can always be a bit of growing pains when he's dealing with new rosters and, well, I mean, not even new rosters. Roster changes in the past is what he's had to deal with for so long in Party Astronauts, but this is a full new project. So you think it should take even longer, but this level of success is so promising. One last round here on Train, and it's a quick dismissal. Fruit Cup blinded up, but there's a trade on in here. The Slight's up, shatters him from range.
Yeah.
They're not able to make any ground down in. Missed shot. Might provide coverage, but it's just free fire for Slight here. Free pickings. They do not anticipate his elevated angle.
All right, well, that's going to do it. Slight, a 3K, 24 frags for himself, for Boss here on this performance of Train. And this is the type of powerful performance on his side that I was talking about. And I think you were alluding to it as well. He can be such a big difference maker. This is what can make him into, if he plays like this all the time, it's like top 5 NA Opper easily. And that's where he was for me. I would even say a year and a half ago, right? 2 years ago. I think that he was performing on a level where I felt like he was getting to that point, and then he slid down and then didn't play as well and had these inconsistent performances. But right here, I'm hoping that under Benleet's tutelage, he can continue to perform like that.
Yeah, we got an IGL with experience, IGL that knows how to play around an Opera as well in particular, right? If you talk about the years that Bentley has spent with Pone alone, where Pone alone obviously has been a big win condition for his teams in the past. So a lot of op-centric play there coming through there, and again an effective T side on train, which is something you can't really expect every day of the week, but it's so valuable when you do get those games. And a dominant performance rolling through for Boss on their map pick, and having to do so in a 10-2 half, when I was just highlighting that when they were dealing with situations where there was an IGL that I think was not necessarily defined in rosters in the past, having Bentley come through and be able to show that level, even if he's not getting a lot of kills in the numbers department, you can definitely see the level of poise and calm nature that this T side had in terms of how they were able to play a part those mid rounds.
Without question. All right, map number 1 has been wrapped up. We go now on to the next map of Ancient, the Getting Info pick. Before we do, we are going to take a quick break. All right, we're back. We thought we would get a closer affair on Train Cole, but it ended up being a boss masterclass, 13-4. Ben Lead in particular. I mean, I mentioned it before, saying like, oh, Ben Lead's their squads, his squads in particular, take longer to activate, longer to get going. But maybe that change is here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess what you're dealing with right now is a little bit of a floor that you have to already build up some structure, and then Bidley coming through and working around that and being able to establish it, right? You have a core that's already been proven to do so much. Here, you've got players that you're comfortable in the past with players like B Wills coming into the mix. So just really identifying everyone's strengths here and really being able to capitalize in this matchup. I'm definitely surprised that this trend of dominance is continuing, but when you see numbers like what Slight was able to bring to the table, it definitely makes more sense.
I mean, when Ben Lead has a firepower core available to him, he tends to play really well. I mean, at least in terms of his calling, and that's exactly what happened there. Because you're not going to get the numbers out of Ben. Sometimes you'll have these crazy performances like, whoa, what's happening? But overall, he's a player that's going to set up his entire team for success, and when that happens, this is the result that you get. Darty, Fruit Cup, and B-Wills all on 16 frags apiece. B-Wills in particular, I know we talked about Slight and how good he was. He was fantastic, but B-Wills, I think he's shaking off the rust, right? Because he hadn't played competitively for some time, and he used to be a star in his own right on previous rosters that he played on back in CSGO. So he's certainly a capable rifler, and we saw him play really well by Slight's side, in particular that one round where they're just swapping places, and he's like just spamming away with the A1S while Slight's nailing the shots with the op.
Yeah, I mean, it looks top tier levels of coordination in between Slight and B-Wills, as you mentioned, and that defense of the A side, which is very exciting when you get that level of coordination there. As you said, it's a challenge to try and hop back into the mix and look to play at your peak, look to establish some dominance, but B-Wills able to set the tone here early. Looking for continued success rolling through is a really great establishment of what this team could do with players that we weren't quite sure of how they were going to activate. How good is B-Wills going to be here when he steps back into the limelight here with the top tier organization? The answer so far is looking pretty top notch.
Yeah, no question. And the better he gets, it's only a boon for Boss. As well, we're going to go to Ancient now. And I mean, look, last time that getting in for on Ancient, it was up against M80. It was a 5-13 drubbing. And the surprise, not really a surprise for me, as we're still finishing off with the highlights here, but I think we're about wrapped up there. And yeah, with these last shots from Slight, who we highlighted being super solid, it is all done. And yeah, talking more about Ancient now. As I mentioned, 5-13 for getting info in that previous matchup, and it's actually been a 3-game losing streak for Boss on the map, but they've been close in every single one, Cole.
Yeah, looking to break through here now as well, and that's a huge confidence builder to do so. They're heading in with momentum into this matchup, which is a big deal. As you said, not being able to topple some teams here in recent history, but Ancient is a map that I think you can look a lot towards Fruit Cup in terms of if he's hitting his stride, it's going to be pretty easy for them to make room on in. The teams that they've lost are getting info there in a Pro League season, or in a Pro League qualifier rather. Then Blue Jays, who's a very strong Ancient team, and then what comes as the biggest surprise I think is that Notorious roster. That one is kind of a worrisome loss to me, in that sense they're on Ancient. So there's definitely some holes. I think Benleet's calling on this map is going to be a bit of a struggle, as he's had a really tough time. I think ever since you had that era of Party Astronauts with Fang and 60 involved.
Yeah,
that was when I kind of noticed that their Ancient had dropped off a cliff where it once used to be really established, and I feel like Bentley really never got back into the modern version of how this map's played out. So hopefully there's some lessons for both sides that can be taught here for Boss to elevate on this map.
Yeah, no, and I think for sure here on Ancient, with a player like Fruit Cup at his disposal, Benleet could find some more success, because I always felt like the players he was with didn't necessarily find the performances, but on this map it comes down to your rifle core more than your opper, and I think we've seen that lately for Slight. He hasn't really been popping off on Ancient, because with the op you're holding maybe B long, maybe mid, but even then it's difficult because there's always utility raining in your face, and oftentimes you're ending up in close range engagements rather than the more favorable long range ones for the AWP. But Fruit Cup stats are ridiculous. I mean, you already kind of leaned into it, Cole, but over 13 maps of play over the last 3 months, a 1.29 rating, and almost the same in terms of impact, 1.28, 93.1 ADR, and a 99 firepower rating. Fruit Cup is the scariest customer on the server right now here on Ancient, and if he starts to find his rhythm early on, then Boss could be looking at a very quick 2-0.
Yeah, I feel like so much of the rounds really live on what he can bring to the table, how much he's able to identify. If he's finding opening duels there, it's going to be a huge difference maker. If he's providing some of those late round kills in activities, then that can also help out as well. But sometimes there are situations in which teams can target him. They kind of flush him out of position. If I'm remembering correctly, I've seen him a lot towards the B side in early T side rounds. So
yes,
when it comes down to that position, right, you oftentimes are going to be tested by the full brunt of C2 utility. It collapses from cave and ramp. If teams, especially like getting info, who can get aggressive, try and set the tone on a CT side, are able to capture that space, it can't put him in a dangerous spot.
no question. Looks like we're still waiting here to get started, folks. I'm not sure how much longer we have, but I think the players should be ready to go in just a little bit. We can talk a little bit more about getting infos. Ancient, I know you mentioned there was the Notorious loss for Boss, which is a concern, but I mean, again, they did end up beating Notorious to make it here in the first place. So
Right.
I think overall it's fine, but definitely there's some shakiness that needs to be worked out. And I thought that would be the case on Train, so it wasn't. Maybe Ancient has also been sorted out over what is a very short period of time, of course. It's only been a few days. But before we're going to take a quick break, guys, but before we do, I just want to mention, like I said, on the Getting Info side, they do have wins against Marsborn and Supernova Comets before that M80 loss, and we know how good M80 has been. Not only that, the only team they've lost against over the last 3 months is M80. Every other map they've played on Ancient has been a win. That being said, we do have to take a quick break, guys, because the players are still getting ready, but when we come back, we'll jump right into the action on Ancient. All right, we're going into it here. Boss and getting info starting on map number 2. Boss dominant on train with a 13-4 win. And now we move on to see if Getting Info can pick up their map pick. And look at this aggression already down mid from Boss, but Getting Info capitalize on it by taking the space towards B hole.
4v4. Bomb getting planted here. Getting Info establishing a nice foothold in this round. Looking to secure it up now. Let's see what they have in store to close out the post. Dealing with the flanks already. A great flashbang offered up that completely destroys Boss. Fruit Cup still allowing for ways back into this round. They have to make it through cave here, and Fruit Cup won't be able to find any more access. Just going to be a 1v2. They've pulled out there and a quick headshot to seal up this round coming through from Dare. Getting Info able to lift off early this time around.
Good start from them. As mentioned, taking that space towards B, and you see Dare with 2 nice openers. Boss getting rebuffed immediately means that, well, they're going to be stuck on an eco here with just the Deagle coming through.
See what they have in store here. As you said, just the Deagle. They're going to stack up the cars, try and put the round at least into the realm of possibility. B-side stack is the game plan. If they get any ground off the back of it, they're so diligent about the way that they work through this control either way. Do you think a stack is hard to fall victim to, and the aggression that follows suit is absolutely destroyed. 4 kills in a flash. That should seal up the round here. Unless they give Fruit Cup. He's always good for 1 with his Deagle. That's one thing to note. Whoa.
Oh, not that time. He gets run down.
Broke the rules.
Yeah. Getting Info. Don't care about the rules. They're going to take care of things and find that 2-0 lead. Now we go into things. In fact, their first lead of this series, right? Because Train was heavily in favor of Boss from start to finish. Now Boss will be on to the rifles. 4 A1Ss and a FAMAS. On the other side, Getting Info, pretty similar buy-up though, so a chance for Boss to strike here. See if they get aggressive into A main. It looks like they want to, yeah. Darty's already poking his nose in, and it's not a bad idea. You've got 3 players on the other side. Getting Info likely going to hard clear this corner though. They do, but the fight goes to Darty, immediately traded by Slump though.
So damage done here as well. Snav down incredibly low, so yourself a 4v4. This is where I think you get a lot more deadly on the side of Getting Info on this map, is how you're able to activate in the mid rounds. You're able to pull the threads, and with a 4v4 this early on, you think there's going to be some weak sides in the map that you can try and take advantage of. Aggression in towards mid and a bit of a look-see. They reclaim some of this ground. They're going to start to get a good inkling as to where the remainder of this offense is lining up here, especially as they work their way through mid now. So this becomes a game of timing here in which they have to give over this east side of the map instead. And a quick reaction from Getting Info will get them onto the site successfully, so.
4v4 post plant here. He wills. Oh, he's flashed out. Great flashbang from the left shade. Close the gap, and then he finds that frag onto B-Wills. They're getting surrounded very quickly there, Boss. And now that nade sails in to put even more pressure on them. That being said, Getting Info are low in terms of health, but that doesn't even matter. They keep winning fight after fight, and not a single body drops in the post plant.
Yeah, there's giving them a taste of their own medicine right now. Great work rolling through to start off these rounds, and how they open up proceedings, and then in the closing statement, there's just enough intensity. You can see the mid claw coming through there throughout that round. It's so threatening for Getting Info if they remain slow about their approach. If they didn't really activate, if they continue to do a grueling pace there, it would have been, you know, flank activating and round probably would have been looking much different, but instead Getting Info able to activate in time. Around in safe hands. Okay, Marky. Besides, B-Will can't play the round, and Snav will do the same to Darty. Good shots connecting there. Fruit Cup, what?
Oh.
No way. He spins 180. Bidley fires up for 2 more, and it And a flash is over. Oh my god, what did Fruit Cup just do there? It was a 180 dig shot.
It's because you got robbed of that one, Cole. Like you said,
Oh,
the rules
that's what
were broken
happens.
before. Yeah, so the rules are broken before. And said Fruit Cup said, no, 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 no. You have to let me get at least one frag. I have to get that Eagle frag. So here he gets 2 of them, and the wheels fall off the cart for getting info. It was so strong too, Marky and Snap getting those frags and bringing it within only 3 more boss players needed. But beautiful shots from Fruit Cup. Turned the round completely on its head. Now Snap's going to run down Darty immediately to kick off the next round and gets Fruit Cup as well. Those are rifles on the ground, and I mean, nothing that really was able to materialize there for Boss. Now Slight collects 1 before the smokes, and the execute comes in towards A. What a quick response from getting info.
Yeah, I would say the perfect way to bounce back there off the back of some stunning shots. Be able to just completely quell the momentum. There's still some room back into this retake. Damage being done. The inbound. 3v3. They can't make it through Temple though just yet. Still more to do. Smoke goes down here, but eating an HE on the inbound is not an inviting prospect. And now sub 10 seconds left on this. They have to just stick the bomb, and they're trying to escape instead. They're running away. Round 1, but in their retreat, Marky will strike for 2. The 2 less guns to save. So damage will go off. It's another successful round and a very quick bounce back there for the side of getting info.
Four to 1 for the side of getting info. It's a very important bounce back for them to find, but Boss will still be able to afford a buy up here. Slight with the 8 OEP, Darty and Fruit Cup with the A1Ss, and Bentley with MP9. Things are not out of reach for Boss yet. They do need Fruit Cup to activate, I would say. And you see getting info tossing a volley of util in towards mid. Boss looking to rebuff that. That smoke thrown to get rid of the Molotov. Getting info off of that util thrown to mid are actually going to adjust themselves. All 5 players heading towards the B site. Not a single lurk.
Position looking like it's made up for them. Smoke's gonna fade here. Activity on the CT side down the ramp with the op to back it up. It's not completely isolated. The utility being lined up right now, ready to turn the corner. Anticipation. This is such a tricky shot though. Smoke will fade and not in the favor of B-Wells. There's a whole firing squad waiting for him. Binley doesn't last too long either. The MP9s look to crunch on in, but instead it's just the op left standing. Slight able to get in and get out. And he stays alive somehow. Has a rifle now, looking to wrap up this round on the flank here, but getting watched. Darty never inspects a thing. Snav catches a side turn. Ball bang looking good, but the flank coming through from Dare off the back of that is what seals the deal. And getting info, I mean, again, just giving them a taste of their own medicine right now.
No question. This is a drubbing on their map pick, which, I mean, isn't necessarily a surprise. These players on getting info are no slouches, and they can get some pretty strong performances. And you see Dare and Snav doing exactly that. Snav is one of the better fragging IGLs, I would say, when he's on his game. And that first map certainly wasn't, but here he's starting to find his rhythm very effectively, as we're going to get a timeout called by Boss to regroup and collect their thoughts, because this has been a very silent start for them. B-Will's 0 frags. We just talked about him maybe finding his rhythm on that previous map, but right here it's just not working out for him at all. They need to get a response before getting info just run across the finish line.
Yeah, gameplay getting shut down there. That's a huge eye-opener for the Boss side. That, I mean, you turn the corner there, you have 4 players ready to go on B, collapsing in together. You think there's strength and power in the unity of that aggression, but the whole team of getting info is reading you. And they're punishing your activity, so good moves being made here. It's just time to decide, okay, we're going to take this space off spawn. We give you no room to work here towards this B side.
Elite. Patiently waits with the MP9. B-Will's on the other side. This is some good space that's been gained for Boss outside of B. So, I mean, getting info really have no real place to go once they come out here. Oh, nice flashbang toss, though. Snap gets one, and Marky finds the second. Fruit Cup tries to strike, but he can't do it. And Boss, on a force buy round, are again reeling. Man disadvantage situation. Fruit Cup tries to get back into that smoke. I think he wants to get back in towards Jag, and he does do that. Darty up close and personal. Can't do anything with the MP9. It's down to the 2 A1Ss, but at every single turn, Boss has been rebuffed.
They might accidentally walk into the stack here with the bomb, the first to lead the charge. Fruit Cup can't be up on the angle. It's going to leave Slight. Trying to make a quick rotation. Maybe could have caught him in a different world, but this one is leaning in on the B side, in which they've already claimed full success. They've overlooked him. The Dare must have spotted him out there. Continues to swing things forward. I'm not done just yet.
Seems like it is now. Slight is going to back off and save the A1S. No heroics in this round. At least some frags coming through for the Boss side. And they do have that full loss bonus around what will be an additional $150, so $35.50 into their accounts. Would imagine that might be enough for them to justify a half buy around this A1S. I'd be surprised if they forced into it once more, especially with the money really piling up for getting info. Marky lurking around that smoke, gets caught out a little bit, and Darty will punish. This could be that second round for Boss that we were leaning into. B-Wills, headshot onto Shane. Here comes B-Wills again. Slump is gone. There's going to be some free upgrades for Boss as well, as they will close it out. Bomb should be defused. There's time. Yes, down to the wire a little bit on that full 10 seconds, but Boss will find their second. Free upgrades as mentioned. Slide onto the op. Ben on the AK, and B-Wills with an A1S. That is a fantastic time for Boss to find a round.
They're finding the kills to back it up now.
Four v 3. Boss would love to get a third round here. B-Wills looking for something. Shane and Dare are taking their time on this approach. 53 seconds left. Now B-Wills will spot them, but great shot from Dare to the dome of B-Wills. Slight, oh, what a recovery. Ends up getting that shot to connect. and you have a 3v2 for Boss, but I think getting info are going to be able to pull off a plant. No! Ben Lee finds Marky and Shane all by his lonesome, tries to get out, will find one, but he still has to get a couple more frags after attempting to plant this bomb, but it's just going to be a fake plant for now as he tries to fade out the peaks. Great flashbang thrown by Ben, and Darty will end it.
Yeah, what comfort right there. Some nice shots coming through again from Slight on the CT side. And Boss able to plant their feet off the back of a luxury of winning with that eco. They have a lifeline in this half here. The CT side striking back, even though they make some strides on end. Binley offering up a heroic defense. Slight with that AWP able to connect in time here. Now it's Dare with the hero AK on the other end of the server. See what he can bring to the table. And a bit of what seems to be an off-spawn B call coming through here, already through cave as well.
He will spray down Darren Slump on the transfer. Darty waiting on the site. Marky doing work here. He's cooking. Getting that bomb planted. Snap swings around with the Tech 9 to make things even more comfortable in this post plan. He's got guns available to upgrade to, and he gets that A1S off the ground. Shane could get something soon as well, but he's sticking with the Tech 9 for now. Fruit Cup comes in, but he is traded out very quickly, and now it's all down to Slight getting info, threatening for their 7th round. Slight has the money, so he's going to try for this one. Hits the no-scope. Doesn't expect Shane to be here, though. I don't think he's going to have any inkling, and there you go. Shane will get the last little bit of BM. Let's be honest, a lot of BM coming through there towards the end as getting info find that 7th.
Well, I mean, now they have that that BM option available to them, because that is a huge stride on in now in return. It's just that hero rifle coming through from Marky and the space creation for the pistols. Beebles offers it up at a 5v3 right there. You'd think that's enough. Maybe a little bit of uprising coming through from Slight, but not going to be able to secure it in the end. Marky able to be the hero in that last round with 3 kills on offer. Dare now stepping up to the plate in the next. Opening duels with Slight. They're already pulling things back with the quickness. Take the advantage here. Up a player now.
All right. Boss looking to win 3 of the last 4 now with this man advantage, but I like the approach from getting info. You got 2 players going to A main. The only one defending here at A is Darty and Donut, and if you just throw a smoke there, you can isolate him. They only have 1 smoke to deploy, though, so it depends on what getting info have in mind for this approach. And we'll be A. Once Darty's spotted, you imagine they're going to put... No, they don't even have to do anything, because the bullets will take care of him. Darty gone, 3v3 now, and no one else in a position to try and deny this bomb plant. Ben Leeds looking to swing around from Donut. He might have spotted the shoulder of Shane. But now Snav is going to join him here, and they're going to double swing.
Ooh. I look for more of a contact game here, but that allows for isolation like this. Ben Leeds strikes and B-Wills plays off the contact. Perfectly unified. They're going to have a 3v1 up hand here. Quick shot through the smoke, though, for Slump. On the bomb they go. Molly force him into the open, into a free duel. Slightly can't find the bomb diffuser. He can't quite get track of that round there. Slight could have bested him with the USP. And Boss able to recover in the 3v3.
Fantastic recovery, and as you see, 3 of the last 4 do indeed go Boss's way heading into this final round of the first half of action. 3 A1Ss, the AK and the AWP for Boss, and on the getting info side, they're trying to bring it together with, in some cases, bits and pieces. 2 MAC-10s, a Galil, an AK, and actually another Galil in their possession. Utility is fairly light, and they've already lost the first body. The resurgence for Boss is now officially on. Ben Leet finding that first one. And now you'll see Marky and Slump regroup themselves. They're going to take control of Jag and Cave. Surprisingly, Boss have given up all the space in Cave, which is not something you typically want to do. A 4-man push down ramp. This is bold, maybe too bold. Snav and Shane are going to get a couple off of it. Darty, along with Fruit Cup, have been spotted off that jump peak, and then Slump strikes from the back. I'm not sure what Boss were thinking there, Cole, but it wasn't the greatest call, in my opinion. Slight will be the last one standing. I mean, they had a man advantage, didn't really have to get aggressive, but chose to do so anyway. As Slight gets spotted out through the smoke, sprayed down with the AK as we hit the halftime break. All right, we're back into it here. Round number 13, pistol round underway. Boss were able to recover there in that first half, but I still can't wrap my head around what the idea was there with the man advantage. Sending 4 players down ramp, Cole, it was a curious call. That's the type of call you'd make if things aren't going your way and you're in a weird position, but they had the advantages. Anyway, let's see if they can recover. It was weird.
Yeah, I'm in a position they found themselves in a couple times in the half here. We'll see if they can turn it around on the T side. They're going to have to play some flawless Counter-Strike. Ben Lee ready to bring that into the mix. The T said looking good today. Something to lean on here. 4v5 in the post. No ground gain until Marky's finally able to crack through, but the post-point positioning looking way too strong. And at this point, just going to be one man standing. B-Wills takes care of business on all fronts. And it's going to be Boss lifting off here on the second pistol.
Yeah, fantastic stuff for them. I'm looking purely at the numbers here on Boss. You're looking at a T-round win percentage of 40.8%, typically better on their CT side, but sometimes those stats don't really come into play. It depends on the way the match is leaning, and I would say, given the way Boss were coming back in that second half, they got this chance to potentially seize momentum away from getting info. And of course, getting info are also stronger on their CT side. Very similar numbers to Boss, but 61.3% win percentage for them. Do lose that pistol, and now Boss a chance to convert off of it, Cole.
So they can bring to the table here. Trying to hold on to their lead. An A-side stack not going to do him any favors here. Marky with a flashbang out. But a very empty B bomb site is where Boss are going to head. Flanking towards middle could leave Ewell's vulnerable. Sends Marky doing a backflip right there, and now this is where the USPs come into business.
I feel like the physics got weird on some of the frames, right?
Looks very changed and new.
I don't know what to think of it yet. Assuming that it's intended. Anyway, it will be a fairly clean sweep here for Boss. The SMGs collecting frags and the AKs and Galil's recovered from the SMG players as they do find that 6th round and should be fairly comfortable in buying up once more. But on the getting info side, the op of Slump has come to play. And the thing is, Slight actually didn't do that well on the opping side for CT, which we kind of expected. He doesn't necessarily perform that well on this map, but Slump has a chance to really set the flow and help getting info get across the finish line if he can collect here. I'm assuming he's going to go towards that B site. And that is the case. Not a bad idea to hold from long B. On the other side, Boss, they're just playing defaults. They're waiting for pushes to come through. They do take the initiative into mid.
Yeah, but to Murad towards middle here early. Really good sign. Flushing out a player in the cubby as well. Tucked in towards red room. So, I mean, already kind of forcing them into more passive positions. But as you said, Slump with a big opportunity to set the tone here. Ewells gets smoke spam right there outright. The op shot rattles off as well as the molly. Oh no! Slump was escaping a little too lackadaisical there. The rotates arriving on the scene for this B site, but it's captured. Smoke spam not connecting here. And a 4v4 post play activates in a flash.
There's some spam connecting there onto Darty, right? He gets taken down to 42 HP, but as it stands, getting info don't have any much util left, I should say. A couple of flashes and I think a smoke. Now they will try to charge in and take the space back quickly. That is a very key frag from Snav to give the man advantage, and everyone from Boss are on the outside.
Oh no, he got stuck to his hand. Oh, is this gonna land here? It does land. It's taking down Snav.
Oh, he's got it.
Defuse. Slight finds him, but there is a smoke kit. And so they'll extinguish the flames, but is there enough time?
No, I don't think they do. I think that was it. I think getting that frag was the key,
Oh my
and
God.
indeed it was. What a spam coming through from Slight, the hero for Boss, and everyone dies for getting info as well, except for Shane. That is such a fantastic round victory for Boss. They pull victory from the jaws of defeat and get a 7. Look at this. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Absolutely clutch.
Yeah, needed a little bit of extra damage right there, able to find it. What a sequence. Survival instincts kicking in here for Boss when their back's against the wall. This T side allows them to set the tone. Managing to survive that scraping by here. It's a huge relief. MP9 rolling out their trade necessary, but Dare continues to amplify the damage, and now Shane with that saved AK. Ready to say, hey, nice clutch. But we've got the next.
Still a chance here for Boss, but it's quickly... The door's quickly closing, right? Slight and Darty. Get on to B. Shane can get blindsided by this. Oh, he has no idea he's visible. Molotov goes in, and now he has been clotheslined. Slight's going to go to bottom of ramp. Marky needs to be careful on his approach here. Marky, what is he going to do? Shadow spotted. Slight gets the headshot. Dare around the corner. Now Slight's going to retreat. This is some very good movement again from him. Smoke thrown, and then Darty hits the shot! This is a 2v4. that has completely turned around, even though it looked like curtains for Boss. Slump, still a chance. 45 seconds left on the clock with the MP9. He slips
Oh.
in towards Cave, and look what Boss are doing. They are getting the heck out of here. Slump's going to hear it, but it will be a bomb plant before he has a chance to do anything about it.
So frustrating. Open bomb plant here. Now your job becomes infinitely more challenging. Having to recover this round. Brought to the brink. Post plant's already established. And Slump just slowly working his way through this round. Might catch Slight. Oh, gets him anyways. The shadow's seen, but it doesn't matter. And Slight even going to add insult to injury, provide the finishing blow. We have a tie ball game now, as Boss have recovered quickly off the back of the pistol, but in the clutches. That was a round in the palm of getting Info's hand in a 4v2 that gets pulled away piece by piece.
Wow. I mean, look, it was a half buy only for getting Info, so there's that to think about. But it was their round at that point, right? Darty and Slight were on side. I know. And he hit that ridiculous shot too, right? There was that moment you're like, oh, Slight turned his back. He throws the smoke. Maybe there's going to be that push through it. And then Slight's gone. But no, Darty he threads the needle, right? To get that headshot. And then, well, Boss end up finding a path back to A, planting the bomb, and getting Info are unable to get that heroic round victory. That said, they keep the economy honest for Boss. So a round victory here could send Boss spiraling back into the doldrums of Ancient.
Absolutely. They are just one round away from trying to put them back down on to a difficult spot here, but that's a big if. So the duels here starting to work out well, and they continue to. Another big pickup into the site. 3 rotates scramble to try and recover this round. Will they make it in time here? Bomb already getting locked in here. And this rotate has to come through Temple. They're moving quickly through Temple as well.
Shane gets one. Ooh, Slight almost overstays his welcome, but now he's got the right angle and the right idea. Ben and Slight take care of business. On to Shane. Slump still fighting for this, but he will be the last one standing in a 1v2. They know exactly where he is. There's really nothing he can get forward here, and he will eventually be dropped. No opportunity to even save the op at that point. He was too far gone, and Boss will take a lead here, 9-8 in their favor.
Wow. I mean, quickly turning this half on its head. Entry starting to flow just like they were on Train here on that first dominant T side. They were able to bring together. Now being able to do it once again here. Digging deep, but now forcing a bit of a scare here. They just instantly in nervous nature for the side of getting Info with how their rounds are opening up so quickly. Got them playing passive. They got them playing back here. And this time, they're going to call a fast A play inside of a smoke. A bit of a calamity, though. Team kill to lift this one off the back of Marky's damage. And Boss are stalled. The smokes are all in here, but now you got to get the bomb down.
They're gone. Fruit Cup, traded out. Back and forth we go, and it will lean Boss's way eventually, but only briefly. Snap will give themselves a little bit of breathing room to try and get it on this flank. Marky, misses the shots, but will connect eventually. It's okay. Ben Lee, can he clutch this one out? The IGL for Boss. He's been known for some clutches in the past. Not always the player you expect to be called upon, but he's got 14 frags here. Needs a 15th and maybe a 16th to win this one. Full 10-second defusal required, and Marky finds the shot on Ben. That will be the round, going back the way of getting Info. We are tied up again.
That's some huge opportunities right there offered up. I mean, just the mobility of the MP9 and the difficulty of Boss to track them and find their post plants comfortable. Open up that opportunity. On top of that, a big flank rolling on through there with Slight caught off guard. The op being picked up and used against them. And here's that big opportunity that getting Info had. They just needed to win a round. Sure, the clutches weren't favoring them, but if one finally did, that could be the turning point that they need here in this half. They finally got it. Now can they shatter this Boss squad and their economy? Gonna have enough buy to get Darty onto a Deagle and a couple AKs into the mix. And if getting info can just fight through this round, their pathway into map 3 is definitely paved. Here. Lots of early utility towards middle. Brilliant. Ichi onto Binley, trusting himself with an AK. On this investment, had enough money to get it out. Now going to get caught with a side turn. Survives the op scare. Flashbang. Oh, what? No kills converted. Just messy. I thought that was a flash. It turned out to be a decoy. A missed kill right there from Binley, as well as the opper and Slump. Into the B side they go, though.
I mean, Shane continues to do the damage, and Beewles and Snav actually engaged there, and I thought for a moment Snav would bring that back into getting Info's favor with a decisive third frag, but it's not happening, and even more so now. Fruit Cup headshotting on to Dare. Slump and Marky have a potentially tough decision on their hands. Do they go for the save, or do they go for this retake? And looks like the save is going to be called here as they rescind the round to Boss.
Let's say some difficult positions right there for Boss, all things considered, but fighting their way through the adversity, being able to find ground on this site, taking that lead right back there. Lost for a split second with the tied scoreline, but again, don't stay down for long. Able to revive with some confident duels taken by Fruit Cup and his AK. They're able to bounce right back here. Boss, I mean, they're just getting info that the big opportunity to shatter the economy, but it's missed out on. It's a good thing that they're able to hold on to a couple of rifles, but going to be thinking about what you could have had there.
No, absolutely. Tough round for getting info as Boss strike true. And this seesaw right on Ancient continues. Can't forget how strong of a lead getting info brought into this half, right? It was 8-4 in their favor. And since that point, only one round has gone their way. Not to mention that Boss won most of their rounds in the tail end of that first half. And you're going to see it here. As mentioned, 6 of the 7. Boss looking to continue putting the pressure on to getting info. Money's been managed really well on the getting info side, though, so even if they lose this round, they'll probably be okay to get a half buy into the next, even a full buy maybe, depending on what they decide to deploy. Obviously don't want to have to play for overtime, but if that's a decision they need to make, may not have a choice.
See what they can do here. Trying to fend off against that uprising. The Boss comeback in the second half continues. Speak volumes of this team's resiliency and now new leadership. A little bit of time able to get adjusted onto things, forcing the defense to waver a little bit. Utility forces them into more passive positions, shaking things up in the meantime. Marky's been ever present in towards Donut, constantly ready, jiggling off that angle, and then getting that smoke down, spamming through it actually has been effective as well. So Donut control maintained here for now, and also plan A. This bomb site is going to be voided off in the meantime. They're going to have to wait that utility out and still get past Marky.
Oh, man. Marky's spot is so potent, but Ben gets him for free. No damage taken pretty much at all. Dare got as well. Everything going perfectly here for Boss with under 30 seconds left on the clock. They have plenty of time now to plant that bomb. And now getting info. We already talked about it. Yes, their economy is okay, but a save here would really help them ensure a full buy comes through in that following round. And that is exactly what they're going to do. Look, they're just firing off a few shots, waiting to maybe get some exits here. But as it stands, Boss have now extended their lead to 2 rounds, 11-9, and they are 2 rounds away from that 2-0 victory here on Ancient.
I mean, I got a feel for Marky right there. That is the most That's the most like frustrating factor right there. And IGL there, Finley cracking things open like that. On the run, on the fly, just instant pick. Absolute destruction here. The op is still fighting. This is Finley. He wants his kills. He's bloodthirsty after what he just did in Donut. He believes anything is possible, but what he just did in Donut should not be allowed. Flying through in motion. Instant headshot onto Markey.
Whew. What a time to find it too, right? I mean, that was an instance where Markey, it felt like he had all the advantages in the world holding that angle with so little time left, just has to find a way to fire off that A1S and connect with at least one frag, and that's when the chaos would have been sown. But no, Boss are perfect on their approach. Now, getting info. We'll reset and try again. No one on the A site at all at this stage. Oh, I take that back. Slump was blending in with the map. Whoops. He is over there with the AWP waiting for some customers, but lots of presence, as mentioned, heading towards this mid position. So if Boss do go A and have a good flashbang, then Slump could be at risk. In the end, though, trades go the way of Boss as they barrel their way towards mid. Oh my goodness, Cole.
Oh, I'm back there. Sorry, I lost a connection there, but we should be good now.
All right. Welcome back.
It does appear that Boss is doing
Boss
what
is
they
still
have
winning.
been doing so far. Yeah, that's what I'm gathering here from this. We'll see if that continues here with B-Wills. I mean, this, again, a non-factor in the round. It's just about adding extra damage to the mix, and that's what he does. Slump with 5K. So much in reserve because of the saves that have come through here, but it's going to be series point up next here with the op knocked out for the last. Closing statement being made there and dominance being asserted. Boss have only given over a single round here in this second half.
What did I tell you, Cole? What did I tell you about those stats, right? Sometimes you have to ignore them. And this may have been one of those instances because of the momentum that Boss was building up in the latter part of that first half. And indeed, those T-side stats, forget about it. Boss, they're on a roll here, only allowing getting info to get one round so far, and they're trying to end it that way. That being said, you did call it out before. You mentioned that Slump had a lot of money, and because of that, I think Shane as well, or there was a couple of players there with a bit of cash to spare. They will have a pretty respectable buy as a result. You have the AWP, the two A4s, the MP9, and the A1S, as getting info are fighting for their lives here.
For every step forward, for every round until at least 12-12. That's what you're fighting for, and then you got to run the gauntlet in overtime. But Boss have your number. They have the momentum. The wind is in their sails. They know what they did on Train, and they've replicated that dominance. You're in the next breath. Brilliant showcase rolling through here. Map 2. Just a step away from closing it. One over peak, one over face rolling out, and that could be the difference here as they press in towards A main. Dare instantly falls, and an opening duel works in the favor of Boston. There's just no rush. You've got the man advantage. Now wait for them to extend it even further. Wait for them to continue that aggression now.
An opportunity to give him the 5v3, but a little late on the trigger, and now some util are going to come out to try and buy precious time off the clock for getting info. Bentley pushing into cave and gets caught with his back turned. Trade is on. Boss lose their IGL. We'll be calling from the sidelines now. All top sales, and what a flashbang. Shane, though, blinded and all, hits 3. What a time to get that clutch effort, and Snav finds the last. Shane the hero, as getting info have another chance at life.
Yeah, I mean, just a bit of a gamble there with this kill rolling out. You have to think that, okay, our A side is going to be panicking, and look what is rewarded. That gamble pays off just by having Shane there alone, spamming down, blinded up. Boss walk into a pretty heavy setup and can't get past the massive defense. And whatever the way that they do it, right, no matter what the case is, while blind in a man down situation, whatever tool you can get to claw your way back into this matchup here. Shane just found them a big one.
It can't be coming back in, right? Because Boss still have... yeah, God indeed. Dare almost erased, and it looks like Shane will find that first on towards Ben Lead. I said Dare, I meant Darty. Darty down to 8 HP, so a fantastic start for getting info. B-Wills looking to find some space here. Shane is watching as B-Wills waits for someone to try and aggress here, and now he's got company. Shane, an inkling of what might be going on, is just going to hold this angle to wait and see if Boss make their approach, and it looks like Boss are changing their minds. Feels like Donut will be their destination, and they'll leave B-Wills behind there to try and catch a frag. Marky gets one, trades are good, and it will be even better for Boss as they make it down to a 2v2. B-Wills gets critical one, now it's all down to Slump, 1v2. Has to get these 2 frags to win it, and B-Wills will fall. Slump is still kicking, only 8 HP here for Darty, and he just dodges a bullet. It erases right past his ear.
He's got an HE.
Slump. HE misses. It doesn't go in the right spot here, Cole. And Darty waits again. Op locked in. Time ticking away on that bomb. Slump throws the incendiary. Darty has to readjust a little bit. And Slump is thinking about sticking that defusal. He knows time is running out. His heart is racing, trying to figure out what to do. And he makes the right call. Wide swings Darty. Goes for the defusal. 11th round for getting info.
Wow. I mean, you can see the panic right there for Darty being low in HP and knowing that there's a molly right behind you. He tries to get his Somali out to delay that round, any tool necessary. But the damage that he takes earlier on makes the clutch so much more challenging. And just at the right time, able to land the connection. If that molly goes off, it's a done deal. Round over. Your chances of fighting in that clutch are going to be null and void. But now, instead, one more round to take it into overtime. Fast out middle, all in play. B-Wills able to evade here for now. The contact there. Flashbang's going through here. Fast A as well. Yeah, you're exactly right. But it's shut down. Slump's here. They read it like a book.
It's already been 2 in a row for getting info. Needs to be 3 here to push it to overtime. B-Wills going into Red Room. Dare's here, so is Snap. This is such a tough fight for B-Wills to take. It feels like he's dead no matter what he does. And indeed, not even a shot fired for him. Dare finds that frag, and Boss are trying to regroup into mid at this point. They don't really have any map control at all. Donut, their destination. Marky's got the spot. He sees them. He's going to call for the reinforcements. Might die, but it won't really matter because there's bodies waiting on the other side. Marky's still surviving in this smoke. Eventually gets one himself. How does that even happen? And he escapes? No way. 50 seconds left and only a Fruit Cup on the server for this Boss squad. A 1v5 ace clutch required with only 45 seconds on the clock. It just feels like too tall of an ask, even for a player like Fruit Cup.
Absolutely. I was gonna say, what about Fruit Cup X, but that was before Shane knocked him out of the server, and it's gonna go into overtime right there. That's an unbelievable read coming through there from getting info. You got to think about the resources that they have. They have 2 players hovering around Donut. They have an op posted for A, main, deep aggression. That's 3 players leaning over towards the A side off spawn with a player inside of Red Room. That's 4 players leaning over towards A and towards mid in some fashion, and only a single player playing passive on B for the last round of the half. And Boss fell right into the trap. Getting info go all in on that last call, that last ditch effort, and they come up big time.
Shane, going to get a couple here. Boss tried to get into that B site, immediately erased as soon as Shane gets around that corner. Slight wants something. Nice flick. Shane thinks about going around that corner, but he doesn't want to risk losing the site entirely. Now Snav has taken the space in cave. Still a good setup here for getting info towards the B site. But Slight has at least given them a chance in this round, and now will continue pursuing what he can find, and Shane is exactly what's waiting for him on the other side. Darty activates and at least is able to get Marky before Slump flicks around to find him, but the B side has been taken. We're in a 2v2.
Fast flanks doubled up here. Multiple players rolling on in, and Slight wants more. We're going to take a position, catches one by surprise. One more around the corner, not going to be right in on. No, it is. Wow. Slight pulls it back piece by piece, man. Had to do the entry work as his teammates, his riflers were nullified. And he makes it happen.
This is unbelievable. This is the Slight I think everyone wants to see on the server. I mean, we're missing the NA flashy offers for sure, and Slight was always looking like he could be one. In this series, he is one. Does absolutely everything there and lifts the team on his shoulders. Brings them across the line there for that 13th round win. Now they try to do it again, getting info. They've got one player posted up in Jag. Three leaning towards the B site. There's only a little bit of presence towards mid, at least there was. Dare has now left Donut. Maybe that space will be retaken by Marky, and it will. But, I mean, mid and red room is wide open.
Been making some big vulnerabilities in the calling of the early defenses. I mean, getting info so willing to sacrifice some parts of the map for aggression in others, but this isn't really a lot of info for the team. The CT side. Forward-facing duels, execution on in towards this A side. A lot of emphasis put in towards cave, and Slump finds success on the ramp. So all is going to be well here for now. Midpoint of cutoff being knocked out as well. Slight might have to do it again.
Yeah.
Oh, this is too far though. Almost certainly.
Is it?
Double up in towards cave. Spotting the shoulder. It's got to be done. There's a perfect crossfire. Snap just had to step forward and end the round.
Yeah.
And that's what he'll do eventually.
I thought Slight would clear out the single box there in cave, but instead he tries to help Slight out in isolating the one player that's already spotted, but that was the bait switch that getting info we're setting up, and they fall right into the trap. 13-13, all tied up again, heading into the final round of the first half of overtime. Boss had their chances in regulation to close the door on the series, but getting info, shoved their whole body into it, prevented the door from closing, and blew it right down. We are not going down without at least a bit of a fight.
I got a little bit more fight left in him here. Getting info. Can take a lead here in OT1. 3 opportunities in regulation to seal this one up in a 2-0. But surviving that could be everything. Oh, splitting the goalpost there is Dare. Spam looked on the money. No connections. 4 players huddling out towards middle. Rolling in towards red room. This one is going to be an interesting approach here. Everyone here. And at the tip of the spear, there's another Slight opener. They've got a B-lurk here as well, so it might be heading in that direction. To contact walk it into spawn. A couple of kills look a little too easy. 5v2 now. As Fruit Cup finds another. They're unsure of what the better site is to go for here. Now they spot out Dare. They just need to trade him out. They're already through long here, and that's going to catch him by surprise.
You got to keep going in that instance, because you know that all the bodies on your side are heading in that direction. Only Dare's towards B. So you've got it. Slump with an op. 1v4. Very different circumstances from what Slight was able to do with that 4K with the op. And Ben says only 1 bullet needed here, sir. Efficiency at its finest. 14-13 in favor of Boss.
I mean, a great start. They had a bit of a hiccup. But the pullback coming through from Slight is going to be felt heading into this. Yeah. This next half here, that's for sure. The weight of losing that 5v3 that looked so comfortable when Slight just rips it away from you and then gets to hop into the CT side now. That is devastating stuff. Getting info still kind of playing on the back foot here, but on their T side, they got 8-4. That was before, though. I mean, the early momentum helping out a lot.
Yeah, I think so.
You'd see later down the line that Boss got used to things here a little bit more, and some damage done severe onto Snap. Oh my god. Oh my god.
So scary. Snap down to 43 here. Oh, B-Wills eats the nade. He gets taken below 20 HP. And I was going to say exactly that, Cole. I mean, the fact of the matter was, Boss, once the gun rounds came in, did look pretty strong on their CT side. It was the early rounds that Getting Info were able to build up on their T side.
Oh, they've got an A main flank here as well. This is interesting. Dirty has pushed through A main as the mid rotates rolling through. So this might be false information here.
Yeah.
Dirty hitting the wrong route on this flank, and the A side is fully vacant. Free runway here.
Yeah.
Through Donut. Darty calling it clear. Is he going to do so in time? Now they're going to realize and sinking feeling in the stomach, knowing you've gave up this space here. Slight trying to get back on the scene, though. Slight's made it. The B lane is completely clear. Darty has that information. Oh, and a beautiful swing. Great trade rolling through there.
Darty doesn't expect Snap to be lurking around, so now Boss are getting back into it. Bentley gets one quick response from Slump, but there's still a possibility here. Do they think B-Wills is this close? I don't think so. Yeah, B-Wills gets in there. He's got the Incendiary picked up, throws that into Donut. All three players stuck in Donut. If they had a smoke here, it would be fantastic, but they don't. So B-Wills gonna have to work this with Fruit Cup and hope that they peek into it and give them the chance of the fights. They will peek into it. Fruit Cup the first, 2v2 now. Damage done. Fruit Cup gets the second as well. Snap, the last one standing. Now he's going to body block here his bomb diffuser. And Snap gets him. Gets B-Wills anyway. Fruit Cup doesn't have time. And this will go the way of Getting Info right down to the wire.
We're going to fall on this one, that's for sure. Snap able to thread the angle just about. And running out of ammo ends up costing Fruit Cup and his teammate B-Wills alongside him everything in that one. A heroic effort, but really coming down to what is just such a miserable flank coming through from Darty. Walking all the way around that map just to get caught surprised when you're forced to rush the issue is so frustrating. And that's kind of a surprising decision to see the flank into B. You know, you take a lot of contact there, but didn't have a lot of resources on the A side to make that call. So a good late round read from Getting Info to survive. Walking to smoke? That's insanity. There should be a flashbang, but it's just a walk push coming through. I guess Binley threw it, maybe, but it felt like it was a full target right there. And Fruit Cup rips this round away here.
Bentley follows it up with a beautiful headshot onto Mark. He does a ton of damage to Snap before he falls to the ground, so more than 150 ADR there. Snap moving his way into cave. B-Wills waiting on this B site. Flank for Fruit Cup. He doesn't have to get aggressive here. He just has to bottle them in. And he will peek around and wins the fight anyway. Fruit Cup, 3K. Awakening here in overtime for a key moment. Snav, what can you do? 1v4, 13 HP. Time on the clock so he can maneuver around here. Has the bomb on his back and he's trying to slip through to A. This could happen.
This is overlooked.
This could work. Snap.
Oh, he got scared.
He was too tempted. I honestly feel like he should have just gone.
No, I think Darty like turned slightly right and it scared him.
Yeah. I think
he got jumpy right there.
Right.
Oh, that's brutal. I mean, what a bold call there. I mean, Fruit Cup, I feel like should have been dead, but that flash was good from Binley. It definitely was a blind up player right there. And that's, I mean, Fruit Cup just sealing up a double off a walk push in the smoke, understanding the timings, getting the aggression successful. Sets the tone for that round. Another chance here. 3 wasn't enough, but 4 times. They say 4th time is the charm. See if that's the case here.
It's the new one. It's the 4th time's the charm, not
Yeah,
third.
a lot of people think it's 3rd.
Yeah.
Boss know better than that. Oh goodness, maybe they don't. Maybe they got to continue to run this gauntlet as they stay alive, getting info in a 4v5. Trying to continue kicking there. Good smoke. Oh no, that lineup did not land as they would have hoped. Instead, a bit of a weakened up B side, and this one, either way, gonna be a decent read as to where they need to head this round into. Oh, the defense is starting to jump on this though. Quick rotation, slight forward angle, and he's covering Cave by himself. So they stabilize here in a big way on the side of Boss. Oh my
That's
god.
a nice one. Follow up. Yes, good. Slump, the second. Looking for the third. Now they overlook Darty, but Darty can only get one. Slump swings around after he hears those bullets being fired. And it's all down to Fruit Cup getting info. Trying to push this one to double OT. Nade sails in. It doesn't go as far as Shane wanted it to. It caught an edge. But, I mean, there's so much work for Fruit Cup to do. Is he that good? Gets one and only one. Shane will shut him down. Double OT is on the cards.
Yeah, that's bizarre right there. That's crazy work coming through from Markey. That shot was instant.
Yeah.
I mean, so incredibly deadly. Good to see this again from Darty. Still feels a little bit frustrated from what could have been a round sealer in the first round of CT side. He had that huge flank, the monster flank that was coming through there. Felt like was going to do it all, and then missed out on that opportunity right there. I mean, there's probably only so much you can do, even if it looks like it's a bit of a tough whiff. You think he's getting traded 1-for-1 either way. Now they've got themselves a new lease on life here, getting info. They know how it feels to survive. They want to know how it feels to thrive in this environment. That's the big difference maker. Trying to take the lead here on this T side. Hope to get themselves a chance at a map point here.
And that's wait a little bit longer as Fruit Cup is going to get this opener onto Slump. Slight waiting in Donut with the AWP that has been the hero.
Oh,
Couple of times, Snap
goodness.
catching Ben Lee. That's something, but Slight continues
Oh, Darty's done
his
it
reign
again.
of terror.
He's done it again, and this time he's learning from his mistake in the last go around. He's going to drop the bomb.
Smoking a fly in there. Yeah, bomb drop means round over with this many bodies still standing. Shane getting tagged down to 22 and now 0. Where was this last round, boss? Unfortunate for them that it comes through here, as is usually the case. Darty gets the last. Clean round for boss.
Yeah, I think just really good decision making. I mean, it's still Darty playing confidently and getting aggressive on that A side, but routing his flank a lot better this time around. This time around, he's able to cut off the bomb, seal this round up for free. As you said, I feel like, you know, right now, boss, in a certain sense, feels like the shots are going missing when we see them on map and series point for that matter, but see, I mean, they've got time to get over that fear factor. Started it off, establishing the lead here, but a quick shot from Swamp. We'll sideline one, and Spam Firing Squad opens up for more.
Yeah.
Oh, got folded.
Also, back for that aggression, they fully committed to it, and getting info were in the perfect counter setup for exactly that to come through. So everyone folds like a cheap tent. Darty and Slight still standing. Slight's in a position where he could collect one. Maybe readjust for a second. There's that one. Now they know he's here, and they've got the util to flush him out. Goes behind the box, though, and this is the perfect spot to evade 3 nades. They must think he's low, but Slight's still got 98 HP, and Darty lurking around that smoke. Not clearing out Cave is a problem for them. Yeah, smoke's fading, and Darty's going to get that shot on towards Dare. Slight looking for a chance to strike, but Markey, a ridiculous shot. Now it's up to Slight to try and be the hero once more. There's the first onto Markey. He's got the kit. No util, though. Slump's holding the angle. Slight comes around, and Slump will hit that shot to end it. Tied up again.
Didn't tap it, interestingly enough.
Yeah.
Wonder why that was. I mean, I don't know if it would have had much influence. I think he still has to get a little bit active on his peaks, but I feel like tapping that bomb there at least threatens a chance at you or them walking into you as opposed to vice versa. Either way, so I'll be able to offer up a couple picks on the boost. Storybooks endings on those 2 kills in the same spot. Start the round and finish it. One boost unsuccessful here. Elbow smoke seems a little too late, but it comes through in time, or at least the coverage from Darty does. Invites them in just to shut the door. And it's up to Marky, who has been looking instant in dismissal to recover this round because Darty's done even more. Another kill coming through from Darty. There's Marky again. His kills have felt lightning fast.
Yeah, he does that. Sneaks up on you. Then strikes like a viper. Darty going to get a strike of his own here to end this round, but probably won't be in his hands. More than likely, B-Wills and Ben Leet are going to have to get their fangs out. B-Wills waiting. 55 seconds left. Still plenty of time for getting info to maneuver here around cave. Do they have the util? Yes, they have a flash and a Molotov. Probably not going to use it. Looking for the element of surprise. Jiggling around there is Ben Leet. The info spots them. He realized that to B-Wills, but Ben only gets 1. Nice trade from Marky. In fact, 2 frags from Marky in that instance. 1v2, Darty, along with Slight, looking to get back in here, but very winnable for Marky.
Oh, they're slowing it down here. They're allowing for that reposition. Now at this point in your mind, Boss are starting to panic. Where on earth could he be? Could he be towards long? Let's go clear it out here first things first. But Slight with the molly could be the disruptor. There it is, perfectly placed, and it does flush him into the open. Perfectly handled right there with the utility work. And that'll be Boss extending a lead here, heading into this second half of our second OT.
So they go 2 for 3 again. As we start another half of overtime, our 4th overtime half. Boss have already had 4 chances to close it out. May even get a 5th and a 6th if they can win this first one here. We are getting very deep into this Ancient. Slight wants the early peek towards mid. Slump has really awoken here in overtime. He's had some key moments for getting info to keep them in it. Whereas Slight has been that star opper on the other side. Slump hits the shot on Darty, threading the needle effectively. Slight gets the instant trade, though. That is a lot of space they gain into Donut, and I think they're hoping that getting info are going to try and collapse towards mid, and that looks like it's the plan, right? The B side has been made vulnerable with everyone backing off except for Shane. And even Shane, look how far back he is towards B.
Well,
so
right now
if Boss activate now, they'll get the space and the plant.
Yeah, it's a good deep utility, though, from getting info that's blocking them from making early strides. Deep ramp smoke in order, deep cave smoke in order. But even despite all that, the information gonna come through a little bit late. Counter execute rolling through. It's going to allow them to coast on in. Just have to avoid some pesky smoke spam or a decent boost here. And it looks like both working out. Snap, elevated angle. It's 1 back in return here. Fruit Cup looking to offer up some recovery here, but the flank activating. Puts this one all on the shoulders of the IGL. Finley in a 1v3 here. Stuck behind the pillar, but can't survive for much longer. Past the point. Shane, instant trade. And getting info. Pull that 4v4 back.
I mean, honestly, a great effort from Ben, given the circumstances. He makes the right move and gets the headshot, but Dara a little too quick to find that trade and doesn't give Ben a chance to even transfer over. That first shot is wild from Slump, and I mean, it could have been missed, and then Slight gets the first, and it's a 5v4, but instead it goes down to even numbers, and Boss can never really corral themselves into B. You're right, that deep util did deny them the opportunity to go into B a little bit faster, and getting info play very well around it, and not allow an advantage to be given to their opponents in that round. We are tied up again. Boss want to go fast out towards mid, but they are delayed by an incendiary. Now we'll push out. Smoke is good for Red Room.
That's one way to peek him. Take the elevated angle. You risk him being prepared for you, but you just contact walk. You always expect a flashbang. And Slump gets sidelined and surprised. Smoke lands, and they don't give Dare an inch. Already flanking through here, but that's covered by Fruit Cup. Maybe another chance to secure it. Oh, that's Darty for the sidelines there. Surprise from the temple angle. Okay, there's kills on in. Shane making this one possible here. More contact taken for Bentley, feeling uncomfortable. Slight down low. Smoke on the bomb. Just wait a second. Can they make this happen? No. Shane overlooks the donut angle. It's going to be the op that's blasted by Stab. Man. A bit of a warning shot, a parting gift, if you will. This boss going to again find themselves their 5th chance. And you know what they say? 5th time's the charm.
Indeed. Let's see if that 5th time will indeed be a charm here for Boss. How many times are we going to say that, Cole? Like, what is it? 6 times a charm? 7 times a charm?
We'll just have to wait and find out here.
Did
we'll
we
see
just
if
keep
Getting
going
Info
until...
have any more ideas.
Yeah. We're reinventing the saying time after time until it works out. Slight. We'll take the early damage here on the side of Boss.
All of that early initiative there. An op flying through the smoke to try and find an opening duel. It's going to quiet down into a bit of a silent 5v5 here. The only early attacks there, smoke spam attempts. Some pretty passive setups. Op in a standard location. Donut now smoked off here. That's going to force the defense to shift on the B side of the map here. Marky looking to get activated. Playing within the confines of this smoke. But you got to be careful. They pop through this smoke so many times. 2 players in towards Red Room. And finally, he's going to expend a little bit of utility. They're splitting into A right now. One has already slipped the gap. Yeah. Darty has made it past the line here. And B-Wills opens up. Dare sideline. Feeling the pressure. Snap offers up security. 2 lined up. And Binley looking to activate and capitalize on some damage. He's still unsure, though. The flanks coming through. They know one more is here. Around the corner. They know Snav is low, and they'll capitalize. And maybe it just will be the 5th time's the charm, because Slump left in a 1v3 with all of it to do on his shoulders. Bomb going down now with time left. A little bit of a util set left for this guy, but all the weight here on one man. Can he pull through? Binley, the first hurdle, turning the corner into his instant dismissal. Job going to be finished. And it just takes 5 tries, but Boss survive here and sweep the series 2-0.
Wow, that was an intense map of Ancient. Getting info, they had their opportunities, you know, in this one to get a solid lead, and they had one hitting into the second half. And after that, yeah, I mean, Boss just struck back with a vengeance and brought it to 12-9. Credit to Getting Info for pulling it back and getting to overtime, even a second overtime, but they were always on the back foot. They could never get that map point, even into OT, and that's what Boss did. And it wasn't only map point for them, it was series point, and they've knocked Boss out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, massive stuff right there. It was a hard-fought effort, but where I see Boss kind of choke a bit of a lead there and choke a bit of a secured, 12-9 scoreline, things get taken into overtime. I also match that with the fact that they had to come back so heavily in that second half, right? They had to fight back against an 8-4 scoreline. So even though it takes a couple overtimes, you can see the team's resiliency right now in the side of Boss here, the way that they fight back and on a map that I think has offered up a lot of discomfort, a lot of struggles, a lot of challenges in terms of how this team is going to define themselves. As a leader for Binley, the same case is true here with a new roster of if he can find success on this map at all on any teams here. And that is a big statement win here for them, that not only do they dominate on train here versus a very strong mechanical team, but they get that tough, gritty win there on Ancient as well.
Yeah, so I mean, it's fantastic, honestly, for a Boss team where like we didn't expect much coming through them, right? And it's impressive for them to make it through to the next day of action, and they're going into the semifinals. They join M80, Marsborn, and that third team is eluding me right now, Cole, but I think it's NRG. There we go. We just saw them, of course. So it's going to be an interesting day, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it there. It should be pretty exciting to see what teams are going to remain on top right now. The cream of the crop rising here at the moment, and so some exciting prospects here for a lot of these rosters. With that being said, I believe we have a quick be right back because we're getting some of the stats locked down, and then we'll be ready to break down what we just saw there by the numbers.
right, we're back, and that was a fantastic performance from Boss. We already said it before we went to the break, but I feel like Ben Leeds' impact is already being felt here, Cole, for this squad.
Yeah, they're gelling quite nicely here. The T-sides that we got were monstrous. A T-side comeback on Ancient, a domineering performance on Train. What a series coming through here from the boys at Boss. A very exciting one. Looking forward to seeing how this story continues to develop, as you know, a victory like this shows so much strength. I really think they can tussle with anyone in this bracket and you know, show their worth here, as we see some of the leaders. Slight, you think about the impact that he had, late game player, man. The way that he would will rounds into existence with the AWP on T side of Ancient, man. There's not a lot of oppers that can make moves like that, and Slight was one of those guys in the server.
No question. He's one of those players that I would love to see start to shine here in North America, and shine he did, at least in this BO3. Certainly, you feel like if they want to get to that grand final, or, you know, even get to the final point, they'll have to be able to compete against the top teams here in the competition. Getting Info was already one of them. You got the M80s still surviving, NRG as well. It's going to be a very fiery finish to this one. We'll check out the schedule later on, though, but just to highlight the stats here, for Boss, I thought Slight was incredible, Fruit Cup as well, and B Wills not necessarily as strong here on Ancient. I think that was because of his very slow start, sitting at 0-6, but he really picked it up as things went on and was able to have the impact he was hoping for. Even Ben, as the IGL, doing well. The whole squad great. I don't want to let Getting Info stats get forgotten, though, Cole, because I feel like they did a fantastic job. Snav and Shane in particular. Slump waking up with the op, but he couldn't keep pace with Slight, and that in the end may have been the difference.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like the combo deal that we got out of Snav and Shane was pretty impressive. The quick kills from Marky as well were pretty devastating. So, you know, while there was a couple of flare-ups coming through from Slump long term, I do feel like he was finding himself a little bit more so than anything out of position for a lot of activity, and then that became a problem very, you know, early on in regulation, where a lot of his struggles were. It just was the factor that they wouldn't hit his sight and he would be forced to save. He had so much money on the CT side despite not winning any rounds from saving constantly with that AWP. So it's one of those things where, you know, you look at the counterpart, right? What Slight was able to do to force rounds into the possibility were so promising, and we got a little bit of that from Slump in overtime.
Yes.
But in the grand scheme of things, it was a little too late.
I think that shot that you guys just saw was one of the most impressive ones, if not the most impressive, that Slump was hitting. Did get traded immediately afterwards by Slight, but still, I mean, you see the potential there, and I already talked about this before. You know, the ceiling is very high for a player like Slump, who's still very young, but for Slight, you know, he's in the middle of his career. He wants to find it now, and MVP, no questions asked. 31 frags. It's not just about the frags. I think you already mentioned it, Cole, but the way he's getting them, the flow he is instilling upon the match by his lonesome. When his team wasn't getting entries towards that B site, he took it into his own hands, gets to immediately, and then closes out the round with a 4K. He was not only the MVP of this map, but absolutely of the series, because did the exact same thing on Train.
Yeah, I mean, back-to-back just dominant performances rolling through here. So we do have the results of today, what we get to see so far. A matchup full of sweeps so far. I mean, we definitely were right in terms of this one being the most competitive, but that was just because we actually got overtime in the mix, and there was a little bit of fight from Getting Info. Other than that, a very one-sided series overall. Marsborn with some domination over Wildcard, who are in adjustments. M80 doing the same thing versus Supernova Comets. Shanghai Sharks really not able to activate, and again, Boss being able to sweep things up.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was really tough for, I'd say, those middle matches. Wildcard, though, against Marsborn ended up being an interesting affair. It's just that at the end of it, Wildcard, who I would say the favorites, maybe, I don't want to say that actually right now. 2 months ago, I would have said Wildcard the favorites. Right now, this current roster, the way it is, it was an even matchup, and Wildcard couldn't take it. I think Stan needs more time to cook with that roster again, settle himself in after being benched. It's such a weird instance. But all that being said, let's check out the schedule for tomorrow to see what matchups we've got in store. Marsborn M80 and NRG Boss. I like that NRG Boss matchup. I think that one could be very, very fiery.
Yeah. I mean, I think Boss coming in with a big point to prove right now. NRG, who felt like they were able to coast to the finish line today. You know, like they didn't really have much of a test for themselves versus Boss, who have a little bit of a warm up heading into this matchup. They have a ramp up period where they can say, hey, you know, we had to fight hard for this position in the semifinal. That means we're going to be fighting even harder for this chance at a qualification. And NRG got to come prepared tomorrow. They got to come ready to play, because some of those small details we said that were a little bit missing at the start of NRG's day, that they will definitely be punished if that is true here when you play up against Boss.
Yeah, and Zodic versus Slight's going to be really fun, because I think it's two oppers and under very different circumstances. Slight, who's been trying to make his mark on the scene for some time, continues to find opportunities, but hasn't been consistent, versus Zodic, who came back after an extended break, and now he's trying to light a fire under NRG with his AWP. It's going to be a matchup for you guys to watch. I think M80 Marsborn could be interesting as well, but honestly, I don't know which team can beat M80 at this point with the way they're playing. We'll see. Maybe it can be Boss or NRG, or perhaps even Marsborn tomorrow. Who knows? You guys are going to have to tune in for that one, because we are signing off for tonight. Tomorrow, both semifinals will be played here at the Ace NA Masters 2025 Season 2 Blast Premier Rising. Guys, hope you have an amazing night, and we'll see you tomorrow.